Welcome to the In Season podcast, rated R for language.
None of us are doctors or neurologists. Things you're about to hear are opinions of people living with epilepsy or seizures. These are firsthand experiences. Epilepsy can cause speech problems, and medications are hard to pronounce, so please bear with me. Epilepsy can cause bad memory, so some stories will be repeated. I'm Pookie. Get ready.
What's your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Sleep. I mean, I have to sleep. I've only had 3 where I pass out. So that's honestly a hard question to answer. The last seizure I had, I didn't know I had one until a few days later because I live with myself. And so yeah, I didn't know I had one. So I didn't injure myself. That was the thing. I was laying back in my lazy boy. I called a lazy girl chair. And so I didn't know I had one because I didn't injure myself. And it was just a few days later when I realized that I had a seizure. And so, I mean, I just do self-care, take it easy, rest. Can you hear my cat meowing? So I just try to practice self-care, as much as I can, which for me is resting, sleep. I have to rest. I have to let my brain rest. So self-care. That's my short answer. It was long.
Perfect. No, and an explanation is always warranted because it is such a unique condition for everybody. How about you, Raven?
I don't know if I have an answer yet. Maybe sleeping.
Yeah,
I'm
that
having
definitely
a
helps a
yucky
lot of us feel
day.
better.
Yeah. So I'm just kind of my brain's kind of slow today. But probably sleeping.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I was just thinking too, the sleep really probably is like the smartest thing to do after like one of those bad ones where there are maybe some injuries, but I don't know why. I'm just always, I feel like I might wake up brain dead one of these times. And especially after a bad one for some reason, I've always got this, I don't know, nagging feeling of like, don't go to sleep.
Well,
But that's probably more psychological for me.
after I had my first floppy fish seizure where I passed out, like I had to get my continuing education done for my accountant license. I was unable to do self-study. I don't know if I shared that with you guys, but I had to I had a seizure on December 19th. By the end of the year, I had to get these tests done. And usually you can do these self-study tests where you read the material and fill in and do an answer. And so they're usually fairly easy. You can look up the answer and fill in you can look up the answer and fill in the question, and I couldn't do it. I had to let my CPA
So
license
even a process
expire.
of elimination.
Yeah, you can look up the answer in the material. I couldn't do it. I didn't have the brain capacity to do it. And so I had to let my CPA license expire, which which you can do once every reporting period, once every 3 years, I guess. I had to learn that. But that to me was very scary. I couldn't think. And so then I had to let it expire. And then we have the opportunity of within 6 months catching up uh, on our sorry, what's the word?
Like certification?
Catching up on the education requirements. We have to take a certain number of hours of education to get to keep our license. And so I was able to do that by the end of June. My surgery was June 26th. So by the skin of my teeth, I was so sick for so long with this CSF leak, cerebral spinal fluid leak, but I was able to do it.
That must
But
have been
you can't,
horrifying.
it was very hard, but you can't, for me, I couldn't think after having a seizure where I passed out. So that's what I
Exactly.
experienced, is I can't think for about a week and a half.
Oh, you are not the only one. That's for sure.
Um, Jocelyn, can you explain to me a CSF leak? Because I believe I'm having a friend
Yeah,
going through that.
I would love to explain it to you. So the cerebral spinal fluid surrounds your brain, and it surrounds your spinal cord, and it does a lot of things. But one of the things that it does is it keeps your brain in suspension so that it doesn't knock around and hit your dura. The dura is it just keeps it in suspension, which is safe, so that you don't get a concussion. And it also does a lot of other things. But I had a spontaneous leak. For me, the hole was back behind my eye. The dura is the material that holds the fluid in. And so I had a spontaneous leak. It broke. They didn't know how at the time. And so starting in August 2024, last summer, I had fluid dripping out of my left nostril. And it causes lots of problems. If you like, you can feel like you're going insane every time you sit and stand up. You get a headache. You get what's the word where you feel dizzy? Vertigo.
Yep.
Vertigo. And I'm gonna have to go for my walk, but hold on. But anyways, you get vertigo and you're gonna feel like you throw up. And so I had surgery on June 26, 2025 to fix the hole. And I feel good now. But leading up to that, I got a cough. I started peeing my pants. I mean, just the symptoms were horrible. I was put on bed rest for 2 months. And bed rest wrecks your body. So that's a little snippet of what happened to me. The CSF leak started August 2024, and I didn't have surgery until June 26th. I consider myself lucky because some people get a CSF leak and they don't know what's going on, and they can be undiagnosed for years. Years. I had that in addition to getting epilepsy all in the same year. I was having seizures where I stayed awake and watched my brain malfunction starting in June, twice a week. So I had these two things
Wow.
happen in what I call my terrible year.
Yeah, talk about such a test. All right, I don't want to keep you, but real quick, how did they diagnose that hole in the dura? Was that an MRI?
No, because they can't see it on the MRI. They
Oh,
just
okay.
knew that I had CSF leak coming out of my CSF fluid coming out of my nose. They had me catch it in a cup, and they tested it in a lab with a stick going in. They tested it in a lab, and it came back positive. But then they have to send it off to Ohio, and that took 2 weeks. And then they did see through an MRI that I had a birth defect in my skull, crib form skull back behind my eye, and that is what they think might have caused the dura to break. I had a little an encephalocele. I think that might be how you pronounce it, and that's where your brain pokes through the skull hole opening. So they fixed that too. Up the nose, they fixed that. In order to, they have to test the pressure of your CSF system, and they did a little spinal tap back in my lower spine. There was a little problem. It's not the surgeon's fault. I don't blame them. But when they were taking the needle out, something broke and it left a foreign object in between my L4, L5. So they had to pivot, and I have a scar. They had to, right here, they have to put this neon green fluid into your CSF system to see where the hole actually is. And so they drilled a hole in the top. They did a burr hole in my skull to put the fluid in. And then that's where they saw exactly where the hole was in my dura. Because they put it in the system, and it leaks out the green fluid, and they do some type of x-ray. And that's how they saw exactly where it was prior to surgery. I was under anesthesia the whole time on June 26th. And then they did the surgery up the nose. They fixed the bone hole. They fixed the dura hole. And then afterwards, they did an incision about this big up and down my spine. They went in with a microscope and got the foreign object.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's a hell of a cleanup.
Yeah. I still have epilepsy. It wasn't related. But
Okay. And I mean, did all of those procedures you think exacerbate the epilepsy?
I don't know. I'm going to see my
Okay.
neurologist at the end of the month. I am experiencing this weird thing now, where I sometimes, especially when I'm tired, it sounds like my voice. I'm speaking in cadence. And when I watch TV, it sometimes sounds to me like other people are speaking with a cadence, like with a rhythm. And I emailed my neurosurgeon this morning, and he said, no, we don't think that has to do with anything having to do with a CSF leak repair or pressure in your head, we think you should talk with your neurologist. And so I messaged him. So we'll see. To me, it's kind of fun. I'm rapping into my
Yeah,
head.
right?
It's not all the time. It's very nuanced. According to ChatGPT, it could have to do with epilepsy. Um, it's not very strong, but it's definitely there. I talked with my friends, my mom. They say that I'm not speaking with a cadence or with a rhythm, but it's
No,
definitely
watching these
happening.
videos, I noticed for the first time when I started talking a lot more that I have emphasis. Like there's, like you said, that kind of rhythm, like a little bit of a cadence. I emphasize like the last syllable of every other word when I'm reading some of these posts, just to, I'm sure I'm probably just trying not to mix up the words, but listening to it back, it definitely doesn't sound normal.
Okay. So I'll let you guys
So,
know
yeah.
what my neurologist said. Now, I know that ChatGPT says things that you want sometimes. We cannot rely on ChatGPT to give us medical advice. But we'll see what my neurologist says. He's the expert. So I
There
have
you
to go
go.
for my walk. I need to get stronger. All the bed rest. Now, I'm a large person. I am definitely not in shape, but the bed rest made me very out of shape. I need to go get my stamina up. So I'm going to go for a walk. It's really nice to see you guys. I'll try to get back with you when I can, okay?
All
All right,
right,
don't
we'll
forget
be
something to drink.
here.
Yes, I'll bring water. But it's raining now. It's good for the summer and for the plants.
It's
Okay.
raining.
Bye.
Bye.
Raven, I got something for you.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's kind of for everybody. Um, throw it out there. It says, do you guys randomly drool? To be clear, I was born with epilepsy, but I'll say as a teenager, they stopped. So I'm off my meds and I have been for years. I'm 20 now, but the fam is still overly protective and paranoid of leaving me alone. I think I always drooled, but recently I think it's getting more frequent. I don't have seizures. I do have nightmares about seizures. It usually happens when I'm spaced out or laughing. Sometimes it just happens combined with mild cerebral palsy on the right side and my innate lack of social skills. It prevents me wanting to talk to anyone. I don't have good health insurance to help with my leg, but any tips to stop drooling? Yeah, I drool in my sleep, but being that I have a beard, I had to go like this a lot and get up and dry it and get paper towels in the middle of the night. Um, yeah, or I keep a paper towel next to the bed because drool and all of this beard and stuff, it's annoying in the middle of the night and can't just go back to sleep with it. Someone said, yes. And like you, it's when I'm spaced out or doing something random. I've had this since I was a kid, and my dad would laugh about how I drool, even just a drip out of my mouth with when I was a kid. I haven't noticed an uptick since my seizures haven't really become prevalent, but I'm more aware for sure. Another comment says Botox shots into the saliva glands might reduce your drooling. If you have good insurance, your doctor may ask them for pre-approval to get you no Botox treatment plan. On the treatment plan, and it is every 3 months. For me, 2 visits, my drooling stops. Oh, anybody ever had a problem drooling? I drool sometimes when I'm talking out of nowhere for no reason. I don't get it. I thought it was just me, but now I see it's not just me. Mm. Raven, you get any random drooling? Tell me it's not just me. It is just me.
I don't think I do, but are they saying things they believe not?
Your voice is way in and out. I can't hear you. Um,
We could read anything out if you put it in the chat too.
Someone said, not sure if I belong. My story. So, 22-year-old female, they, them. Please, I had a brain tumor in September of 2023. I still do. And they were only partially able to remove it. Craniotomy. So, I've got a metal plate in my head now without causing any permanent paralysis.
as it is. I still have mobility issues and very little control over my left hand, and everything seemed fine. Then in November 2024, totally out of nowhere, I think I had been overly exhausted. I had a very caffeinated beverage and had exerted myself too much. I had a seizure because it happened. It happened at a in quote special hockey team's practice that I was joining in on before. I committed to joining the team and paying the fees. I just suddenly started feeling numbness spreading all over my left side of my body, mostly noticeable in my mouth before I started seizing. I was taken to the ER and put on Keppra and then was changed to Lamictal by my neurologist in December. 2 weeks into January, I had a breakthrough seizure that happened in the same way, but my condition, no lack of sleep, no caffeine or exhaustion, was totally different. I've had quite a few auras since then, since my last surgery in January, but none of them have turned into a full blown seizure. If I'm able to get it quick enough, I can like focus my attention enough that it seems like I can stop it. But that sounds a little crazy. Okay, now that I got all the backstory out, let's get into why I'm posting here. I had an EEG done also in December while on my meds and was told they saw an epileptic form discharges or whatever, and they suspected it was epilepsy, but said they weren't fully sure because the plate can alter the recordings, and my neurologist is an epileptologist and couldn't interpret the results very well. Should I see an epileptologist to should I see an epileptologist to be sure they might be able to read my EEG more accurately, or should I assume that they likely have epilepsy now, probably caused by the brain tumor and made worse by the history of head trauma? I have multiple other underlying health conditions as well. Or a third option, I just randomly get seizures, like 4 to 5 a month, probably since the auras or seizures of their own, and don't really belong here. I'm really just not sure what to do. I have so many specialists I have to see. I dread the thought of adding another, but if I need to, I will. I just want to know what's going on. Help and advice. Um, if you're talking about this subreddit, this is where you belong. I mean, this is a good place to find help. So a lot of people can relate to you. Um, yeah, I'm not a
The thing
female.
about adding another specialist, though, I mean, if this specialist might be able to diagnose and treat the condition that could actually knock a couple other ones out, it might be worth it. I know a lot of times when one more thing goes wrong, it really does feel overwhelming to have to address that on top of everything else. But it does end up being worth it in the long run. Anything to help get off the meds. Even when it does feel kind of overwhelming.
Calling off work, perpetual guilt. Partial seizures are daily, weekly for me, so calling out typical isn't an option. But sometimes when a really bad one hits, it's necessary, like mine was this morning. Has anyone else felt extreme guilt calling off work or canceling plans because of a seizure? It's like I know I'm justified, but it's a tiny part of me that feels like I'm bullshitting. And when I called today to tell my boss there was like this in quote, here we go again tone to the convo, and I felt like a disappointment, almost as if she didn't believe me. And I've had past manager be skeptical, other managers are nice, so I'm wondering, how do y'all cope with people's views and guilt?
If somebody's not going to respect you enough to believe that this condition's affecting you, then they're not on your side. A
Yeah,
lot easier said than done.
I think your job, they should be most comforting with it, especially if they've known, which it sounds like they do. Um, yeah, you just gotta ask for more oh no, you taking the day off. But yeah, it seems like they might not accommodate you as much as sounds like. Yeah, you gotta talk to a bigger boss or something, because that's wrong for them to make you feel bad about not being able to come in, especially if you call in ahead of time. I understand calling in when it's 5 minutes until clock in, but yeah, this shouldn't make anybody feel bad about having a seizure, not being able to come to work. Um, oh, hey,
Hey, there's our
Jeff.
man Jeff.
Hi, hi everybody.
How you doing? Nice glasses.
Thank you. How am I doing? I just got an injection on my hip, so I'm feeling okay.
You
Um,
dancing, huh?
yeah, you're looking good.
Thank you. I can see Jeff dancing while he got this shot in his hips.
Yeah, listen, why not? Take
Do a
advantage while I can.
little two-step.
If, after the numbness wears off, I won't be able to move, so I may
Yeah.
as well take advantage. I only jumped on for a minute. Hi, Raven. I only jumped on for a minute while Liz is in the store, and then I'll get back on when we get home.
Okay. Okay. Um.
How's everybody doing?
All right. All right. Um. We were on a question a little while ago about drooling. Do you have a problem? Do you drool randomly time to time? I do in my sleep. I wake up and my beard's all wet. Is it just me?
Sometimes I do. I hadn't thought about it, but sometimes I do.
For some reason, my
Uh,
mouth is always, I don't know, not always full of saliva, but it's common. Like my mouth is always watering for some reason.
yeah, I don't think I do it a lot, but I do tend to do it, I think.
Okay, maybe it's not just me. I think
Yeah,
another one you barely missed. You just got here right on time. We were talking about bosses making people feel guilty about not being able to make it to work when they call in early. Um,
that's bosses.
yeah,
I mean, it sucks, but that's how that's their job is to be, pardon the expression, to be a prick.
yeah,
That's what they get paid for, and it sucks. But personally, they probably feel bad for being that way, but that's what they're getting paid to do.
yeah. She said she got the "here we go again" tone when she talked to
Yeah,
her boss. That's messed up. Here we go
yeah, it
again.
is messed up.
Might as well
It
get
is.
a loud gasp. Gonna
It's
go through some of these comments. First comment says, "Do you have an option to file for any FMLA? I'm approved for intermittent FMLA while I'm allowed to miss a certain amount of days over a period of time. I have my doctor fill out the paperwork again to renew it, and I'm also able to use it when I need for basically the same reason as you. Having that you're in your pocket would offer more protection and maybe let your boss know it isn't something you're just making up. Hope everything works out." What's FMLA? Anybody know? I would have to look it up, I guess.
Family Medical Leave Act, I think it
yeah,
stands for. And that
yeah,
shit runs out fast. I
Hmm.
think we only got like 1 day of FMLA for every other pay period or something. And I was on 2 week pay, so yeah, FMLA takes a long time to build up and it runs out really fast. And that's the only time where you can get paid and they don't count commission. It's definitely only base pay, no overtime, no if you have FMLA on any pay period, overtime turns to shit.
it's typical
So
of our
it's
government.
it's there, yeah, it's there to plan ahead for vacations basically.
Okay. Another comment from a neurologist says it's difficult to explain seizures and symptoms to people who haven't experienced it firsthand. So unless your manager is a doctor of medicine or has a PhD majoring in neurology, it's probably that they just don't understand. It would be explaining depression. It would be like explaining depression to someone who doesn't have it and getting a response of just lighten up.
At least he gets it. But
Right.
how do you explain that to somebody?
Like I said, explaining epilepsy to people.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult. The just lighten up attitude. Get that too when
Mhm.
telling people about seizures. You'll be all right. You'll get better.
Right.
There is no getting better. There's just holding off until the next one. Another comment says, I've been lucky enough to find a job with my boss, or my boss. Wife has epilepsy. Hmm. My boss's boss. Wife has epilepsy. So that'd be like my supervisor's supervisor has epilepsy. Huh. I still feel the guilt. It is more rare than you, but I had to do it yesterday. Another person said, I worked in the hospital until my condition got too bad to work, so I had a boss who understood and union stewards who would support me.
Sounds like they do tend to be more understanding when you work in a medical office,
Yeah.
if they can.
One more says, I was never sick before I had a seizure, and I got to a point where recovery was taking up too much of my time. I had to fire all my clients and stop running my business in the last year. It's too hard to keep up with appointments and rescheduling. I was booked for a year round with regulars and had no room to reschedule. Felt so bad. Still kind of feel bad because most were with me for 6 to 7 years. Everyone was very supportive and understanding. Hope to get these under control and get to working again sooner than later. Anybody go to college?
A
Online.
long, long time ago.
Did you live on campus?
Uh, I well, at one of the colleges I went to, I did. I
Okay,
guess you
so
could call it that.
you can relate to this. Raven, you can relate to this too. I see your comment. It says dorming. Going back to school, and now that I have been diagnosed with epilepsy this time around, I am wondering if dormage is not for me. Before my diagnosis, I stayed in a one-bedroom dorm room all by myself. The next year, I had my own room in a shared apartment style dorm with friends. I'm wondering if having my own room will be an issue, even with a roommate. Why is it their job to save me from a seizure? I don't know. Um, I think you should go back to college. Don't drop out because of your epilepsy. If you do, you're gonna regret it. You're gonna be talking about the what ifs. I shouldn't have, and I should have did this. I can see it coming. Um, don't give up if epilepsy is the only reason.
But if she might be right that dorm life might not be for her. She can live off campus uh, somewhere, but a dorm might be tough for somebody struggling with epilepsy, or they need their own room. I know when I went to school, and this was a long time ago, I had 3 roommates. So, you know, I don't now. I guess it's probably there's two, and if you want to pay for it, probably singles. But I just don't know. Living dorm life is pretty open. Uh, there's people around all the time, and I think that would be tough for somebody who hasn't really come to grips with it yet.
Yeah, and then the person said they don't want to feel like a burden to basically why is their job to save me from a seizure? It's not necessarily. You can make friends and you need
Yeah,
to go to school. So I mean, yeah, that's a rough one. Especially because people are having a burden. You might feel like a burden to people who aren't or are only there for school, and they're like, well, I got to go through this, and they understand. The first comment is it controlled? If so, you may just be okay. However, with our broken brain, anything can happen, even with people. No, it's not their job. However, some people are caring and will help keep an eye on you.
hi Annie.
Hi, everybody. How y'all doing?
I'm all right, all right. We're talking about a person right now who they just got epilepsy. I believe they're been already in college, but now they're diagnosed and they have to once had a bedroom, a 1 bedroom dorm by themselves. Now the person is going to be in a 1 room shared apartment style in their own dorm with friends. And they're wondering, basically, should they go back to school? And is living in a dorm going to be a problem? And the person said, basically wondering, even with a roommate, why should it be their job to save me from a seizure? I say the person shouldn't quit going to school. There's ways to get around it. Yeah, you got plenty of time, depending on when school starts. Don't drop out. I can see people dropping out fast. The first fast answer to do. Let's just
Right.
leave.
Yeah, right. But so it sounds like the school is the one that said you have to be in a multi, like not just a individual kind of style dorm. She's moved to a different dynamic in her housing, just so she's not alone. That's kind of it's generous. I'm just gonna say that. Um, and depending on their career that they're getting education for, if they can do what they're going to do and get through their education, I would say just do what you got to do. If you don't have to drop out, you know.
Yeah. Another comment says, I would say it's important to make a roommate aware of your epilepsy before rooming with that person. If you're rooming with someone you don't know prior, I will consult your school prior because they have probably dealt with similar scenarios before this. One more. It says, make a decision based on your condition and how you personally feel about it. If you have tonic-clonic seizures in your sleep, your risk of getting hurt is much higher. And then if you have focal aware, simple partial seizures during the day, SUDEP is rare, but the risk is highest with TCs at night. How you feel about it is important too.
The key, right?
What
All right.
what are you comfortable with?
I turned to it.
Is that a preference that you can take or leave, or is it something that could reduce or increase your overall stress level? It's definitely a roommate's job to help with unexpected serious things. If your roommate wasn't breathing, you'd call 911. Said that. With that said, a roommate isn't a caregiver. Ordinarily, they shouldn't be responsible for day-to-day things. If you get a roommate, they should understand and be comfortable with the situation beforehand, not just say they are. Anybody know what MTLE is? I do not.
Mesial temporal lobe epilepsy.
Okay. I'll just say it how it is. MTLE, nightmares. I almost have nightmares. I almost never have nightmares. However, since my TLE has emerged and gotten worse, I occasionally have them in bursts. The nightmares feel like a loss of control. Could nightmares be a sign of seizures in my sleep? I usually wake up feeling panicked and or not well rested. Yesterday I had a nightmare, but ended up sleeping for 4 to 5 hours through the rest of the day, which is very unusual for me, but that does make sense since if I had a seizure. Anyone have similar experiences or comment on this situation? Says, I'm also noticing that the nightmares, maybe seizures, are linked to excessive daytime sleepiness. Has anyone noticed or heard of this? My excessive daytime naps and stuff, they were needed before B12. Shout out to Nature's Made. Yeah, if you need to take a nap, take a nap. I believe a lot of people, they take naps because it's the medication. I don't have
That's the
anything.
only thing that would make me think that it could be a seizure too, is if you feel like you need hours of sleep after. I would feel the same way, but it sounds like this MTLE is listed as the most common type of epilepsy. And I don't have a problem confusing nightmare with seizures anymore.
Yeah, I always had to have weird nightmares for some reason. I'm losing teeth or hair or something. Those are the worst ones. Yeah, one of the comments here says, I would say it could definitely be some epileptic activity. My seizures often cause me to wake up and then have a seizure, not to mention that my dreams are usually more vivid after I feel unwell throughout the day. When it comes to what I've heard from other people with epilepsy, they do tend to have vivid dreams and nightmares quite often. Not sure what caused it, especially especially in the case, but I can safely say that you're not alone. Yeah, I have nightmares, but I don't think mine's is mesial temporal lobe. Mine's from brain damage. Not exactly sure if there's another reason for that, another name. But thoughts on that, or should I move forward? Actually, I'll move forward. This one seems interesting. Since I had a seizure at work recently, and since then I feel that I am seen as the weak link at work. The head of my department also told me that I should leave my epilepsy at home and separate my personal life from work. Wow. This is a total work discrimination, in my opinion. How do I prove this and defend myself? I will not tolerate being discriminated against, no matter if mentioning this content to HR puts a target on my back. I have already mentioned it. I have a meeting with the VP of HR and my department VP next week. How should I proceed? Do I need to get a lawyer? Does anyone have legal advice? Should I be writing down the content during the meeting? I am so scared to quit my job and this recession with all the firing going on. I am also the breadwinner, but I will not tolerate being treated this way.
Definitely record every detail in any legal matter. Say that much.
I think at this point I'd get a lawyer.
Yeah, well, yeah. I hate to sound a cynic, but I got fired over a prescription because I was having focal seizures and we didn't know it. And I was taking Oxycontin. And I got fired over my opiate levels because of my whiz quiz. And it's like I have a prescription for that, but they'll find another reason. If they want you gone, they will find another reason. So we can all, say, I'm not going to tolerate being treated like that. Okay, show me how you're going to do that. There's absolutely nothing you can do. And even if you do get a lawyer, that's money gone, only to end up in the same place when they will find a reason to reduce their own liability and terminate you. So I get it. It's not fair, but they'll find a reason. So don't bother wasting money on a lawyer.
Yeah, it can be hard to find a lawyer that will take the case sometimes.
Yeah, right.
At this point, just sue them.
So you have to have a lawyer to do that.
Yeah.
And to do that, you have to have a couple grand to hand over to the lawyer. And it's the same thing as malpractice, which is why I was like, okay, screw that. I'll just go straight to the balls. I didn't even, I no longer had the option to sue them, as far as my health, for malpractice. But my employer, when they let me go, that went public because I had a prescription. So I got fired for taking my daily prescription. And I got a thing for journalism and I knew a couple people and boom, hello, Thursday evening news. So, that company took a little bit of a hit on their PR, but nothing that really hurt them because, yeah. But they will fire you. They will find another reason to fire you. And little did I know that I was having seizures and somebody there could have told me, and they never did. So I go on to the next job, only to, face plant, turn into what do we call us? Floor testers. Yeah. So, but spending money on lawyers to do that stuff, to say, oh, I'm not going to tolerate being treated like this. I have rights. Yes, you do. But that doesn't mean you're going to get what you think you deserve. It's at least not without a cost. And how much do you want to spend is up to you and your lawyer.
First comments is I have been fired from epilepsy as well. We really don't understand how we can't control it all the time. I used to work in childcare, and one setting told me I was health and safety risk to children. which is not true. My advice is go to the meeting and see what they have. I'm in the UK. There are unions you can go to for advice. My union helped me so much.
I could really injure a child if I fell on one. So no, I can't agree that we are not a safety risk. Just saying.
Yeah, I worked with kids. I had a seizure twice giving out pizza. Um, Kept the job though. I also was 16 and it was a summer job, so they knew it would end. Another comment says, WTF, separate your personal life. They realize it's not like a work badge, right? You don't in quotes put on a don't have epilepsy today badge for work and then take it all off when you get home. And yeah, 100% discrimination, hostile work environment. And if they give you grief for going to HR, then it's retaliation. I started doing some research on your local workplace laws, and if you haven't already, I would document everything. What someone says and what someone says to you or has said to you, every argument with HR, and if you're able to ask a buddy or another coworker to go to that meeting, you should have a third party observer, maybe a bit more moral support. I would at least see where it goes. You may be able to resolve this with these issues and morons and make it clear how unacceptable this is, but maybe not. And keep your legal options in the back of your mind. Whatever you do not be the mad one. Stay calm, collected, and take time to answer questions, yet in a timely manner. Any frustration put out there will make you look even worse. Bring a doctor's note about what it is and what to expect, even of you knowing something is in quote official. Eye strain problems help. So I've been diagnosed with epilepsy since I was young, and while I've always been light sensitive, it recently started to kick up in severity. I recently got a new monitor. I've already turned it on. It's night light because it doesn't have the brightness setting, but even then, I'm never on it more than 4 hours because of how bad the eye strain is. It doesn't help that I'm surrounded by bright light, either the sun, technology, or just store lights. I can't escape. It's causing me to have more headaches, making me tear up constantly, and my other problems that make it hard to work and live. I've tried sunglasses, but when inside, I can't see because of how dark they are, therefore making it worse for me. I need something to darken, dampen, not block out entirely. I'm getting an anti-glare screen and screen dimming software for my computer and even eye drops. But I need something for when I'm not on my computer. Sorry for the long rant, but is there anything you suggest? Products or advice are appreciated. I used to have eye strain problems, but I think my eye strain they've just got to the worst point there is. And I got glaucoma in my right eye. So it's a little difficult at times to see with only the right eye, but I don't use the drops because of what somebody else told me it has in it and why they didn't use it, which also I should have looked up myself, but for some reason I took their word for it. And I don't wear glasses when I should. So
Screen protectors seem like a good idea, at least. The things that filter out the blue light out of my face. That's kind of what I like my glasses for.
yeah, they have the screen covers, so it's dark a little bit, and then people sitting next to you can't see your screen. I like those. I heard about them. I think my sister has one. But yeah, no eye strain for me, other than my right eye having glaucoma. I think after a seizure, I feel the little strain in the eyes, but it's an after effect feeling. I'm not photosensitive, so there's that as well. First comment says, optometrist of 20 years. You mentioned drops. Are you using artificial tears regularly for dry eye? Dry eye can make light sensitive a lot worse, so use preservative-free artificial tears regularly, along with glasses with anti-glare and blue light. Help with mom with seizures. Hello, never posted on Reddit, so forgive me if I do something wrong or weird. My mom had a brain cancer, and after everything, she has begun experiencing seizures. She lives with my brother, who takes care of her. The last seizure she had was while he was asleep. The doctor said they believe she was seizing for around 15 minutes. I'm posting in hopes of getting some advice on sort of gadgets or ideas to help with notifications for when this does happen. One of my main worries is that my brother is a fairly heavy sleeper. Maybe something that could detect or notify emergency, but nothing with a button, as she is prone to accidentally push random things on accident or even on purpose sometimes. Really would hate for an ambulance to show up for no reason. I'm also unsure entirely how these things work. So if I'm wrong, please contact me. Also, I'll note that a service animal isn't an option for them for various reasons. TIA? What's TIA? TIA with a heart, so that might be the person's name.
Thanks in advance. I would say Apple Watch. Get an Apple Watch.
It sounds like two people had epilepsy. Did anybody pick up on that as I was reading it? It said she, and then she said my brother.
He's a heavy sleeper. I don't know.
Yeah, it sounds like the brother might be the caretaker for the mother who's the patient. And since she's already prone to push on buttons, maybe that's, those little necklace buttons are out of the question. And it sounds like the watch might be the best way to go because that's what can actually pick up on the seizing.
Yeah. Sia said that was really good to track them or whatever the case. Yeah. I need to get me a watch also. I've been thinking about it. I think I looked one up one day. The first comment says you can do a Google. You can search it on Google for the best seizure alert devices for seniors during sleep. And many different options come up from ranging from watches, videos, to under the mattress movement detectors. They would all alert a person on the phone who is capable of waking up. The Epilepsy Foundation was a bit more difficult to see the specific devices. Basically telling us don't go to the Epilepsy Foundation is what they're saying.
Maybe bed rails in her case might help too. Everybody feel a little more comfortable at night knowing that you won't, roll off the mattress.
I don't know why I looked up bed rails. I don't fall off my bed. I don't think I have, but seems like an interesting thing to have. Just the ones I were looking up, but I don't need bed rails. Concerns about family member recent epilepsy diagnosis. Is it severe enough to worry? I'm reaching out because I'm really concerned about a family member who was recently diagnosed with epilepsy after an EEG test. They have mostly vocal tics and experience atonic seizures about once a week. The doctors have concluded that the epilepsy isn't severe enough to require medications at this moment. However, today something happened that really made me worried. My family member was cooking when they had a myoclonic jerk and fell to the ground while holding a cooking pan. Luckily, the pan didn't fall on her, but I'm terrified that if something like this happens again, she could seriously hurt herself, especially if she were to hit her head. I'm really concerned now. Is this still considered mild epilepsy, or should I be more worried? Can epilepsy get worse or if untreated? And should we consider seeking a second opinion or additional treatment options? I really appreciate some advice or similar experiences from others who've been through this. Thank you so much. I say second opinion. Second opinion can really help. Sounds like the first one doesn't sound exactly like brushed off, but it sounds like maybe not not advocating for yourself as much as you probably could. Sometimes they take their experiences and what they've learned instead of what's really going on unless you speak up.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say if anybody left them with the impression that they don't have severe epilepsy, that's definitely a red flag. any situation that where you could be in a circumstance after a seizure and be injured. That's a severe illness. These atonic seizures are also known as drop attacks, where you could be with or without consciousness, but drop, no muscle tone, just go totally limp. And that can definitely be just as dangerous as a, full-blown tonic-clonic, depending on where you are. She had the cooking sheet in her hand. Could be carrying anything. Yeah,
This,
definitely go for the second opinion. Somebody take it seriously.
this is actually the first time I've heard of atonic seizures. Like you said, drop spells. Oh yeah, I see a picture. And like you said, just go limp. I don't think I've had those, but other names are akinetic seizure, astatic seizure. It's interesting.
That was the
First
other thing
count.
with this RNS. I never had seizures like that before the RNS, but not then they're telling me those seizures that where I don't always have convulsions and just go limp like that is actually this thing stopping it from generalizing. Epilepsy definitely changes.
Here's a comment that says, I don't know. Only her doctor can say, but there's only so much that you or she or any of us can do. My doctor's orders basically make me sound like an invalid, no cooking, no showering, no driving or bike riding or anything at all. Real alone, not anything at all, really. Alone, obviously, this is impractical. I don't drive anymore or ride a bike much, but otherwise, I have to still live my life. If I tell my doctor about this incident, I can't see how they don't prescribe medication. It's always been if I can find an epileptologist, a regular neurologist covers such a wide range of neurological conditions and disorders. Look around. Another one says, if it is epilepsy, I don't understand their decision. Every seizure you have makes it more difficult or likely that you will have more. It definitely can get worse if untreated. Atonic seizures can be very difficult because you just fall. Even simple partial focal seizures can affect you in a lot of ways and make your life miserable. I don't know anything about your myoclonus, but if it's epilepsy, it's very serious. I would see an epileptologist at a different hospital. Here's an interesting one, guys. It says, how can I help my mom during a seizure? My mom had epilepsy basically her entire life. I'm 17, I've grown up taking care of her, but I have no idea what to do. Nobody ever bothered to tell me how to handle this, so I need some advice on how I can help her. I'm not even sure what kind of epilepsy she has. That's how little I've been told. This hasn't been a problem in the past since her seizures weren't that frequent. But in the past few days, she's having 7+ seizures a day. Though they're all pretty light, and I don't know how to handle it. I have to go with her everywhere. I really don't know how to help her with a seizure, especially in public. She gets very disorientated and doesn't listen to me when it happens, and I'm not strong enough to stop her from just leaving or harming herself during a seizure. In the past, it was enough for me to just sit by her for a little and explain what was going on when she asked. But all of a sudden, all of that was at home. I'm not usually, but all of that was at home. I'm not used to handling this outside. Any advice is appreciated.
I have to apologize. Just got a message from my doctor. Can you condense and run that past me again?
The person's mother's having seizures. She's been taking care of it her whole time, for 17 years. Yeah, she's been taking care of it the whole time. She has no idea what to do. She doesn't know what kind of epilepsy her mother has. She wasn't worrying about it as much because the mother wasn't having them as frequent. But the past few days, she's having 2 a day, and 7 a day, 7+. They were pretty light, so she doesn't know how to handle it if she was to go in public. She said her mother gets very disorientated, and she couldn't stop her even if she was trying to leaving from leaving or harming herself during a seizure. She's basically said it's easier to handle it at home. She just needs advice. How can I help my mom during a seizure? Get a
Wow.
caretaker. At that point, I think you need help.
Well, she doesn't know what kind of epilepsy she has. That's telling me they may not be seeing the right doctor. I'd highly recommend getting to an epilepsy center and have that reevaluated because she might not be on the right meds. You know, it's about 80%. It's that simple. You know, she might not, let's say she's been taking Tegretol. What is that? Oxy, whatever, for the entire time. What, 27 years? And never changed her medication. We all know that that's not always the case, even if you don't have medication resistant epilepsy. So, especially females, our bodies change, our hormones change. She might just need a different medication. Helping her during those seizures, it's basic seizure protocol, but I can understand not wanting to go out, you know. That's why I don't go out. It's like I don't know when I'm gonna get those shakes or, you know, just that funky feeling where I'm like, where am I? So I don't go out much lately. But yeah, it sounds like they need to kind of get some more precision on the diagnosis. And how do you help? Basic seizure protocol. Give her some gummies. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely get her reevaluated and on the right track. It's usually just these transition times when when everything's kind of up in the air, when you don't feel like going out. You can always try to get that little bit of social life back together and feel comfortable doing so when you've been 2 weeks kind of knowing what to expect. So that's the first step.
Yeah,
Try to get
sometimes reading some
something
of
that
these, I see how like certain things I might put on people without even trying. Um, then again, people also know about the seizure, so it's not my fault. But some of these people I do feel for. When they talk about how they do feel like a burden and stuff like that, and then there's those people who are telling us, like the lady we were just talking about. She said, you know, it's her mom, and she's been doing this her whole life and doesn't really know much, which is still rough to be doing this for so much time and not to exactly know what's going on. 17 years. Yeah. To have 7 in a day for 2 days in a row, that could be a lot of a person who doesn't understand what's going on or why. Hey,
Yeah.
Reese. How you
Maybe.
doing?
Hey, I'm doing all right.
Always good to hear.
One of those days, but it's fine. How are all you?
So far so good. Decent day. Um, luckily I'm not having one of those days, but I hope you're gonna feel better really soon. I think you will being here, but
Appreciate that.
yeah.
I see it's a small group so far. I I was assuming it was gonna be more people, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, it's only the beginning.
Yeah, it's one of those days, just not feeling fully myself. Got a bite on the inside of my mouth. Not sure if that's a seizure bite or just I don't know. We'll we'll see what that turns into. Um, but yeah, just kind of tired, feel crappy, mad at my coworkers. So it's all the things.
just a
But
work thing, or are they?
oh, I've been pissed at them for months, if I'm honest. Since I got back from my incredibly long medical leave, none of them have treated me the same. It's been one of those things where I don't want to be the one who's pissy, who's like, oh, you're treating me differently because I had brain surgery, but like they're treating me differently because I had brain surgery. So it's it, it's been a particularly bad example of that this week. So, you know.
Yeah, that's tough. Definitely to feel like you're coming back to different standards, that's for sure. So the
Yeah.
icebreaker today. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just gonna say none of them seem comfortable talking to me anymore, really. So it's very lonely in
Um,
addition to just being tough. But yeah, uh, by all means, whoever was gonna talk next.
I was gonna ask you, how long you been working there, and what exactly do you
Oh,
do?
I've been there for years. I've been there since I was in grad school. I started as a temp when I was in grad school. So that was like, I want my my brain is telling me 5 years, but I know it's so much longer than that now. How many years have are we since COVID? Um, God, it's got to have been like
It's been 6 officially.
7. It's got to have been like 7 or 8 years now that I've been there.
Oh, so you were there before COVID.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I was there like 2.5 years, maybe, like before COVID.
Did you ever get COVID?
No, not did I? No, no.
Lucky you. Me either. Um, lucky us. Um, what do you do again?
I am a copy editor slash copywriter. I
Hmm.
started as a copy editor and then slowly just kind of took over into copywriting. And now they're kicking me back into not even copy editing. Now I'm just doing proofreading, which people tend to not know there's even a difference between copy editing and proofreading, but there very much is. So, yeah, that's I'm
Hmm.
just looking for errors like in capitalization at this point.
Yeah. That's interesting. What exactly goes into copywriting? I might need some copyrights. How do you go about that? See you later, Raven. Like, what does
Hi.
copywriting entail?
Copywriting is um like is writing specific kind of usually it's usually ads based stuff, but it's just a certain kind of material. So it's like God, how to describe
Is it
it?
like only
It's
doing magazine articles or?
no, copywriting is, I suppose, what I don't know if magazine articles would be included in copywriting. I don't know, but it's just a certain. It's just
How is it different than proofreading?
proofreading is making sure there aren't any errors, like any just like bloops, like, oh,
Right, a
there's
missing comma or run-on sentence.
well, no, that's the
Oh,
thing. So proofreading is making sure there isn't like, oh, there's an X here where there isn't supposed to be one. Copy editing is making sure the grammar is correct. So that's making sure there isn't a missing comma or run-on sentence. You can kind of get into working on the way it's written a little more with that. So, like, if you're making sure there isn't a run-on sentence, then you get into rewriting the sentences a little bit. So that gets a little more intricate than proofreading might be. And then copywriting is the actual initial writing of the copy.
okay. So basically, after all the errors have been cleared out.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
I don't know. That might be too much technical information that's not necessary, but the basic point is
Okay.
that it's all a bunch of garbage, but I am now not allowed to do any of the more technical garbage.
Still helps to know every little bit.
They had been slowly like working me up to doing more stuff before my surgery, and now I'm just not
Oh, that's what I
doing.
was going to ask. When do you think, at what point in your career do you feel like you had a chance at like your full potential, basically?
Well, so we were kind of talking about it, not fully, but we were beginning talks about me kind of starting my own team and being sort of a manager to a certain extent. So, like, I would be working on my own sections and, like, taking care of my own stuff. And that is not happening. I don't know if the plan is just gone or if that's just something that they're putting off until my surgery is complete, or and that's their excuse, or if I don't know. I don't know what they're doing, but I am very much going in the opposite direction. So, and
Okay,
they
so I
brought
mean, maybe for the
in,
time being, they're at least like a good reference. Have you ever considered maybe starting to send out some resumes?
yeah, I don't know. I've
Well, that's
got
a really
so
good
much.
field. It seems like flexible because you might have a lot of options of remote work doing that kind of
That's true.
deal.
Because yeah, it's something that I can do from home, which makes it
Yeah.
a lot easier to do remote. It's been a lot easier. Like like today, I wasn't feeling great, so I just went out. I just took off a couple hours earlier, and it's like if I had to go in to work, that wouldn't have been as easy to do. But
Oh yeah, flexibility is a big deal with schedule.
yeah, it still just sucks to know that people are gonna treat you like that, though. Like, I made that post in there's like a Teams, I think is what it's called, is what we use to keep in touch with everyone. And so that's where you go and make posts if you're like making any change to your schedule or like whatever you're doing. And it sucks to make a post saying, "Oh, I think I just had a seizure. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal." But they're kind of exhausting, so I think I'm going to take off a little early today. It's kind of sad to make a post like that and only get like 2 responses. Like, I don't want people to freak out, but at the same time, it's like, I said I had a seizure. No one has anything to say. Like, no one wants to say, like, feel better, hope you're okay.
Well,
Nothing.
I'm surprised they haven't, like, I don't know, whatever the word is, but reiterated to you that, under all these ADA protections, you don't have any obligation to tell them when something happened. Literally, all you have to say is, I don't feel like I can work right now. So using Teams, I guess it might look like kind of a short post, but I was under the impression that we only had to say, I'm gonna need a couple hours, or I might see you tomorrow.
Mm.
Something to that effect. Especially being on Teams, it'll be more, well documented. You'll have the time, and if anything, they less room, less wiggle room for them to dispute you acting, you know, basically finding a reason to whatever, reprimand you.
That's a
Because you
good
can
point.
prove this is
I
what happened, and told you right away.
yeah.
So the icebreaker for today was, what's your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Just sleep. That's all I like to do after a bad one. It's almost all that I can do after a bad seizure. But just sleep where it's quiet, dark. I don't want anybody touching me or talking to me. I'm one of those.
I like to be alone too, but I'm probably the only one who doesn't like to sleep. I don't know why I have this, you know, hang up about going to sleep. I'm, not gonna wake up after a bad one. I never want to go to sleep. I'll get a cold shower before that, and if family's too uncomfortable with that, I'll make it a bath. Like we'll compromise somehow, but I'm gonna do what I have to do to stay awake for 4 hours.
What is it that you're not supposed to go to sleep right after?
You could have a concussion and not know it.
Okay.
Bleeding in the brain, then you just don't wake up. How fun does that sound, huh? Hey, Jeff, welcome back.
Thank you. Back in my natural habitat.
There you go. There's your natural habitat.
Yep.
I got
They
something.
were having a
Is how do I cope when people do nothing? Recently got screwed over by my brain and had my first TC in a couple of years. Luckily short, uninjured, and got to recover at home. The next day I was spending some time with friends because I don't make smart decisions post seizure and started feeling an aura. I told them and started looking for my meds in absolute panic. I was crying in fear and they didn't even look up. Didn't do a damn thing to help or comfort me, just acted like it wasn't happening. They knew all about my seizures. I trusted these people. We haven't, we have to come, we have to have some much trust that people will help us and really thought I could count on them. I don't know how to talk to them about this. or if I even should. Maybe this is a cut my losses type of scenario. But it really hurts to be abandoning people because I don't want to bother them. I don't want to bother with them, and I with something I can't control. How do I move forward or move on? Uh, I've had some people do that, and I think I just couldn't say just move on. I mean, now I would, but back then I was just like, yeah. But if you have people around you and you're saying you're feeling like that, and you tell them you're feeling bad, and they're just kind of, all right, keep going about their day, they're not really supportive. It's not really a support system. Not to leave those people because I didn't, because they were family in particular, but it can be hard just to walk away from certain people, certain crowds or groups. Yeah, just gotta know how to deal with certain people. I've learned that. You gotta learn how to deal with certain people around other people. Thoughts on walking away? I mean, not on necessarily walking away, because I'm the one that'll walk away from people.
I would think it's all
No,
about
I
weighing the
mean,
pros and cons.
I feel the struggle. My first couple seizures, my close friends slash roommates didn't respond. They were very calm about it, almost didn't respond at all. And they're kind of proud of that response, even now. And I obviously did not cut ties with them because they are still my closest friends. But it's tough that they think that was the right way to respond. It's strange because we're very much similar insofar as we don't want to make a big deal out of these things. So I'm happy that they didn't do that and continue not to do that. And they are proud that they're able not to do that. But at the same time, there's a middle ground, you know? There's freaking the fuck out, and there's completely ignoring it. And then there's not making a big deal, but making sure the person's okay and taken care of. And my wife totally knows how to tread that perfectly. You know, she even the first she's super lucky. The first time that I spent time, she lived like 2 hours away from me, I think, when we first met. And the first time we were spending a weekend together, I had a seizure. So she got super lucky. But even the first time, like, she understood how to handle things well. Like, pay attention, make sure that everything's okay, but be chill about it. And then just be like, hey, how you feeling? You cool? Like, what's up? You know? And then for the rest of the weekend, she wasn't like all over me, like freaking out. She was just like, hey, you chill? let's watch a movie. Like, it's just finding that middle ground.
Yeah, I
Fortune.
mean, go ahead, Jeff. Have you ever had to make those kinds of decisions?
No, I was going to say, it's easy for me at my age to say find better friends, but I can't picture myself in that situation. I mean, I would say talk to them, but obviously he told them how he felt already. So I mean, there's little hope of me. You know, it seems that it's not going to be uh, a relationship that's going to benefit all. It's certainly not going to help him. Uh, but I couldn't put myself in that situation. I don't know what to do.
Yeah,
Well, it makes sense to
go ahead.
No, I mean, I was agreeing with what Jeff said to kind of recognize which ones aren't going to come back, which ones are not salvageable if they already knew how you felt and continued to kind of handle it the wrong way. Hey, we got James here. What's up?
Yeah, I think just telling those people, um, they could have been more supporting. You could have been like, this is going on, and like I've told people that, and they'd be like, okay, we're gonna keep an eye on you. I also think this person might be, um, I'm not saying overreacting, that is not the word, but sometimes when you're put in a position like that, you might look at it as more serious to you than it is to them. You know what I mean? Um, Person might not be overreacting. I'm not saying overreacting, but it may not have looked as bad as it is to you as it did to them. They might have been like, you kind of look okay. You're not giving us that look or something. Yeah, you don't want people to sit around in panic the whole time. So if they're just kind of doing them and you're like, I don't feel okay, but I'm not having a seizure, but keep an eye on me, that could be cool. But I don't just count people out like that. I'll be like, you guys, this is gonna happen. And yeah, people don't be like right then and there, then let me know, okay, we're not cool with being around this. And yeah, and people are hard to deal with. Just gotta, yeah. Some people gotta give their space, and some people you gotta know how far and how close to put them.
That's another reason a lot of times I wish I wasn't diagnosed so young, or I didn't start so young. So maybe I would have had a little more life experience in knowing that people really aren't just replaceable. So even when they're acting like, what's wrong? You okay? And I'm expressing that I want some independence. I don't want somebody checking on me all the time. That doesn't mean that I'm not gonna want that support eventually or need it. So
Yeah,
always
that's
definitely
another.
take into account like what good support you do have because that's not just replaceable.
I think if this person does talk to their friends, um, I don't think they'll think this person how this person felt. They'd probably be like, okay, we didn't understand how serious you wanted us to be about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We didn't understand the severity of the situation, stuff like that. You know what I mean? That could be another
Yeah.
thing. Like I'm thinking, if I was that person, I think, okay, yeah, they are being kind of mean, but I can see that this person isn't thinking. Talk to them about it. Um, that's the thing. You got to talk to them about it before you decide to walk away from a situation, because they could have not known it was as serious as it is. Because this is also the invisible disease, and um, yeah, they don't think it's as bad as in our head as it is visible. So yeah, before you walk away, talk to maybe one or two of the friends. Let them know you felt it was kind of wrong. You need a little more support than they provided. You felt like things could have been a little different. Yeah, don't just walk away. First, talk to people. It's always good. So you don't want to walk away and then people think you avoided them. But go ahead. Oh, hey, Kevin. Hey, James. The icebreaker today is
Hey, what's up, guys?
Kate got you with the icebreaker.
How you doing?
We'll go Kev first. Pretty good. Glad to see you. What's your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
After a bad seizure?
That's cool if you don't remember because
Oh, no, that's fine.
Exactly.
Uh, I I always take a bath, or I need to be around water, or and comfort foods and stuff like that. But I don't know. It's always water. I like to be around water, warm water that comforts the bones, and because I never had usually two in a day, two grand mal seizures in a day. So yeah, that helps me. Makes me feel good.
Kate said cold water. So that's different.
Mm.
Yeah, my reasoning wasn't so much comfort, but staying awake, making sure anything to kind of get more awareness.
Oh,
I'm on the fence about everything because I thought maybe taking a cold shower would be cool. But then sometimes I want to take a nap. Sometimes I want to just smoke and take a nap. Sometimes
that
that's how it
works.
plays out. That's how it plays out. So
Yeah.
That's yeah, that's pretty much what I was gonna say too, Pookie, is for me, yeah, after you know, a bigger one or something, I obviously like every muscle in my body hurts, my head hurts. All I want to do is just like lay down, take a nap, like you said, maybe smoke a little bit, get a little bit relaxed. Um, Sometimes I feel like super dehydrated or something, I might just like chug a cold bottle of water or something, but generally for me, it's just laying back down in bed or sitting here and just reclining in my chair and throwing something on YouTube or something just to kind of relax too. But yeah, like you were saying, it usually don't remember, the instant after it. It takes me the good 15 to 30 minutes to really recognize what's going on. And then at that point, I generally already got, somebody around me kind of suggesting, how about you lay down? How about you have a drink of water? So it's just kind of, and your head is so out of it that at that point you're just kind of going along with, the people that obviously are around you and that know you and care about you. And you're just like, I feel like shit. Just let me, yeah, sure. I'll do what you say. Just let me lay down.
yeah. Uh, with me, I think the headache, it helps. If you let the headache for last too long for me, I pretty much get nauseated. So the weed helps with like the pain go away a little bit with the headache, not too much because you have that headache that lasts for so long. But for some
Yeah.
reason, when I'm having that headache, it feels like the weed is somewhat soothing me. It's helping me calm down, not moving as much.
Yeah, yeah, I don't sit there and smoke it and expect like all of the problems to go away and for me to feel, better instantly or something, like I'm getting like medication like through an IV at a hospital. Like I know that's not going to happen just, smoking a little bit, but it's obviously it's gonna help, right? It's not gonna make the headache worse. I mean, maybe there might be some people out there that maybe it does. That's, whatever, everybody's body's different, but generally it's gonna help out for most of us, in that situation, right?
Yeah,
I guess that's why I always get hungry afterwards, because that, I don't know, I feel like I need nutrients of some sort. And I know fast food isn't very nutritious, but it's something. And it's easy to eat. It's soft and, you know, not to get too weird about food, but uh, the hamburger patties are just soft and easy to eat. You know, yeah, I know. Not too challenging on the tongue. So, yeah. That's
You know,
my choice.
I
Yeah.
no, yeah, I definitely feel you because, like, yeah, like I said, like after like sorry, I'm taking my shoes off here. After like some grand mal ones, you know, my body does, you know, a lot of seizing and moving around, and I'm sore. It feels like I just, you know, spent an hour at the gym or something. Um, and I've had a couple of days where I've had multiple in a day. My worst day was I had three like full grand malls within about 6 hours. So after that third one, I was my body was done. Like I was literally like sore for the next like 2 days. Like it felt like I was like, you know, like an athlete training for the Olympics or something. Like I was just dead sore. Like even trying to like stand up out of my chair, I was just like, oh, okay, I think I can do this. Yeah, you know, it was like that bad. So yeah, depending on how violent they are and how much your body moves around, you're yeah, you're gonna have some different feelings after them.
For whatever reason, mine have been like changing what I get, the kind I get, when I get them, whatever. Um, and when I started getting clusters, like that shit's clusters are not fun. I think I had like 3 or 4 in a day also, and that shit's exhausting. Also, one
Yeah,
of them, I
I
fell
feel you.
in my friend's cat box, and
Oh,
that was embarrassing. I'm not thrilled about that one. But
I can
yeah.
imagine.
I don't I mean, I don't think I ate anything after those because I think I got taken to the hospital because that was my first cluster. But yeah, that shit's no. Clusters are not fun.
Yeah, for the day I was talking about where I had yeah three, um luckily I had family around, and after the third one they were like, yeah, James, F you, you're going to the hospital. I don't care what you say, how mad you get at me, we're going to the hospital. So it was like for those ones when they happen like that close together, at least for me, because I've had a couple of other days where I've had, you know, two within a few hours or so, but it almost seems like you barely have time to like kind of recover and realize what the hell's going on from the first one, and then your body's like, oh, you're used to it, okay, well here's the second one. You know, deal with it, biatch. Like, like it's just like your body just keeps throwing it at you, and yeah, you barely have time to
Yeah,
grasp one
exactly.
thing
Like
before
just
another
as you
one comes
start
and
to feel better, your
punches you.
body's like, which this is unrelated kind of, but that's what they're doing with my brain with my cyst. Like just as I'm getting better from the first surgery that went to all hell, they want to do another one to take the other half of the cyst out, and I'm like, fuck y'all. Like I I got to have a nice summer where I got to slowly feel like a person again, and now I'm just barely starting to feel like a human. And now they're like, "Oh, would you like to come in and have a
And do this
meeting
all over
to
again.
to schedule another surgery?" Yeah, so great stuff.
Sorry to hear that. It's good to meet you. Let's see, Reese. I don't think sorry, I just jumped in the group recently. I just jumped on today. I didn't really get to hear much of your story or see most of your posts on Reddit yet. So
Oh, yeah, I don't think we had officially met yet. Um, yeah, my story's a long one, unfortunately. I got a lot of crap, so, someday. But hold on, I'm getting a call.
Her story that she got a call.
hey, so let's lighten this up real quick. Every posted that today was supposed to be Casual Friday, and we were gonna wear some Hawaiian shirts.
forgot about that.
why am I the only one that attempted it?
So I forgot. My
I'm
hands
wearing
were
Hey,
a.
sweaty.
I'm
I
always the
see a
one that's
tropical
all
pattern on what Kev.
I
I'm the one
always
that's
wear
always
this
all
though.
dapper and everything.
Well,
Sorry
today it
about
fits in with the
that.
theme.
I have Tinkerbell Epilepsy Be Gone shirt today, but I can't
Oh my
figure
god,
out my
that's so
Ooh,
pants.
cute. How are
nice.
you
I
My
doing, Annie?
can barely sit up right now. I'm like,
aw.
Oh,
um, I have to, they're comparing all of my EKGs right now because it looks like I'm one of the rare ones with Xcopri, and I'm like on watch. Literally, my doctor is watching my watch, and he sends me messages. Are you okay? What are you doing? You know, but the pattern in my heart irregularity was so severe that it set my alarm off on my watch. And I have never been diagnosed with AFib or any other heart condition. So the only thing that changed was the Xcopri. And then we dropped the dose a little bit, well, 100 milligrams off my dose of Vimpat. So it could be seizures or it could be my heart. So I guess we're going to set all that up next week, figure out what's going on. And, but I think I'm more scared than anything. It's like, what the holy, why do I have to be the, what do you call it? The 00, 0.0001. Yeah. And I'm like, wow, lucky guy. He got me for a patient, right? So I cannot take Xcopri. I
But in
found
your
that out.
case, you will find that those professionals out there who are genuinely interested in this for the right reasons for that, because you are that margin of a patient.
Yeah.
So,
And is it so marginal? And we had that conversation because this is one of the reasons that it was delayed for approval. And it's still questionable. But yeah, like you said, Kate, this is something it's like, okay, let's take a deeper look and keep a closer eye. And I'm like, I don't feel good, but I'm kind of sneering, haha, told you so. I'm the one to watch. But yeah, so I'm just beat. I really am beat. Just hanging on.
And it's better that they found this now before the surgery than you went
Well,
under the
yeah,
knife and were put out.
and my
So,
primary said, and I know this from, other people that I know, that many times this condition called QT shortening isn't diagnosed on its own. Something triggers it, or it accidentally appears on an EKG. And I had an EKG yesterday at 2:30, and the first warning I got on my phone was at 3:59. So it wasn't even 2 hours later. That should have shown up on my EKG. And it's like, okay, is it QT shortening or was I having seizures? Then it happened overnight. And apparently the pattern I'm going to move with you guys. I got to get a drink. Cotton mouth. Um, the pattern in the irregularity doesn't look like AFib. Um, apparently it looks like my good old deadly seizures.
okay, so somebody actually did analyze this already.
Yep. And
Oh,
sorry guys, but he's going to look at it more because he noticed in the health, help me here, the brain thing in the hospital, help me. Yeah, in the EMU, I had the same patterns happen in my sleep. And he's like, I have to increase your risk of SUDEP by 500%. So I'm just like trying to process that right now. But I can stop the Xcopri because I was only at 50 milligrams, and then put the Vimpat back where it was. So back to the blank slate, a couple of benzos to get me there. Ouch. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, I'll get there. It definitely disrupted things. So, but I tried it. I tried it. I said I wouldn't, and I did. And I'll shut up now.
My only question is, do you think that they were honest with you about interactions? How many medication interactions are really known about Xcopri so far? Has anybody heard, like, what came to mind was the clobazam and levetiracetam doubles or triples the risk of DRESS, one of those other
Right, right. Well, it's
yeah, so
not.
how much do they told you about Xcopri with that?
Well, that's why they have to. I knew about that, and yes, we did talk about that, but that's not what's happening here. It's an irregular heart rhythm. So, it's just the way it showed up and how it looks. It could be either the Xcopri or the reduction of the Vimpat, because reducing the Vimpat, it usually takes me within 17 to 20 hours, I start seizing. And he looked at all of those time frames and he said it could be the Vimpat because we dropped my dose by 100 milligrams a day, and that might have been too fast. So it could be seizures that are popping up. But yeah.
I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it the other day, Annie, but yeah, at one point, I'm still taking the Keppra. They had lowered my dosage on that. They were weaning me off of the Vimpat while I was going on the clobazam, as well as them taking me off phenatonin. So there was a couple of weeks. I know I've said this before. Sorry for those who've heard it, but it was like a couple of weeks there where I was zombie mode. I was on four separate ones, at the same time. Obviously, some were stepping down, some were stepping up, so it wasn't like a full high dosage of everything, but still, four of those
Right.
damn things in your system at one time. I mean, we all know how even just one or even two can kind of screw with us. So those couple of weeks are
Oh yeah.
barely me
The
remembering
zombie mode. Yeah, I can.
existing. It was yeah.
Sorry.
I would say it
I
wasn't a
can.
fun time, but I don't know. Maybe it was. I don't remember it.
Yeah. Oh, I know. The last medication change I did was lamotrigine over to Vimpat, lacosamide, and that was tricky because lamotrigine is known for moodness. Okay, but this time, um, yeah, I don't even know where to go with this. This is something that we should have done like 5 years ago. I needed better treatment, and I haven't been able to get it right here where I am. But totally forgot what I was going to say. Oh, the zombie mode. I can handle zombie mode, but what's happening right now is my heart rate. My heart rate is going from the low 40s to the high 140s within
Oh,
seconds
wow.
for up to 10 minutes at a time.
Yeah,
And
that's a big deal.
yeah, and it happened yesterday, in late afternoon, and then it happened again overnight 4 more times. So I have my doctor linked with my Apple Health app, and all he had to do was look at it. And yeah, we're not quite sure what this is because we're not seeing any QT shortening. We can't blame it on the Xcopri. We might be able to blame it on the reduction of the Vimpat. So we're just going to wash the Xcopri out. But I can handle being a zombie. I don't care. I have Netflix, okay? Let's face it. So, but the heart rate, my heart rhythm, looking the way it did, that's dangerous. If it does it again, I'm going to the hospital. I'm not even questioning that. And those who know me know that when I say that, I mean that. It's like, okay, guys, you gotta fix this now. But yeah, it's the heart rhythm that's the problem. But the zombie, I can prepare for that. You know what I mean? And I did, knowing that I was doing a med change. We have meals prepared that are in the freezer, stuff like that. I don't have to do anything but take a shower. But yeah, I just don't like the idea of what my heart rhythm is doing.
Was this the first test for that doctor to reply to you to an alert?
What's that? Was it
Was
the
this the
first
first
time
time
for
that doctor, yeah, actually had to, or actually got around to replying to an alert? I've always been kind of skeptical on how effective those might be.
I don't know because I let them know first.
Oh, okay.
And then the reply in my chart was we saw that
Okay.
and we were gonna call you. What's going on? Blah blah blah. And I just let them know in my chart that I was having trouble talking because I don't know if this pain is my shoulder or is it my chest, stuff like that. And I was getting really like short of breath and breathless. So they're like, no, we're getting on the phone. You got Zoom, and that was it. So there's the Zoom call, and I'm like, dude, it's only like 7:45 in the morning, and I feel like I just got beat up, and I don't know what's going on. So that was the PA, and she had the doctor look at it. He had another doctor look at it, and then my primary sent over well, they don't send it. Um, they got in on the EKG that I had done yesterday, just a few hours before this started. So then they looked at EKGs from before, and it's like it doesn't look, yeah, it doesn't look like it's a what do they call QT shortening, but it's definitely an irregular heart rhythm. So it might be seizures. I don't know.
Okay, so
I don't
still
know.
no substitute for being your own advocate, calling when something happens.
Yeah, and don't wait. I mean, I, the, the quicker I fix my fear, the faster it goes away. So I was terrified, but I'm still scared. This could cancel my shoulder surgery, but I'm more scared that something could happen when I go to sleep.
And thank God
500%.
you're not in an outpatient situation where they wouldn't have been able to care for you properly.
Exactly.
That would
But
have been the absolute worst case.
yeah, and I'm so glad that he said that. And I think that was my primary sucks.
All right. Well, welcome to Mark and AJ. We've got a fun icebreaker for today. Mark's up first. What's your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Uh, Sleep. I mean, there's after a bad one, there's not really much else that I can do. Um, I mean, if not sleep, then just roll up in a blanket and watch Futurama or something, like one of my comfort shows. But yeah, I don't know. That's really the only two go to um uh post seizure things that
Dude,
I've
dude,
ever
Mark, that
recalled.
that early episode with Fry and his dog, and it explains like why he's in the cryo chamber.
Uh,
That's what episode I'm talking about, right? Like his like explanation story about why he's in the
yeah, the
future.
dog.
That that
Yeah,
that still gives me a little bit of a tear each time watching it, man. I've seen that thing
that
like 10
song
times. That's
as
such a
that
such
whole
a
montage at the end,
yeah,
like
at the
no
end it just shows his
spoilers, but
dog just
the very
sitting there
end, it
waiting
just
for
I
him to come
can't.
back. Ah,
If you don't at
Jurassic
least
Park.
choke up,
that gets to me,
you're
man. That gets
like,
to me.
yeah, Yeah.
Normally, my instinct here would be to divert the conversation into just what your favorite comfort TV shows are, but I did want to whine first about how I got I think I got a text and a voicemail, which made me sad that they were barraging me. But I got a message yesterday from some kind of doctor. I don't even know what kind because I have a million doctors about how I'd been referred for neuropsych testing from my neurologist, who is like my base neurologist for epilepsy. And I'm just having a spiral about how everyone wants me to do everything and thinks everything is wrong with me. Like I think I know what neuropsych testing is insofar as I think I've done it before, but I don't really know what neuropsych testing is, and I don't know why they want me to do it. I don't know what they think is wrong with me, and I'm so what are your favorite TV shows?
Was that directed at anybody in particular, or?
Favorite
Oh,
TV
that's actually
shows.
a really good point, Annie.
Yeah, they need a baseline before your surgery, honey. So don't take it personally. This is part of the process. Do not be afraid when they say neuropsych because they want to see how your brain is functioning and your cognition is, okay? It's not a bad thing.
Yeah, when I did neuropsych eval, a big part of it was like hand-eye coordination things. There was, I remember blindfolded and had these various objects and holes and stuff, and kind of get the shape in the hole, and they time you. And there were some, I mean, some questions and stuff. The neuropsych evaluation is what, that led to sending me to a psychiatrist in addition to my neurologist, and those two worked together and led to my diagnosis of Asperger's syndrome at the time, which was just a complete side note, not to imply anything about you personally, but um it was productive. It was learning additional things that I did not even know um, to look for. So there was that, as well as, just establishing a baseline. Uh, it was when I was 15 years old that they did it, and they informed me that I had the reaction time of an 80-year-old man. So way below the curve in terms of reflexes. But it just, you learn some stuff about yourself, and the doctors get to know how things are going. So it's nothing to worry about, like Annie said.
Those make me feel better. So thank you, both of you. I I was just worried. I don't know. I I you know how things go. You just convince yourself. And I just got to a point where I was like, everything's going wrong, and now they want to know what's happening. So, yeah, good to know.
I'm glad you put that out there, Miss. But yeah, no, you'll probably have to do it again after so many months after the surgery, because they have to have a baseline. It's like a starting point, and they can see if the surgery had any negative or more positive effects for you. But yeah, just like Mark said, I mean, some of the stuff, it depends on your history too. But it's like you said, they give you some simple tasks to do, and then trying to do things blindfolded, that was a joke. So, but just funky things like that, nothing to be afraid of.
Okay. That doesn't sound too bad. I mean, I still just feel like we're all finding out more about our brains than everyone else has to, and I would rather not. But it is what it is.
I gotta look at it in the other way. Nobody else gets to know as much about their own brains as we do. Like I think that's kind of cool. So,
That that's a good way to think of it. I think I just come from, I think it's the family I come from, and it's like we just like to keep things under the rug. So I need to teach myself not to be scared. I don't know.
well,
Let
talking
me,
about it is the first step.
yeah, really helps. I was gonna say, let me know when you figure that one out, please. I'm like freaking out right now.
Okay, I got some. It says, rejoining the world. I developed epilepsy 4 years ago. I live on a farm and lost my license, thus lost my job as an RN. Fast forward to now, we moved to the city. Dear hubby left the farm for me to be able to have a life and quit living like an old woman. So here I am, finally ready to take my life back and work out the bus schedule and get back to work at the hospital. But can I share that? Can I share that I'm petrified? Mainly because I am out of practice. My short-term memory takes a few minutes to pull up information. My meds make me dizzy and tired. I can't do night shifts. And just quietly, I'm not sure that I even want to do this. Can I even do this? Should I even go do this? Will my training knowledge come back to me after reintegration at work? I know that I was losing my mind at the farm. I was so lonely and wasting my life accomplishing nothing important and relying on others for rides and necessities from town. And so we've moved from an 80-acre property with a huge house and gardens and cattle into a 300 square meter apartment in the city. Dear hubby has given me exactly what I wanted, and now I am too scared. And is that sensible to start my life up again? I'm spinning and spinning. I need you guys to help me because you are the only ones who truly understand how it is to be ruled by hazards and to have lost your independence so long and don't know how to get back to your old self again. Am I still me, or am I chasing the old Foley? Or am I chasing the old me in the Foley? What's Foley? Folly? Is that a person?
It's like, oh man, kind of like a,
Lack of good sense, foolishness?
yeah.
Yeah, I believe you can rejoin the world. It's going to take some time to not be scared and not want to. But I wish I could go back to work. Um, I loved working.
No,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
go ahead, Kevin.
Seems like this person has some apprehension. Obviously, that's perfectly fine. But he's made the first step, and that's good. Just make that first step and be aware of everything of your physical body and everything that made your health so sustainable to get you to this point, and just just know your limits, and obviously working on a farm is very difficult work. It's one of the most difficult jobs in the country, and but yeah, just take this first step, and this is one of the most difficult parts of it is reintegration, getting back out there after getting healthy again. So, best of luck and good fortune.
I was thinking I am I told you guys I started the school I work at. We started back up this last week or so, and it's been so stressful. I've been really thinking I'm fortunate that I at least get a little bit of time at a job, but I'm genuinely thinking about quitting because right now with all the budget cuts and everything, we're getting paid literally. I'm not exaggerating. 1 hour a day. We get paid 1 fucking hour a day. So me having to ride my bike there 3 miles, each way, I spend more time going to and from there than I'm actually there getting paid. And because of the budget cuts, there's less of us there now. They want us doing the exact same amount of work as that we all had to do last year, but with a lot less people actually working. So I'm getting to the point where like, fuck it, like if I quit and it's on my own and I quit, then I can't really get unemployment or anything. If I do something like so blatantly disrespectful that I get fired, then obviously I'm not gonna get unemployment either. So it's like I'm stuck like right in the middle right now, and it's so stressful. It's so stressful having to watch literally hundreds of kids at the same time while you're barely able to like control your own mind. So I don't know if I'm being selfish and and wanting to quit. Well, I know like a lot of you guys want to work and at least have something, or if I should be taking care of myself first and stopping working and then maybe focusing a little bit more on my health and stuff. I That's a lot to handle, but yeah, sorry guys. I just had to get that out there, man. It's been bugging me
I have
since
a lot
Tuesday.
of thoughts in response to that. Most of them are fuck this country, which I won't get into because that isn't a good thing. I don't know how
No,
this world is,
I agree with you, and I know what you mean on certain parts of it for sure. You're all good.
but
You're all good.
I am very sorry that that is what you're dealing with. I I'm in the same boat where I'm just kind of like
Yeah, you just don't know what to do. Like if it was me, I feel like if it was like a retail job or something, like I had like when I was younger or something. I worked at a couple of places in the mall, clothing stores or whatever. If I was just selling somebody a pair of jeans, I'd be like, F this, I don't care, I'm out. But it's like at an elementary school, I really enjoy being like working with the kids.
right, like I'm
I don't
doing
have it
something
done
that
today, but I have a big mustache. They call me Mr. Mustache Man. They have
like
fun
I'm
with it.
doing
So
work that matters to me, and I have a degree to help me do work that matters even more. And I don't know that I have the ability to do either of those things. Like I am so frustrated because I'm like I'm wondering if I can keep my job, much less try for what I really want to be doing. And it's just like, and I want to vent more, but my wife just got home and we're moving, so we don't have a couch. We only have one room with one bed to sit on. So I am going to go and I will talk to you guys on Tuesday. Have a great weekend.
you too. It
Love
was
you,
nice to meet you.
Reese.
You too.
Where's the button?
All right. So is AJ available to answer that icebreaker out loud? By chance? Okay, well, it looks like everything is coming through in the chat for you so far. Oh, hey, there you are.
Hi.
So tonight we're talking about what is your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Um, might sound crazy, but to get naked and sleep.
I like that one.
I mean, after a seizure, I really don't like the texture of my clothes, and my body heat is up to the roof, so I have to cool myself down. And sometimes I'm not aware of my surroundings, and I'm doing it right in the public.
Yeah.
Do you
I do that on a regular
sweat
basis.
a lot as part of your seizures?
Because I was on Zonegran, I was not able to sweat, so
Oh,
my body temperature was really high. So I
wow.
had most of the time to pour glasses of water on my head to cool myself down.
Wow. That's pretty
I
crazy.
don't know if you understand, but in my country, we don't use Fahrenheit, we use degrees. So my body temperature is around 34 degrees. The
I
usual
used
body
to be able
temperature
to
is around
do that.
37, I guess. So when I'm getting heated, um, it's really rough. I get up to 40, so I'm burning.
40 is Celsius, right?
40
Yes.
Celsius, 104-degree Fahrenheit fever. That's really high. Yeah,
Yes.
that's
That's enough to
dangerous.
cause a seizure.
Yeah.
Um, Usually it's not caused by the heat, but my seizure are pretty rough. I don't know how to say it,
I understand.
but they become really violent. I mean, I'm really small, and I can beat up to 6 men, 5 fighters.
Oh, wow. The seizure strength.
Yeah, after in the post-ictal state.
Yeah.
Yeah, somebody told me that too. They have Hulk strength after that.
Yeah, I mentioned it the other day. I don't think AJ was there, but yeah, a couple of times in the hospital. I've been there. I had like either a procedure or I had a seizure there. But yeah, I remember one time I had woken up, and the first thing I can remember is like a security guard standing next to my bed because apparently I was just like swinging at some of the nurses,
Oh,
and
I
they
have
were
a
they
similar memory. I always,
So
uh,
yeah, I don't remember the actual swinging part. I just remember the security guard and a couple other people being around my bed. But yeah, it definitely sounds like yeah. Sometimes you get like that superhuman Hulk strength
yeah, I
from
remember
a seizure.
waking up in the emergency room. I was laying down on my stomach on the bed, and there were around me maybe 10 doctors, and they were trying to pull me to rotate me on my back, and they were like, "What the fuck is wrong? She's like a rock. We can't move her." And I was like, "Oh, I'm here? Okay. I'm gonna roll myself." You're like, "What?" And then I start to pull my IV from the arms.
Just the snap back into awareness and stop fighting.
Yeah, it's pretty rough in my case, but I'm still breathing. So this means I have another day to live.
plenty more days. All right. You're here. You got the icebreaker. So I got something. It says barely an epileptic with question marks after that. So that might be the question. It says, has anyone ever been diagnosed with epilepsy, but then goes years between seizures? My first seizure was 2010, then 2013, then 2017, then 2023. 2023 and 2017, I was experimenting being off Keppra. In 2023, I got lazy with my meds after finally, in quote, accepting that I have epilepsy. Never found a reason for the seizures, and they're always grand mal, so I never remember the signs and always wake up in the hospital. Anyone else like this? I also want to be clear, I am not complaining. I seriously don't know how some of you in this group live life with the severity of epilepsy that you have. I was opted out a long time ago, just for some guidance, just looking for some guidance.
They said that they finally accepted that they have epilepsy, but then they're saying that they're first off framing it as barely having epilepsy, and then they go and list all of these seizures and like I don't know, it doesn't sound like barely epilepsy to me, first off, and then it doesn't sound like fully accepted that they have epilepsy if they're trying to frame their cases barely. Maybe there's an imposter syndrome. Maybe they see all of these other cases and they feel like theirs is their seizures are so infrequent that they, or I don't know. There's a lot of ways that you could read into what they were saying. It's hard to assess what they were feeling, what they meant by a lot of these things when, I don't know, when you're not in the room with them. Did anybody else get the impression that they kind of weren't really fully to terms with their diagnosis yet?
Yes.
Absolutely, Mark. Yep. Yep. And same as what you're saying.
Definitely.
Yeah.
It's
But
a
It's
at the
denial
same time,
complex.
I'm not accepting the diagnosis because I know there is a cure. Not for me. I mean, I can have surgery because it's my epilepsy is area of the brain where they can access. I have no idea how to say it. It's right in the center of the brain.
Oh, yeah, that tiny little
In a
structure at the
hypothalamus, I believe.
The
yeah,
hippocampus.
hypothalamus. You
Oh,
nailed
Yes.
it.
so cute.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's when the seizure is starting, it's like, and it's spreading all over my brain. I mean, today I can have an absent seizure, tomorrow generalize, maybe focal. Right now I'm having about 45, 50 seizure a day.
Do
And
they
those are
know
ones that you can
why?
feel? How do you count those?
Um, at the first time I didn't know I was having seizure, but then I start to search my symptoms and I realize, okay, this is not normal. It's not normal to have a headache that does not go away with strong painkillers, and it's only going away when I'm reaching for my emergency medication, which I had to use a lot. And sometimes I was like committing blasphemy, which it's something I usually don't. I'm a very religious person. And I was like, no, this is not right. I'm not. This is not my spirit talking. It's something else. I was like, maybe the devil is doing something, and then I realized, no, this is not the devil. It's me. It's my brain working. Like, and I went to do a EEG, and then in 40 minutes, I had maybe like 5 seizures that were not stopping. And also, I became really obsessed with pornography and the other stuff. And I was like, this is not myself. It's not me. And I have a lot of intrusive thoughts, ugly intrusive thoughts.
Do you
And I'm
relate
still struggling with
any of those
them, but
do you relate any of those like those feelings of um the um evil sense or whatever, is that kind of like your version of the panic attack or deja vu type of um
no, it's more like
focal epilepsy, or is it just something completely
when I'm trying to understand, when I'm asking myself, is this me or not? I have 2 answers. They come in my inside my mind. They are like yes and no, and I don't know which one to choose. And I also understand and find out that you can have seizure with I don't know, sexual symptoms. And I was like, this is not normal. This is not normal for me to have a seizure, to have purpura all over my face, and after that, after one seizure, to lose my sense to go to the bathroom.
Yeah, it's I wouldn't say it's normal, but I've had seizures during sex twice. Yeah.
Well, I
triggered
didn't
by
have.
the sex in your case, Pookie?
Huh?
Can you
Or
repeat?
was it triggered by the sex in your case, Pookie? Or
In my case, it's not triggered by sex because um, I didn't start my sexual life. I mean, I'm
right.
waiting for the chosen.
So it's just purely sexual
Um,
symptoms of the seizure. It's not.
yes, my there is in that area it's there is a nerve called, I guess, pudendal. The
Okay.
nerve, which
Yeah, the
is
one that it goes down the spinal
that it
column.
travels from the S2 and S1 vertebra around, and it goes right between your legs. And if something is going off there, everything it goes. And also, I discovered that after a seizure, you can experiment something called the thought paralysia or something like that. And I was like, whoa, what's going on? I mean, I can feel one of my leg and the other is not there. Or I had a seizure when half of my face was paralyzed. I
Wow.
believe at that moment I thought I have a stroke, but no, just a great seizure.
A great one. That, yes, wonderful seizure.
Yeah, but
Does that paralysis happen often?
right now, yes. After a seizure, I start to have a really hard pain. I don't know how to say it right, but it's severe pain in my left thigh and goes down on my tibia and around and in my foot. And I really can't walk normal. I have to go on my tippy toes, which I
Hmm.
normally can't. But after a seizure, I can't.
Hmm.
Just kind of a semi-related question to the feeling and everything I mentioned earlier. When I have some of my bigger ones, I end up feeling, like every muscle in my body, like I just, worked out at a gym or something all day long.
Wait,
So
you
if any,
after
and
seizure can feel the pain?
it's just like muscle soreness, like if I sat there
Oh
and like
yeah.
you lift weights, your muscles feel fatigued. But that'll be like how my whole body will feel sometimes.
Oh yeah.
But so for anybody that does have that kind of feeling after having one, do any of you guys get times where it takes like a day for that to start happening? Like you don't wait,
Uh,
like when you first come to like consciousness, I'd just be like, oh, okay, yeah, I'm a little tired now and everything. But then I
I
feel
u-
way worse the next day.
I usually don't feel pain or tiredness in the first 3 days after a seizure, but the after that period, I start to feel a really severe pain in my legs, and I usually use lidocaine on my legs. I literally pour a lot of lidocaine, and sometimes I use K-tape. I believe you know what it's K-tape. It's used for. I mean, you can search it. I will send you. I will type in the. Which is
Yeah,
you
for
put
for
it.
like wrapping like a sports injury
Yes,
type of
it's
thing. Yeah, yeah.
usually.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I usually that's how I treat my fractures or dislocation in my body,
Hmm.
and it
Yep.
works every time.
Thankfully, it's just yeah, it's always muscle, just kind of yeah, muscle tensing up. Like I just worked out a bunch. I mean, even if you actually did go to the gym and work out all day long, right? Your muscles don't feel sore instantly. Like it takes a little bit of time before you're like, oh man, yeah, I worked out yesterday. So thankfully, it's just been that I did have one slight little fracture from a fall one time during one seizure, but thankfully it's just been the muscle thing. So I was just wondering if anybody had that weird sensation as
Did
well.
any of you lose weight during or the weight loss was caused by the seizure activity?
I think
um
in the days after, it's just because I don't have any appetite. So 5 pounds. Yeah, no more than like
Only
5 pounds before.
I lost half my weight.
That's a big difference.
Yeah,
Almost
I was
as
gonna I
good.
was,
I
I
was
was
like a
gonna
skeleton. My grandpa used to joke that every time when I'm hugging him, he can hear my bone moving, and or that he was playing the piano on my ribs cage, or he will pull some nails in my um, pelvis to hold my pants.
So how did you recover from that? Did you really just have to get more strict about eating?
um, I start to eat a lot of protein. I used to eat maybe like a dozen of eggs a day for like 2 years, and I was usually eating maybe like 1 kilogram of meat on a meal. I usually eat a lot of meat, but um, prior to this period, I was not with the protein, the meat, and I really hate it. Not because I'm a vegetarian or vegan. I don't like the texture. It's always, it's not constant, and I don't like surprises with texture.
Yeah, for me, I've mentioned before, AJ, I have a lot of issues with my pancreas. So essentially, how
Oh,
that works, and anything you eat or drink gets filtered through your pancreas. So certain
yeah.
things like pork, beef, anything that's higher in fat, it makes it work a lot harder to break all of that down. So I don't eat beef, I don't eat pork, I don't eat fried foods. There's a lot of things that I can't do. So yeah, on top of not feeling hungry for a while after a seizure, when I do eat it, everything I have to eat has to be, low fat or, non-fat, everything. So yeah, I've said before, my body weight's about 125. I'm 5'8".
Oh,
I
well,
don't know what that translates into kilograms. I'm sorry.
it's
And
okay. I
centimeters,
know I'm
but
around 5'9", so
okay,
and
yeah.
right now I'm
So I don't know if it,
53 kilograms. I don't know in what pounds. How much
yeah.
is it?
So I don't know for me if it's my other health issues or if it's the seizure medications or anything, but it's just always eating is always a battle, no matter what, for for me in general. So I mean, like I'll have two French fries and I'll just be like over the moon because that'll be like the one time a year I have a French fry. Like like that's how strict I usually keep my eating and drinking and everything.
Where are your favorite fries from?
What was that?
Where are your favorite fries from?
That's a good question. I honestly don't have them often enough to know. I mentioned before, like a couple months ago, I was on a family vacation. I was at Disneyland with my family, so I splurged a little bit and had a couple there. But everything's good at Disneyland, right? Or just any theme park. You know what I'm trying to say. Any fried food, especially when you never have it, it's always good. I don't know one
Yeah,
specific place,
but
to be
in
honest.
United States,
I live
the
in
fried
Orlando,
food
so
is
we're so
worse.
close to Disney World, and I have thoughts on not everything Disney is as it seems.
Oh yeah, no, it's not all yeah,
Yeah,
roses and
there's
The thing
leg
flowers and
about
hairs in
everything for
there.
sure. But
the thing about
There
fried
be
foods
leg
is I
hairs.
always said you could deep fry a screwdriver, it would taste good. And but
True.
yeah, my neurologist said neuro seizures change over life because of your metabolism, and and I ate tons of French fries for
Mm.
during high school when I was diagnosed, and that's pretty much all. I would eat 2 meals a day. I would eat pile of French fries for lunch, and I don't know whatever shit for dinner. Yeah, and they were the best fries. Those were my favorite fries in the world. And but
is
yeah,
that
and
any
your metabolism was so fast back then. It doesn't matter. You could just live off fries all day, but and then it gets a little slower or faster. I don't know, but so you got to adjust for those sort of things, I guess.
is anybody here a George Carlin fan?
I'm
So
not a
The
I
big
stand-up
might be,
like
but I
comedian?
don't
hardcore
know
fan,
who
but
he is.
I know him enough to
He has
definitely
he has
know
this
that I
one
like
skit
him.
where he talked about America and everything having to be bigger and people overeating and everything. And he's like, you
Yes.
could you could
Even the
put
people
thought
are
he goes,
oversized
you
in
could put
America.
sauteed raccoons' assholes on a stick and Americans would buy them.
yeah,
Oh, trust me,
And I'm
you
like,
don't
yeah, pretty
want to
much.
tell
You
me
you
your
deep fry,
man
you
here
deep
the
fry,
opinion of
saute anything.
Americans.
Yeah, yeah, we'll eat it.
they got that thing down the shore.
I
Sometimes
like
I'm really
uh
wondering how it's possible to allow this type of food in your country. In my
Thank
country, it's
you,
not allowed. It's not
thank
allowed.
you.
I mean, the way the Coke is made in our country will make all the population uh, be addicted to the insulin. I mean, there was a girl on YouTube who said that after her trip of 2 weeks in the state, she gained maybe like 10 pounds.
That's
I
I mean,
mean,
crazy.
your
isn't
food,
it pretty
even your
common to
bread
gain weight on
is sweet. It's
vacation?
not. Or some people said that they had a problem with the gluten, and when they came in Europe, they no longer had it. So
It's kind of
Yeah,
sad
I could
our
see that.
country
Yeah,
Says a lot
Standards are
about our
much
country.
higher.
Which here can comes my question. How are you supposed to be healthy in a country that does not promote healthy food? Or even if you're epileptic like us, how are you supposed to have a healthy diet?
You can have a
Because you
healthy
don't
That
diet,
know
extra
what
step.
you're buying.
but you got to have the money and time and a lot of things in this country to cook and buy healthy foods. Otherwise, you're
Well, and
fucked.
the self-control to eat something that tastes horrible compared to what you could be getting for, whatever. It's when you're used to that kind of stuff and then transitioning over to the healthy stuff, it's like, oh,
Well,
I don't
I
know.
mean,
I'm like with AJ, I share that same sort of texture um texture proclivity. Like when I chew something and the texture is not right, it like resonates up the jawbone, like right into the ears. It feels like my whole head is just resonating with whatever wrong
Yeah,
sensation
I
it
don't
is
get
in the
to
mouth.
resonate. I just puke.
I can't, well,
it's
yeah,
a
I
fair
guess
question
I
about,
should just like stop chewing and spit it out, right? If it's that unpleasant, I don't know. It never occurred to me until you mentioned it.
But I don't
Uh,
get to hold the food inside my mouth because if the texture is not right for me, I instantly puke. And it's not pleasant because last time when it happened, I almost puked in my backpack, and it
oh,
was open.
see, our country is sort of like an amalgamation of foods from all over the world, and we just ruin them.
Destroyed. Yeah.
You know, we
we'll
make them
smash them all
salty and
together and
sugary.
deep fry
Yeah,
the lot
that's
of
our
it.
specialty. We fry them and throw shits loads of salt on them. And so yeah, that's our problem.
Uh,
Well,
honestly, like I said, it's been a long time that I've been having to eat pretty specifically because of my pancreas, and there'll be a lot of times now that I'm completely used to the way like a low fat version of something tastes. And like sometimes I'll be like, okay, my stomach's feeling good today. I'm gonna splurge and I'll order the regular version of this, and then I'll have that bite of it, and I'm like, this really doesn't taste that much different from the fat-free version I just made at home last night. Like once you get used to eating a certain way, you really don't notice the difference. It just becomes the norm. I mean, there are certain things where you're just like, "Oh my gosh, this, deep fried breaded piece of cheese is, obviously way better than a carrot or something." But
Yeah, but
but
when it
for
comes to like
degrees of
something
honestly,
comparison,
I don't
but
understand
specific,
how you
like a
cannot
low
feel.
fat versus a regular version of the same thing, there are a lot of people who are like extremely attuned to the subtleties of flavor and not just flavor, but
Texture.
the nose and smell plays a huge role in the overall sensory experience of eating something. So
yeah, but you could
there
put any
are
type of
there are some
seasoning
people
on
who
on
will be
anything,
able to
right?
tell the difference and be off put by the difference between a low fat and a regular. Some people are just doomed to die at like 65 from a clogged arteries,
Yeah.
it's going to happen. There's got to be a low end of the bell curve. Otherwise, we can't shift the median up to like above 96, right?
Yeah.
I mean, your country says is the greatest, but every time when I'm looking, it's not something
The
I can say is
greatest
the greatest
asterisk. See
because
footnote.
in my country, I mean, only if you look at the Kensington or the guns allowing the it's not something great. I don't understand how. I mean, in my country, you have to get a permit for the gun and you have to be trained for at least 5 years.
Yeah, that's weird. We don't understand that either. Nobody understands the gun situation here.
Yep.
What country are
And
you
right
in?
now it's starting to we are starting to have the same problem, school shooting and stuff like
Oh,
this, and we are really stricted about this. But
What
we also
country?
don't have
But
the
they,
same
so the all of
punishment
those laws
system.
and restrictions aren't preventing school shootings then if they're starting
It's
to
not that
happen
it's
over there
preventing
too.
school shooting, it's preventing dumb people to use them.
Yeah,
Because
and it's not like
A smart
this is
person with a
anything
gun, I think,
new.
might be more dangerous than a dumb person with a gun if they're
well,
looking to cause harm.
That could
we
be
have a
very true
saying in my
because they
country,
actually plan it out
the
rather
most
than it being like
dangerous
a crime of
person
passion,
is
huh?
the stupid one who believes he's smart.
And I was gonna say like it's nothing new. Like I could dig it out right now. It's under my bed. I have my dad his gun. I have the handwritten receipt from it. He bought it in 1966. He was born in 1951. He was 15. All he had to do was he lived in LA at the time. All he did was drive across state lines. He went into Arizona, bought a gun as a 15-year-old, came back home with it
I mean,
just for the fuck
the law,
just for the fuck
the
of it.
laws are made in a way so people can have access and destroy themselves. This is what the government wants to control us. The stupid we are, the easy we are to be controlled, right?
What
Yep,
country are you in?
as Donald Trump said, we love the uneducated people, don't we?
What country are you in?
I'm from Romania. If you don't know, it's
I was thinking Eastern
where
European based on the
Yeah,
accent.
Eastern Europe, yeah.
yeah, but if you know the story about Transylvania, Dracula, yeah, I'm from Transylvania. And actually, it's a funny story about the Dracula. It's made after one of our kings, late late king, who usually used to punish his enemies by having a really big stick, and he was pushing them from the butt, and the stick will go out. So that's from, and his name is Vlad Tepes. You can Google and search.
Vlad the Impaler.
No, I'll send text right in the chat so you can see.
Okay.
It's a Romanian name and it's hard to pronounce it, so you can understand in your language.
Didn't the name come from Vlad Dracul? Is that not,
Yes,
is that
the, the story
a
was
different?
created after him.
Okay. So I'm confused then. Or these are two different people? Vlad Dracul
No,
and
the
Vlad
story.
Tepes?
No, the story was made after him, but we have some beliefs. I don't know how to say it, but we have some belief that the Dracula was a vampire and he usually sucked our blood, and but he was very harsh king to say, and he was not willing to perish or to have mercy on anyone. If you made a mistake, you have to pay it with your life. You steal something, you die.
Okay. So, but no drinking of any blood or anything like that. Would that be something that like added
Uh,
afterward to kind of demonize
no, they
such a
believe we were vampires, but after that, they
Latest,
realized the
but
people
not
who
later than
were
that.
actually the vampire were people who had cancer, most likely leukemia, and that's why we're pale at face, and they needed blood.
okay. So, but how did they get the blood?
I
That's
mean,
kind of the
in leukemia, the treatment means blood transfusions, stem cells
okay.
transfusion, or
Okay.
transplant,
So
depending.
this was like really like centuries ago, old serious medicine at the time then, huh?
Yes.
Yeah, that's really cool. That's really fascinating. I
I'm a
love
history
I
learning new
nerd.
mean,
I'm
our
things.
loving this right
history is
now.
Very cool.
kind of fascinating.
I'm all excited now. I love new facts. Ah,
Yeah.
okay.
Fun
Thank
fact,
you.
my language is half Latin, so I can understand very easily Italian, Portuguese, Spanish, Mexican.
Okay.
That's
That's
impressive.
I'm sorry, could you list those again?
I mean, I can understand very easily Portuguese, Latin, um, Italian, Spanish, and maybe more. I
Okay.
mean, for
Oh,
me,
right.
it's
Yeah.
more easily.
The Romance languages, right?
Yes,
Okay. Yeah.
we are half Romans.
Not much French, maybe a little bit
Uh,
of
oh,
French.
actually, it's kind of funny. After I'm in a post-ictal state, I can understand uh, French, and I never studied. I studied German for 12 years.
That's weird. There's no
Yeah.
overlap there, is there? So you just out of the blue picked up French and
Yes.
speak it. That
And after my
that's really
seizure, from being ambidextrous, on with my right dominant hand, I became left-handed. So now I no longer can write with my right; I can write with my left.
Wow.
so your brain just like dominant
Yes,
hemispheres switch sides
just
took
flipped.
over.
But I can still flip people with my right hand, so I can still do.
Was your handwriting with your left hand as good as with your right hand?
Yeah,
Yeah.
actually, with my left hand, I write way cursive. I can write cursive with my right hand. I can't. I was never able to write, cursive typewriting.
Wow. That is interesting.
That's
I
They
wonder
fascinating.
if
do not
cursive,
teach cursive anymore,
yeah, yeah,
or
I've read
at
that
least here in
there's
California, the elementary school that I'm at, they don't teach them cursive anymore. I'm like, how are
yeah,
these
they
kids
don't
supposed
teach
to
it here
like
in Florida.
sign their names on a receipt or something? Like
Well,
what?
just make whatever squiggles they want, right? As long as it's repeatable
Yeah,
for
I mean, I
them.
guess you just write it in regular writing. Like, why does it have to be a fancy signature, right? Anyway,
When
but
I
still,
was
yeah,
a
it's
child,
just not taught
I
anymore.
used to put a smiley face for my name, and until I was 25, I usually write my name with letters. And that was my signature. I was not into making shapes that no
No
one
flourish,
understands.
right? I wonder if handwriting in cursive engages a different part of the brain than handwriting in normal, like just,
I would say
you
possibly a little
know,
bit because, like, anytime, I don't know, maybe it's because you don't do like a signature as often, but like when I do my signature, I kind of take a little more time and I make sure it looks, a little bit nicer. Whereas if I'm just signing my, James real quick, I'll just be like, and just write out the letters real quick. But if it's a signature, I feel like I'm doing something a little more fancy, right? Like, so I want to take my time. I don't know. That's just my my thought process on it. So maybe it does trigger a different, type of area or a different thought process for people.
I don't know. For me, it's kind of hard to sign my signature because it's a really strange shape, and usually in our country, the area for the signature is really really small, and my signature is way 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 bigger, and I'm like, yeah, I have to squish it.
right, really small.
That's what
Yeah.
sometimes I feel like that too. Like it would take way longer. The area I live in, we have a lot of people that are from that are like of Middle Eastern and Indian descent. So, sometimes those names can be really, really long, right? So it's like if you're trying to like sign a cursive name and then it's got like 20 letters as your last name, you're just like, I don't want to do this, just get it done with.
Oh yeah, my name is both of my names are really big, so
So yeah, sometimes it just takes a while, right? You just like scribble, scribble, and just like get it done with, right?
takes me 5 minutes to write my name. But
That's
the
funny.
fun fact is, after with my both hands, right now I can write me with my left hand and draw with my right hand at the same time.
At the same time,
Yes.
that is impressive. That is
Right.
really, that's,
That is,
Some
I
people
couldn't
say
do
I
that.
have the
Yeah.
savant
yeah.
syndrome or something like this because I can remember every single day of my life and what the temperature was, what the weather was, etc.
You
And
know,
I
like
can
I'm
me,
sorry,
remember where I put my keys.
yeah, like
I,
me,
I,
I can remember my long term. I can remember days, like you said, what was going on that day. But my short term, I can't remember lunch,
Yeah,
breakfast. I can remember what I had for dinner last night. I don't even know if I ate last night, but I can remember stuff in
yeah.
my long term. Yeah.
yeah. I
I can-
remember one time I went from shopping and I put my grocery uh, in the right places, but not the tampons. I literally put them in the freezer. And I was like, where are my? I knew I bought them, but they were not. So I started to check everywhere. And I was like, okay, I give up. So I went to grab some food from the fridge and it was, oh shit, now I find you. Or I put my keys in the dishwasher. I was like,
Oh,
fuck. At
You
least
know,
now they are clean.
I remember tearing my house apart one day and eventually finding my keys in the refrigerator as well. I don't I don't know how that had happened, but yeah, that I don't know.
My
I
worst
was in the
case was
middle of stuff.
forgetting to close the door. I mean, I slept a whole night with my door wide open from the house.
The front door, the entire house just wide open,
Yes,
or the
was
bedroom door?
wide open. I was like, okay.
Huh.
And
Well,
2 days ago, I saw a bat on my corridor. I'm living in a apartment building. There was a
oh.
bat. I was like, oh, here you are, Dracula.
Okay. Okay, so that's where the bat part of the myth came in, probably, huh? Are there a
Yeah.
lot of bats in that area?
Uh, Not really. There are more bears.
Bears.
Yes.
That's pretty
Yeah.
different.
Yes. right now we have a black bear that is kind of dangerous because it's he it was normalized with people giving food. So every single year we have maybe like 3 days or around 10 or 20 attacks by the bears.
They're
Wow.
comfortable
I mean,
getting
you can
close to
search
people.
Romania and you will see there is a area called it's one of the most amazing roads in the world. It's called Transfăgărășan. You might
Yes.
heard of it,
Yes, I think I
or
saw it
Transalpina.
on a TV show. They went and they took like 3 different cars and just the most beautiful roads in
I
the
believe
world, I think.
the Red Bull with F1 cars made a video on that road. It's really difficult and
Oh, was it on that
very.
one?
Oh, and
Oh, okay.
sometimes
I,
on
I'm a huge nerd,
I
like
believe
Formula One nerd. I do not miss a single second of practice qualifying or the races or anything, especially Red Bull and
who's your
McLaren.
favorite driver?
Red Bull's your
Uh,
team?
currently or overall, I mean, overall, if you've
Um,
seen me on
when I was a
Reddit,
child, was
I was gonna
Schumacher,
say
Raikkonen.
overall, if you've seen me on Reddit, my screen name is Senna de Silva, so clearly Ayrton Senna. For currently, I would have to say either one of the McLaren drivers. They're fighting so fiercely right now, and I've loved McLaren
Yeah,
forever since the Senna days. It's hard for me to pick one of the two. So
Lando and Norris,
Nicky
right? Lando
Lauda
Norris and
forever.
who's the Oscar Piastri.
Oscar Piastri, yeah, yeah, nice, nice.
Yeah, Nicky Lauda is just gonna
Yeah.
always be a
Watched
hero.
Rush, Mark?
Yes, I
Yes.
mean, how can a Formula One fan not have watched Rush?
I
Although
just had to ask. I just had to ask. Yeah,
I
I've seen it
must,
a couple of
wait,
times, and yeah.
yeah, I must qualify my fandom there. I am nowhere near a hardcore fan, like you described yourself. So I know
Just
some
to give you guys a
Formula One
quick little
stuff,
laugh.
but
So here's you can see it.
okay, yeah,
Ayrton
yeah,
Senna poster. Um, little model cars of it. The McLaren here. Here's this massive cross stitch that I made of Lando Norris's
oh, wow,
car right
that's
there.
yeah.
So I'm a bit of a nerd with auto racing.
'Cause I'm an engineer, so like mechanical engineer. It's like thermofluids was my like specific area of focus of the thermodynamics, the aerodynamics of
Yeah.
the whole ground system has always been just a mess. In the engines, I
I was
get
gonna say,
more
yeah,
into those sort of details, like those V8s back in Senna's. Those were incredible machines. I
yeah.
don't know how
I was gonna say the
I
ground
love
effects
the
today
power
are
of
pretty.
the new hybrids, but
Mhm.
I miss the just
Yeah,
the
the
naturally
massive,
aspirated days.
especially like the early 2000s with the just the massive V10s running at like 18,000 RPM, and you couldn't be within a mile of them without hearing them.
Yeah.
Essentially, yeah,
I believe I can beat
those were
them.
good times.
When I need to go to the bathroom, I reach the speed of light.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, we got so off topic there, my bad.
Oh
It's all
yeah.
right. I had something though. Something I was thinking. Has anyone like had any like diet changes that helped with your epilepsy?
Junk food and pasta.
You
That
stopped
helped you?
eating pasta?
Wait, can you repeat?
You stopped eating pasta? Is that
Oh,
what
yes,
you?
I no longer can eat pasta, spaghetti, noodles, any type.
I also cut back on that.
I
Is it the
always have
gluten, the
seizure
wheat
after
gluten?
eating.
Say that again.
I always have seizure after eating carbohydrates from pastas and noodles.
I don't know if the pasta in this country is different than over there, but it's all like egg noodles over here, egg-based stuff. But it's pretty much you don't get much nutrients from it. It's all pretty much empty carbohydrates. Um, so yeah, I pretty much cut it out because I don't really get much. There's no protein, no vitamins or anything from it. So no, I can't eat it. My sister is a vegetarian though, and when she comes over, my mom makes tons of pasta, and I can't eat it. I nothing, I just it's not a meal. It's just calories.
Nikki?
I'm
I
gluten free and I've been gluten free for over 25 years now. No, maybe like 20, 23 years now. So I was gluten free before it became like a thing for people to be gluten free. And that helps a lot. If I have gluten, I'm in bad shape. Um, and uh, like what you were just saying, AJ, with the carbohydrates, it's the same for me with oatmeal. I cannot have oatmeal. I immediately have a seizure because it's too, I think it's like too many carbohydrates at once.
actually there are. I used to wear a Dexcom sensor on my arm, and every time when I was eating pasta, my blood sugar went from 70 around 250 in a matter of 50 minutes. And after that, in 5 minutes, I was like at 40.
You said that was your blood sugar?
Yes. From
Wow.
70 to 20, 20, 250 and back to 40. I'm like, yep, I'm about to seize.
Do you remember
I
last week, Brandon made the suggestion of getting tested for being hypoglycemic or some other sugar disorder? I
I
might
was
do that.
admitted in the hospital to test my blood sugar do and do all other stuff, and I found out that I can eat honey, um, uh, what are they called? Oranges, citrus fruit. I can eat them.
Oh, is there a reason for that? Like allergy
My
or
blood sugar
oh,
went from like,
okay.
and there is another product used for used instead of sugar, and I was extremely sensitive.
Interesting. Hmm.
I just wanted to throw in there real quick too. I know, my, like I've said, my kind of eating and health issues are a little bit different and aren't exactly related to my epilepsy, but um, the way you prepare the food as well does make a big difference.
Yes, it
When we're kind of overgeneralizing right now and saying pasta. I can't go out to a restaurant and order a pasta dish because I know that there's going to be, it's going to be cooked in olive oil, there's going to be butter on it, the sauce is going to be oily or whatever. But here at home all the time, I make, a little bit of pasta salad all the time. I just boil the pasta, I throw in, some fat-free feta cheese, dice up some celery, some sun-dried tomato, just whatever random pepperoncinis, whatever I have in the fridge, I just throw it all in there. I can eat pasta perfectly fine. But if I were to order that same thing out at a restaurant, dude, I'm going home. I'm gonna have a stomach ache. I'm gonna be using the restroom really soon. So it's not the pasta itself. For
It's the
some
sauce.
people, of course it is, but I'm saying it could be just how it's being prepared. Is look at it that way. Obviously, obviously your own body better than I do, clearly, and
But
how it
you
handles
said
pasta.
something
But
very
I just want to
important.
throw that out
It's
there.
oily.
Mhm.
The pasta should not be oily.
Yeah, but I
They're
mean, like
not
if you
allowed.
go out to a restaurant, cook wants to add that little bit of like flavor to it, and they'll put some butter on it or something like that just to make it.
About
I, I,
rice.
I'm an
Can-
I'm an American. I'm going off of like American restaurants,
It's
so
not
that's probably why you're confused.
pasta are
But
not supposed to have water in it.
yeah,
Only the
yeah,
steak.
exactly. That's what I do at home. Is
Only
I
the
just
steak.
boil it, throw in the extra ingredients, and then I just use it as it's a snack to eat once in a while. Have it something ready to go in the fridge for if I have a seizure and don't feel like making another meal.
You should try pasta with pesto sauce. It's amazing.
I do. I have found a couple. There's a local brand that does make a very low fat pesto because pesto is usually very high in like olive oil. Um, so it's higher.
Depends.
It's a pretty higher fatty if you go like a regular pesto. But I have found a couple brands that are lower than it. I know this is gonna sound like stupid and like I'm trying to be all hipster and everything, but generally I usually have like 15 to 20 grams of fat per day. Like that's all I can really handle. I mean, if you go to McDonald's and grab like a cheeseburger right now, that's like 35 alone. So I really have to be specific with how I eat and how I cook and everything. Um, so maybe that is part of relating to my epilepsy. I don't know. And I hate talking about it because then it makes me feel like I'm being all like douchey and hipstery and like, oh, I eat better than you. I'm healthy.
Yeah, yeah, if
I don't
it
want
works
anybody.
for
I don't
you.
want anybody thinking that. I'm just saying my
But
experiences. That's all.
I'm pretty sure being hipster, it means a different thing, not being healthy. You can say all the people who are going to the gym or have diabetes are hipster, right?
Yeah, hipster over there and hipster here. I
Hipster
can see where the
is
difference.
a lifestyle.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, yeah, I understand where you're coming from, James, and then yeah, AJ, I understand where you're coming from too. Um, hipster can be different in different countries.
That's why it's good for all of us to talk and get to know different versions of everything, right?
Right. I just
But
learned a lot in 45 minutes.
there's nothing like the original version of hippies. Okay, right, Jeff? I mean, we
Oh,
No,
win.
never.
Hey, you paved the way for me to be able to go up a couple of blocks and buy a joint from a shop rather than having to like make 25 payphone calls to get a connect. So
That's right.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Mm,
Yeah, right, you're welcome.
Spend like 20 minutes sitting on a sofa next to some sketchy dude with his pit bull, try pretend that you're his friend and you actually want to be there, just trying to
as
get
he's
out
as
some
he's
stuff.
sitting there like licking the paper for the joint to roll it up, and then you got to smoke the same thing, and
Yeah, yeah. Because it'd
wait,
be
you
rude
can
not to
smoke
go, but
weed
also,
in the
free
state?
bud, right?
Say that again?
oh yeah, AJ, I'm in California. It's completely legal here. There's literally like I wasn't exaggerating. Like a couple miles up the road, I can just ride my bike up to a store and go buy
Oh my God.
a a,
If I
a
use
vape,
CBD, if I
gummies.
use CBD, I
I
have
have
to keep my recipe around me because if I'm pulled over by a cop and he tests me for the drugs, he can arrest me and I can go to the jail for at least 7 years in
What
my
the?
country
Oh wow.
just
That's
because I use. And if you
that's
do
crazy. That
your
yeah.
you're a drug dealer, you go up to 25 years.
If if it wasn't illegal, I would like send you a little care package right now of a bunch of stuff to make it easier for you.
Um,
I'm
I,
sure I'm
I
sure
would
I'm sure
say,
we get caught somehow. So
So you said it's illegal, like they can like test you on the spot and see if you've been smoking.
yes. When I have my first seizure, I was in on an archaeological site in Romania, and there was, I believe you might heard of it, the Electric Castle festival in Romania. It's a big festival in our country, and people usually get high, and the EMT when arrived, they were like, "Okay, you might be drugged, you might be high," but I was not because I had my first seizure, and was it was supposed to come the air ambulance, but was the doctors were not available.
So how did they care for you at this festival? Was it open air, I'm assuming? You were outside?
No, an ambulance with intensive care arrived. Our medical system is pretty different from yours. We usually have doctors from hospital who are specialized in emergency medicine on ambulances. And depending on the situation, they're allocated, or it's the fire department who usually have also doctors.
and
We
that's
all stand to
crazy to me
learn.
that you could have that like that long of a or a possibility of that long of like a jail sentence for that because I mean that can stay in your system, depending on your metabolism, your body weight, all that. That can stay up into your system for like, 3 weeks, a month. So, I mean, you could have, a joint a month ago and then get pulled over and then still have to do years of jail time because of that. That seems nuts, man. That's crazy. Like,
Actually, is because we use a lot of medicine who have in their formula lidocaine or all types of sedative, and usually there's nasal spray or ear drops, and if you are using them, you have to keep a recipe, and you're not allowed to drive
mm.
at all.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're definitely not allowed to drive here either. If you've like just gone and smoked a joint or something like that. Saying it's basically the same with drinking. Obviously, don't use heavy machinery after you've partaken in
oh, I
such
can't drink.
in such items. But yeah, that just seems like a really long time. Especially since it's something that's barely it's basically the same as like a cigarette. I mean, the cigarettes are more addictive and more expensive than weed is.
I don't
I
know,
mean,
maybe.
I don't think
I mean,
so.
last year I had to take a drug test to get one of my prescriptions refilled for my liver issue. And so my doctor's been my doctor since I was, a younger kid. So she already knew that I, smoked marijuana. So I was like, okay, is this going to be okay for me to be in my system to get this refilled? And she was like, no, that can't be in your system or else I can't refill it. And I was like, all right. So just right there for the next month, I just stopped, didn't do it, didn't need it. I didn't have a seizure the whole time. I didn't have any like cravings like, oh my God, I need a joint. Like like nothing like that. Like it's not addictive. It's not something that really, at least for me personally, screwed with, my brain, my seizures or anything like that. Had the drug test the next month, was completely clean, got my prescription refilled, and then went back to it. Nothing changed, seizure wise or life wise, or it was just something that certain I don't know, governments or authorities just make a huge deal out of for I don't know why.
It's a different system.
Oh yeah, definitely. Of course, yeah. I mean, yeah, we're in different countries, different continents. It's different everywhere. But I'm saying, yeah, for at least here, why is it that I have to have it out of my system when I can literally legally go up the road and buy that item? Why can't I get a prescription refilled if it's in my system? Like you're not sitting here telling me I can't have, broccoli in my system when you're testing me. Like why can't I have
Actually,
this
it's like
other?
saying, yeah, you can have the prescription for the epilepsy because we've tested you and you are still active with the substances.
Yeah. And I hate taking it, and I have like 4 or 5 bottles of it because I hardly ever use it unless it gets just that bad of painkillers. I'm prescribed morphine every single month for when it gets really really bad, but I hate taking it because on top of all of my other medication that just makes me feel even loopier. So that's why I smoke. But so they're willing to prescribe me morphine every single month, but I can't smoke a joint. That's the medical system here in California. Maybe not the entire country, but at least here in California, over the last year, that's what I've had to deal with is I can get morphine once a month, but I can't smoke a joint. Somehow that makes sense to somebody higher up.
I got something, guys. It says nobody takes me serious. Is it just me? I have tonic-clonic seizures. I come out of them missing chunks of my teeth, and sometimes with serious injuries. It took me a while to even admit to myself that I have epilepsy, and that it wasn't just several isolated events. My neurologist recommended a support group to me. I'm medicated, and now that I'm finally able to admit it to myself and I have epilepsy, I've told my friends, and they're like, "Yikes!" Anyways, I can't tell if they think I'm being dramatic or don't believe me, or not the type of person to cry wolf every time I'm sick. And it was a really big deal for me. And I'm sort of like, WTF. Um, doesn't seem like there was a. Oh, the question was, is it just me? Person feels like they're not being taken seriously. Did you guys hear it? Yeah, I say if you're not being taken seriously by like your friends and stuff, you gotta have a talk with them and maybe one-on-one, figure it out instead of just running away from people because they're not being there or whatever the case. Try one-on-one, I suggest. First comment says, because almost no one knows what epilepsy really feels like in a whole, unless you have it or are closely related to someone who has it. But that's it. Another comment says, the other day I was resting after another seizure and my partner said something to the tune of, "You're not in pain, you're just lazy," then wondered why I ugly cried. People don't realize how hard it is to live with this, even even the well-meaning, caring people in your life have no clue how much of your life is just around avoiding seizures or coping one after another.
Yep.
Mhm.
And I think I think it was Kevin. You said a term the other day that I had never heard before, and it was like the best thing ever. Like an invisible disability is
Yes.
essentially what we have. People they don't take it seriously because they don't see it. It's not something that happens every
We're not in
day.
a wheelchair, so yeah.
Yeah, I'm not missing, like, I
Yeah.
think the
Yeah,
example I
we're
used at
not.
the time, I'm not missing a limb. You can't see it. You can't just walk up and talk to somebody. You don't have a seizure every day, so not everybody around you sees it. So when you do show up to work and you're drained, you're tired, or you miss work or whatever, or an event, and it's hard to explain because people are just like, you're just like, oh yeah, I had a seizure. And first off, most people are just like, what the hell is that? Second of all, even if they do know what it is, they barely know what it's like. And it is tough to find people that will take it seriously.
Yeah, like when someone says, like you said, they'll say, "What is that?" When you say, "What is a seizure?" I was telling the lady at the store what a seizure was because I was telling her to go watch this, and she was like, "I never seen a seizure." She was like, "Can you show me one?" I googled it and I could not find a video of a seizure to show it, and I was like, "That's." It's like I must not. Google must not have it. Then someone else must have it, but
And that,
Google is where I
that
looked, and I could not find a video of a seizure.
that's funny because like I said, I'll have like family around me a lot of the times when they happen, and each time I keep saying, I was like, take your phone out and film me. Like I want to see me having one. I want to see it. I want to finally know what it looks like. But obviously when it's, a loved one that's around you and you're in the middle of a seizure, that's not their first thought, right? But like, does anybody else, is that just like me being super super freaking weird? Like, does anybody else want to
No,
see themselves have one and kind of know how their body reacts while they're having one?
No,
Is that
I
super weird?
feel myself. I recorded myself maybe 4 times, and every time when I saw myself, my soul dropped.
Yeah, I've seen around four as well, maybe three. Three I can
Oh,
remember. But yeah, like my
I
camera's right here in front of me, so it'll catch me in bed or right here in my chair. Um,
I know I almost like semi want to get like a little like security cam or something like in the corner of my room, like so I can see myself, like if I have one. Like I just want to know like what my body does, what goes through, maybe what other
Trust
things I
me,
can,
the
child proof, safety
movements
proof.
of the body are not the worst part. It's the worst part is when you realize that during the seizure you're choking on your own saliva and blood. That's when it's something I truly tell you you don't want to see and be able to realize in what danger you are.
yeah, when I
understand
Yeah,
seen
that.
I mean,
one,
If there
I
was
was
a
more
medical
worried about
reason
the
for recording it, you know, it, but otherwise, I would never want to see it myself and having a seizure. That it just weirds me out. No, I would not want to see it. But like, yeah, if there was something wrong, something seriously wrong, yes, or I would need to, yes, for the doctors to see.
Yeah, I never show my seizure to anyone. I was like, yeah, I'll just keep this for me, for myself. Nobody should suffer seeing me.
No,
I
It's
posted
enough for
mine.
me.
I
I'm
posted
glad
a
I
video
Nobody's
of mine.
I'm
wanting
not
to
seeing
see mine.
myself.
I've
It was a good
offered to
idea.
show my seizure videos to several of my friends and family members in real life, and nobody except for the people who there and recorded it want to see it.
Yeah, my room
It's
camera
interesting.
recorded it.
I don't know.
Like you were saying, you wanted to get a camera and put it up in a corner. Um, Mine is also there so other people don't see it. So it's also a camera to make sure nothing goes missing or whatever the case.
Yeah,
Yeah, James
Yeah, I
said
don't know.
he
I
put
mean,
it up
it's
high
not
in a
something.
corner.
I mean, it's not something
there's
like
no-
I'm just gonna like then sit down and chill back and just like watch on rewind or something. Like I just want to see my body doing it. I've been having them for damn near 20 years now. They're gonna continue to happen no matter what, if they're on camera or not. I just
How
I'm just
often?
curious and want to see what my body does during that time. That's all. So yeah, I
Yeah,
guess that
how
is a
often
weird
are you
thought.
getting them? I'm assuming tonic-clonics if you want to record them at night, nocturnal.
Mhm. Um, they they've happened at at all times of the day. Sometimes I'm lucky and they happen while I'm already laying in bed. I've had them in the shower. Um, as I've explained mentioned before, I had two at two separate times while I was at Disneyland. So I've had them like in public, big public areas, and it's just like they happen no reason. I have no like aura, no feeling ahead of time. So I just kind of want to know what my body's doing during those 30, 60, whatever seconds, and just a morbid curiosity, I guess. I'd probably honestly I'd watch it once or twice and be like, okay, that's what happens, I'm done. Like I just, yeah, just a weird thing.
I don't know. I guess I feel kind of like an outlier in this whole. I think we've had this discussion before in varying um, combinations of attendees, and I get the sense that most of us here don't want to see them. And I feel like I've wanted to get it recorded. I wanted to see, right from the outset. Um, so I'm glad to have a friend. I'm not alone, at least. There was somebody else who really wants to know, really wants to see it. But I would definitely suggest getting a camera, a security camera or nanny cam or something. I have not a nanny cam, I have a security camera up there in the corner, and it's got a wide angle lens on it, so it's able to capture basically the floor space of this entire bedroom here, and it's motion activated, motion triggered. So it doesn't record anything unless, something happens, something moves across. And you just stick a little micro SD card in it, and the size of the micro SD card just determines how far back it can record.
Yeah.
And it'll just start recording over the oldest ones once it hits the end of it. But I've got a terabyte in there right now, and I don't think I mean it's got at least a week worth of video in there.
Oh,
Um,
nice.
so I would suggest just going for it if it's a thought that you've had, if it's something that happens all times of the day and there's a specific room that you spend a particularly large amount of your time in, that would probably be a good place to set it up. I don't know if you like how much time you spend out around the house and all that, but in my case, it was just the bedroom. It seemed like the obvious choice. So,
Yeah, for me too, it would just be my bedroom here. But and
yeah,
also for
I
for
got
those replying in the chat, I agree with most of you as well. Like I would never want to see any of you guys, anybody else that I cared about having one. Um, or God forbid I ever, had one happen to one of the kids that I'm working with at school or something, I would flip out. I would not want to see that. But because it's myself, it would just be like I don't know, a learning experience. And like I said, see it once or twice, know what the hell's going on, who knows? Maybe it would help me identify something that I can tell the doctor, and help me along in the progress or whatever. So
I mean, the motions that a person makes in the onset of a tonic-clonic, from my understanding from the um the doctor in my follow-up, that can be very helpful in terms of identifying a sort of general region of the brain that something is happening. So when the VEEG um, recorded my two tonic-clonics, they noticed a lip smacking automatism and a turning of my head to the left. And so they says, I mean, the pulling of the head to the left, the eyes turning to the left, and the lip smacking, they associated with right side temporal, frontal
mm,
temporal lobe, and the EEG electrodes there confirmed that sort of recording. And then, just the convulsions going into a generalized seizure. But if you're able to capture that on video for the doctor beforehand, that sort of information, that level of video recording, more than just, the thing is triggered and you got like the second half of it, that could be helpful to the doctor a lot more than just, knowing that they're actually happening. So.
yeah, because I mentioned I've had at two separate times I've had seizures while already in the hospital for my other health issues, probably
Oh,
related, but
so
whatever.
they
they
don't have any questions about
they happen, but
their,
no, the two were completely different. The first one I had there, it was a slower day. It was like a weekday, middle of the day or whatever. So I got my own little like ER, room. And my body moved around a little bit. It was only a few 30 seconds, maybe at most. They administered something through my IV. I can't remember the name of it now. But then the other one, when I was there, it was a really busy evening. I basically just got stuck on like one of the extra beds that they have like in the hallway of the ER, so it didn't have the rails on the side. So I ended up having a full, grandma, more flopping around. I ended up falling out of the bed into the middle of the hallway. They had to have a couple of, nurses try and hold me down while another one gave me the medication through my IV. I don't remember any of this. This is, what others around me had told me. But yeah, one was just a quick, done and over with one. The other one was flopping around, falling out of the bed, needing people to hold me down. And those are the only two that at least my doctor or, doctors have seen in person. And those are pretty opposite, from each other. So then when I try and tell them my other ones are this or this, and they're all over the place, it just, yeah, sometimes it feels like the other person was just saying you just don't get taken seriously sometimes.
You never had a video EEG
What type of EEG?
with a video?
video, VEEG.
Yes, it's type of EEG and you're recorded. So they know they can correlate the
I've had
EEG and
EEG done a couple of times in the past, but it's been quite a while. So no, they weren't recorded. I don't even believe I was asked. Um, if I wanted that or not. I don't think that was an option because it was probably, I want to say, like the
It's
last time
not
was like
for
6
you,
or
the
7 years
it's
ago.
for them.
But and I mean,
Yeah,
like I said, the other
they
ones were in the
recorded
ER,
on
so maybe there
camera.
is like security cam footage of it or something, but I never asked.
Because
As the
I
with the
when I'm having a EG done, it's always recorded. But it actually it's not useful because I had a seizure and when my doctor tried to hold me, I ended up breaking his arm.
Oh, you're super Hulk strength there again, huh?
Yeah, I break his wrist, from what I understand, some bones and some ligaments.
Wow,
Ugh,
that's crazy.
gross.
We know not to mess with AJ now.
I mean, it's kind of expected because I end up breaking my um,
Little fella.
scapula, so it was literally broken, and my shoulder was dislocated. So breaking his arm was not something out of ordinary.
That's crazy.
You a little fella. I couldn't imagine.
He always
Um,
says that he has a memory from me.
It would be hard to forget something like that, for
right.
sure.
Especially every time I see you, I think about it. That's the guy that broke my arm. But back to the post where they asked why does nobody take them serious. One of the comments here says, the other day I was resting after yet another seizure, and my partner said something to the tune of, "You're not in pain, you're just lazy," and then wondered why I ugly cried. Oh, I think we read that one, or I read that one. Another person said, invisible disabilities are not often understood by able beings. Epilepsy is viewed a lot as a mental illness to people. So, and someone else said, I think it's kind of an uncomfortable topic for a lot of people because they don't understand it well enough. That's why I'm glad I found this sub so I can talk about how I'm feeling like an alien. Yeah, we can go to the next one.
I mean, yeah, kind of like you had said a little bit earlier, Pookie, too. Like when people ask about it or like, can I see one or something, something like that. It's like how do you show that person, what it is? And if they do ask what it is, the only thing that I can think of to just like make the conversation just, like a real quick, simple thing is use like the stereotypical one. Like most people, if you hear a seizure, like, or if they show one in a movie or something, the stereotype is the person, a grandma, flailing around, right? And those are like the only types of seizures that most people know of. So then I'll just be like, oh yeah, that's what your body does. Like I'm not gonna sit there and like spend an hour trying to inform them on what seizures are, but that's been like my kind of go-to thing is just to explain to what people have, especially when you say it's like something like a bigger one like that, then they kind of understand or they might have a little bit more like care and sympathy for you versus if you just say like, oh, sometimes I just stand there and I kind of stare off into the distance and don't know what's going on. Like I'm not trying to diminish those types of seizures or anybody that has those or any of the ones that I've had like that, but it's definitely yeah, how do you explain it to somebody in like 2 sentences that has no clue what it is? Like what do you guys do?
Right, you can't understand a focal. I heard my friend Brandon, he said if you were to put somebody in a movie and they had a focal, they wouldn't understand it. So that's why they make the person have the shaking seizures, which then makes people
There's
also think that that's the only seizure there is when they see that type. Because that's the one in the movies. That's the only one they advertise, basically.
So then, and that's why, yeah, like a lot of people I feel like don't take it seriously because that's the only type of seizure they know is like you have to be, flopping around, hit your head on something, be bleeding. Like other than that, then you don't have a seizure or it's not serious enough or, something like that. That's what, like, I don't know, like vibes that I get from, from other people sometimes about it.
I guess people who are lucky enough to just only have one kind of seizure could narrow it down and be able to explain it as zoning off or something to that effect. But you always just want to include that line of how long it should last or something to indicate to somebody who might be a witness when it might be time to call for help. Like as soon as you see me go down, call this number, something like that. Kind of like what the tag on like a service animal says, the number to call and what the deal is.
Oh, hey, and since you guys are all here and we talked about this last week, I was asking about the medical bracelet type of thing. So I worked on mine. I got a chain. I got a little lobster clasp on it. So now, whenever I'm wearing my different pocket watches, all I have to do is just clip it on there, and now it's always going to be on me. This is a thought that I would have probably never had if we hadn't been talking about it last week. So thank you guys, because now hopefully this will keep me a little bit safer, always having that on me.
You gotta. Yeah. Do you have another one for your wrist, or you just have that one?
I just have that one, but I always have some sort of watch on me. I almost always have a pocket watch on me. Um,
Yeah.
if not, and then I also want to get one. I think it was Mark that had it the other day. He has a necklace with the symbol on it as well. And then so that I
Guitar
would,
pick as well.
yeah. So I would just turn that into like the little chain fob in the middle of my pocket watch. And then that way always just going with like the rest of my style. But at least I would still have, I would have all of that stuff on me, and that's like stuff I never really thought about until we had the chat about it last week. So thank you guys for sure.
Um,
Glad you put that information to good use. Do you guys ever want to put something specifically about the emergency meds on your jewelry? Like where to find it kind of thing? Or do you guys ever carry the nasal am on you? I don't know what the hell I would do without a diaper bag, so.
I
yeah, I
always
don't know
have
how
like
to
one of the
carry
like,
it with me. I'm sorry, James, go ahead.
oh no, my bad. I was just gonna say I always carry like a satchel, as Indiana Jones would say. It's not a purse, it's a satchel. One of the
Huh.
over the shoulder bags. So I always have, my extra meds in it, some other stuff. I do need to find a rescue med that does work for me. So that would really help. But yeah, my
Does
emergency
Nasolam
badge
not work?
here does say I am allergic to Reglan, a nausea med. So it does mention that. So far, that's the only thing I believe that I'm allergic to. So hopefully it stays that way. But that's what's on there right now.
Does Nasolam rescue med not work? The nasal spray midazolam?
I I I honestly don't know. I need to talk to my doctors because literally I have never been recommended. This will show you how fucking shitty Kaiser can be sometimes. The Fremont one that I was bitching about the other day. I had no clue that there were um seizure nasal rescue meds. I had no clue. Having
Uh,
these for almost 20 years, I had no clue that there was
yeah.
any sort of rescue medication for it. I had
The
never been
the
told.
nasal ones are kind of newer, but we got into this like a week or 2 weeks ago. There have been rectal gel
Yeah, but
preparations for I think at least 40 years now.
yeah,
But yeah,
from reading stuff like on the Reddit and from the other chats, the two I had that I'd looked into that bookmarked that seemed okay was Nasalium and Val Valtoco.
Beltoco.
Yeah, I don't know how
Yeah,
to pronounce
the
that, but
basically
yeah, those were the
diazepam,
two that I was going to
or
ask
it's
my
like
doctor about.
diazepam is Valium, so it's like a nasal version of Valium, or Nasalam is midazolam. I think midazolam is um Ativan. I don't know, but they're basically just benzodiazepines. The same stuff that they push into an IV to rescue a seizing patient in the
Oh, okay.
hospital. They just put it in
That
a
yeah, that's
nasal
what
spray preparation that they, use for like allergies or
yeah, that's what I
Narcan.
was saying. I wanted to talk to my doctor about it and see what which one they had given me while I was seizing there, in the ER. I wanted to see which ones that they had given me because obviously I'm here today, so they worked, they helped, right? So I just wanted to, yeah, see if that was available in that form, and yeah, keep that on me, and
I took lorazepam as a rescue med, and I almost certain that's a benzo. Very small amount, 2 milligrams. Whenever
Yeah,
my
the
auras
PAM
got
at the end, most of
what,
those are benzodiazepines with the
yeah,
PAM.
that sounds like it. And yeah, very very small amount. They said never take more than 2 milligrams a day. Very space it out. Yeah, they're very explicit about that. They were, very, and it always worked almost 100% of the time. Whenever my auras got, increased to a certain amount, and I always took one, sat down, and they went away. It was very powerful and worked. And yeah, I saw a lot of fuss about lorazepam on TV, people taking it as drugs, and that kind of pissed me off.
I got something. It says, I'm so disheartened over my memory loss. I don't know if it's the epilepsy or the lamotrigine. My memory, both long and short term, is shocking. I graduated top of my class in law and political science, and everything I learned has been wiped away. Worse, my capacity to learn anything currently has been disappeared. I read a book last week and could read it again today because I can't remember the plot. People think I'm uneducated and unintelligent because although I spend a lot of time learning and researching, it all disappears. My only type of smart was being book academically smart, and it's gone now. I have no other skills, and when I try to learn new ones, it just doesn't happen. Each time I try, it's like doing something for the first time. I never progress. Anyway, I just had to share that. Wonder if anyone else has been through this. Yep, I watched movies for the first time several times. Um, yeah, I've watched a lot of movies for the first time several times in the past several days.
This person's losing their ability to learn and speak, right? Basically.
They said they went to school for law and political science and they don't remember anything. Basically, they're asking, is it it's the medication or the epilepsy? And has anyone been through this was the main question.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, I was a fantastic speaker for a long time. I can ad lib and make stuff up. And I did theater in high school. I was taking medicine in high school, but not the medicines I take now. I take a lot of medicine now. I was taking, small amounts in high school, but I mean, yeah, I never had, the and brain fog, but you always have to keep your brain sharp, even when it starts to go foggy. And it's very elastic, the brain. You just can't give up on yourself like that. And just keep working on the speech. That's why I keep doing this, because like I gotta keep talking. If I don't, if I go days without talking to anyone, it's just gonna rot my brain and my voice, and I gotta keep working on it. Keep working on it, and keep working on yourself is all I can say.
First comment says, same. Also, the motion gene, I used to be on top of the class in school. Now it feels like an absolute creep. I have ADHD as well. And so my working short-term and long-term memory systems are all fucked. I've been able to joke about it in the past, but it is becoming really difficult in the last few years. Another person says, I have. I took a cognitive test administered by a neuropsychologist, and we figured out that I have short-term memory loss and may originate from left temporal lobe, where my seizures originate, and my lamotrigine targets. I'm recommending that anyone experiencing issues like this try to get a neurocognitive testing wait list in order to get a solid assessment and a possible retest down the road to measure improvement or decline. An upside to this is that I can request reasonable accommodation for things like exams. Said since I had a scored high pretty much in every except where I recall, I was very embarrassed when I bombed that part. I got another one. It says, oh, you always say you're tired. I'm sick of having to explain myself to coworkers repeatedly. I don't know how many times I've said that. Yes, I feel sleepy a lot due to my medication and insomnia because of my epilepsy. I'm trying my hardest. I show up at work and I do the same hours as everyone else. I can't afford to work less and I don't qualify for any sort of disability allowance in the UK because the government doesn't think I'm disabled enough. End quote, disabled enough. Whatever that fucking means. So yeah, forgive me if I seem a little tired on certain days. I already told you all the reasons, so I don't get why it's such a problem for you to all understand. The other one I get is, but you're going to you're too young to be so tired all the time. And then he says, oh, also because I'm in my early 20s, I'm not allowed to have chronic condition. Sorry for the rant, but is it me? Why am I always tired? You're always tired because of the medication. It just comes with it. Since you have no one else is going to tell you, I'll tell you. It's the medication. There's nothing you can do about it. I'm not a doctor.
100% the medication for sure. I've told you guys I ride my bike everywhere. Obviously I don't drive now, but I've always been into bikes. I started working at bicycle shops when I was 15 years old in high school. I mean, I would do you know, like training, like road bike, like Tour de France type like rides. I'd be doing 30, 40, 50 miles a day, like as a ride. And that was just like cool. This is a weekend. I'm gonna get some exercise in. That was completely normal. And now like riding to and from work, it's a total of like 6 point something, like 7 miles, and I'm just dead. I'm at work for like an hour or two. I've ridden like only a few miles. I'm just dead at the end of the day. And yeah, I've gotten older. but I'm also not 80 years old, right? I'm only 39. So it's definitely, yeah, the medication adds to it. So whoever posted that comment, just realize that's probably what's going to happen. You might need to do some stuff to work around it, maybe change the dosage, but unfortunately, I think that's going to be something that you might just have to deal with, man.
Yeah, for me to get a little more extra energy from that being tired, I started taking this B12 by Nature's Made. It works. I haven't had a focal and I've been doing pretty good. Gives me a little more energy, sometimes more than I need. But yeah, shout out to Nature's Made. The gummies, especially, they're good. It's easy to take and they're gummies. So yeah. Hey Brandon, you didn't get the icebreaker yet.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
But yeah, Kate knows the
Hey, what's
icebreaker.
up, Brandon?
That's gonna be what's your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I I don't I just want to sit and literally hold my head in my hands for like an hour and a half. Just nothing.
That's what I was saying like earlier too, man. I just want to, yeah, crawl up into bed, smoke a little bit. I mean, obviously, couple of shots would be nice. I never do that because that obviously would be the worst thing. But when your head's hurting that bad, that's what you're wanting. But but
If
yeah,
if a
yeah,
couple of shots is something that you had before you had your seizure, then you know that that's a trigger, so maybe avoid that.
oh, no. I'm not saying I had it before. I'm saying that like when I wake up and my head hurts that bad, like that's, we're joking around and saying what do you want? That would be what I want. I would never do that right after because I know that would be the dumbest fucking thing you could possibly do right after one. But but yeah. And since you and I are obviously bike guys, we want to ride our bike and get out, right? But that's obviously again probably one of the worst things to do right after you have a seizure. You shouldn't be out on a two-wheeled vehicle. So, so it's basically like you said, just crawl into bed and hope it all goes away in a couple of hours or so, right? You you doing okay? You doing okay, Brandon?
Got something
All
that
right, we'll
says
keep an eye.
Keep going. You're
um since people need to be humbled so bad, who agrees? If you're able to live healthy, normal life, how about just be grateful for it? My family is constantly calling me lazy, as if my capabilities were a choice, as if to choose seizures every day and be depressed. My sister is attending college soon, and I'm happy for her, but she needs to check herself and her big ego. She always needs to point out how I have no driver's license and I can't keep a job. Like I don't know, like I don't wonder why. They are all aware of my seizures. They just don't know how it feels to go through every day. I'm still untreated for it, and it's been almost a decade, it feels. Everyone is pissing me off, and I can't. And when they mock my health, saying I'm exaggerating, it makes me not want to be here, even be here anymore. Um, yeah, the person was asking people need to be humble. Do you understand? And when they explain it like that, I understand. And they're still
Okay, I can see
untreated.
their perspective.
Yeah, definitely. It's what are we? August now. My other than just basic casual at a couple of family get-togethers, my sister and I haven't spoken to each other in nearly a year. Um, she we got into an argument, and she had just had her son, so she was having just I don't know what the right terms are. I don't want to be offensive to females, like postpartum or just hormonal stuff after you have a baby or whatever. So she was being very combative, quite bitchy sometimes, sometimes, and she expected the rest of us as the family to completely just go along with it, and we were supposed to, be fine with this. But then if I said anything, then she would go off on me immediately. It's like, okay, I've been on seizure medications for the last 15 years and you haven't given a fuck about that. But you have a kid, and for the next couple of months, we're supposed to bow down and, treat you like a fucking princess. So somebody who knew, I literally one time went out to dinner. It was our parents and I had a seizure in the back seat of the car sitting with her, and like fell over onto her, and I was like drooling like on her lap as I was having this seizure. Like I literally had a seizure on top of her, and she just didn't. My medication, me taking something, me having something to do with that. No, no, not a big deal. Why I might be off and you know, be a little bit argumentative for a little bit. But if she does something and it's, something that's only going to last for a couple of months, the rest of us have to, bow down and, bend to her will. So I've essentially stopped talking to my sister for about the last year or so, because if it's somebody that's that close to me that I've literally had a seizure on and they still don't understand my situation, then fuck you. I don't want to talk to you. Even though it's my blood, it's my sister. I love her to death. I love my nephew. I love her husband, the whole family. But there's just at some point you you can change your mindset, after the hormonal things or whatever that just goes on for a couple of months. I can't change my mindset after, 20 years of these medications and these seizures.
So you
Yeah.
ever think maybe you can put aside your discrepancies for that couple of months while she gets her body and all orders back into line? Because as somebody who's dealt with postpartum issues and several anti-seizure medications that don't bode well, that shit is not the same.
Oh, I've tried to. I still talk to my brother-in-law, once in a while. You guys knows I've mentioned my, cross stitching. I still do I make, a bunch of little things for my nephew. I do tons of other stuff. I just pretty much avoid having any serious conversation, with my sister. I'm at the point where, like, yeah, okay, you had that going on for a little bit. I'm sorry about that, but you already knew for, 15 years prior to that what my issues were, and you still got on my ass. You still haven't apologized. You still haven't said anything.
That's
She
an
can say
absolute
sorry
blessing
for.
that she's allowing for you to have access to your nephew. I
Well,
mean,
it's
if you
not
have issues with
exactly
the
it's
mama,
not
that's a
exactly
big deal.
allowing. I wouldn't say exactly allowing. It's because I live with my parents, and so it's their grandchild, and so I just happen to be in the same house as the time that they come and visit.
Okay.
But I still do text, like I said, text her brother-in-law once in a while, and I'll send updates once in a while, and I'll be like, "Oh, hey, can you text or show my sister this, like something I want to like pass along to her, but I'm still not gonna, speak to her. Yeah, I'm being an asshole. Yeah, maybe I'm being a jerk, but I'm not gonna sit here for 4 hours and tell you the entire story. There's a lot of back and forth, obviously, when it's a sibling argument, right? For anybody
Got
that
plenty
has
of
some
time.
No,
siblings,
no. I mean, this high horse
but
humility issue. I'm sure it's a side that has or it's a coin that has two sides for sure.
I got nothing but time.
we all do. We all do, right? We got like another what, like 20 hours here with the insomniac session or something tonight.
At this point. Um, back to the comments about person saying people need to be humbled, and do we agree? First comment says I feel you 100%. People don't understand the effect epilepsy has on you. It's really annoying to have constantly to rely on other people. The next comment says, "You are a kinder soul than me. I snap at everyone every time they try to downplay my condition." Another one says, "People not realizing how much of a privilege being able-bodied is my biggest pet peeve. When able-bodied people around me start getting testy about my life, I give them this one statement. How about we swap? I'll do your job, operations, reception, lawyer, doctor, whatever, and you do the 24/7 terror, pain, headache, and nausea, and 2 brain surgeries and 6 medications since 13 years old, and the expectations of a normal life on top of that. Should we swap? Let's swap." Usually that gets into a new conversation topic, new conversation topic, at least going, very least. Please feel free to use this thought experiment for people in your life. Is it okay for me to be mad? My family is talking about epilepsy the other day, and my aunt suddenly said, "It's all because of those phones." And I got so mad for her blaming all I got so mad at her for blaming all the suffering I went through on my phone. Is it valid reason to get mad, or is it actually a factual fact? It's been 6 days. How many people are still finding out?
So were they suggesting that being on the phone is causing seizures?
I think that's what she was saying. I don't know if she was saying cause the epilepsy or the seizures. No, she said they were talking about my epilepsy, and my aunt said it's the phones.
I think there might have been 1 or 2 people that had seizures before phones were invented. Maybe just 1 or 2. Maybe I'm wrong, but
Doesn't mean that phones don't or can't cause seizures, though.
A lot of
This is
different
yeah,
mean,
frequencies could
for
be a
certain
trigger.
people, maybe like the electronic stuff does actually
do you
do
mean
something, but I
looking at the
doubt.
phones or because
Yeah, that
It
was
sounded like
very
in the
vague,
post
right?
it's a family member just saying it's the phone's causing it. So I would assume using the phone just as, you would any touch screen, but for endless hours, seemingly a day. That's the impression I got.
I mean,
because
true, if
calling would
they're
never.
Yeah, some
if they're
crazy
using their phone and it's
generalization,
like a
but
strobe.
that doesn't
Well,
necessarily mean that there's no some kernel of actual truth behind it. The uh, the blogosphere kind of went crazy about dopamine addiction and the interaction with phones being an unhealthy constant stream of reinforcing dopamine, and dopamine being one of the um, excitatory monoamine neurotransmitters. It's something that excites and impacts the brain, increases electrical activity. It doesn't seem entirely impossible that that doesn't have some sort of impact and might actually lead to some people having seizures if they've already been in a state where they've had a lowered seizure threshold and they're sitting and constantly playing, stupid little games and scrolling internet, uh, um, social media feed and Discord chat in the background the whole time. I mean, that's a lot of, visual and, textual information stimulus going in there.
And
That's
that's true. And I mean, if you're watching, I don't know, like some sort of like video or you know the stereotypical thing is like, you know, like anime where it's like super flashy bright lights and like that might cause a seizure or something. Like maybe that's it, but I think for
Yeah, for
somebody
the
to
rare
just
photosensitive
yeah,
epileptics,
like
yeah, the
that, you know,
flashing,
that type of one. But
something like
for somebody to have
3%.
like one or two seizures and then a family member to instantly be like, "Oh, it's the phone." Like without a doctor appointment, without any real reaction, that,
Probably
you
the
know,
kind of family member
that's kind
who
of like
sees
like
the
that's
kid
just a little
misbehaving and
overboard.
says, "Oh, it's the video games."
They thought
Um,
they thought
but you
mine
know,
was from computers, because I had it in my web design class, um, and
the
then
refresh
that,
rate of the computer screens like flashing, did they think it
yeah,
was a photosensitive thing?
that's what they're thinking because I had that seizure, and then I went to the emergency room, and as you know, you have that class again a few days later. I had that class again, and I had a seizure in that class again. So they thought it was because of the computers, and they never even looked any further into it. They were like, basically, you
Your
have,
neurologist didn't flash you?
huh?
Your neurologist didn't flash you?
No, they didn't do that test until I was 30.
That'd be a hell of a new
All
patient
the
appointment.
hookups and EEGs. Not entirely convinced that
What type of flashing?
clears a person from having photosensitive epilepsy necessarily. Because I mean, I don't know what the process is, what you had, but in mine they lay down with the eyes closed and then, you know, 30 seconds or so of one speed, like slow, and then medium and fast and really fast and super fast. Um, but that sort of um, like uniform, the entire field of view getting stimulated at the same time is very different from the sort of environments that you find yourself in, like driving, or even riding along in the car and just the sunlight coming through between the trees. That's not a steady, rhythmic, it's a kind of, well, I mean, it is sort of steady, but it's not, or sort of rhythmic, but it's not a constant rhythm. So it's, um, I don't know, it's different from something where it's a pulsing at a very constant computer generated set rate. And only at those, I wonder if they did something or like they sent a sine wave sweep where it goes instead of just the one where it flashes faster and faster and faster continuously all the way up. Um, and um, get a whole sampling of the entire frequency spectrum in that regard rather than just a handful, um, because it seems kind of like the that one 30-minute EEG that I had back in 2004 where they said, no, you don't have epilepsy. And then, um, come 30 years later, what, 20 years? 20 years later, 20. Yeah, that's the right number. 20 years later and finds that, well, that really just means I wasn't seizing right there and then. And epilepsy is way more interesting than that brief little adventure. Um, so these
That's real.
little segments of the frequency spectrum at different speeds kind of feels like maybe they missed the frequency that does trigger it in me. you know, or maybe it didn't do it long enough. I, um,
Uh,
End of monologue.
I was just gonna say that's kind of similar to me, Mark. I've had a few EEGs. It's been I can't remember now how long, at least like 7 or 8 years since the last one, but I've had a few done since I first, started having it. And each time they would do the sensors and the flashing lights and everything, and they're like, okay, well, like your brain activity went up a little bit, but nothing out of the normal, like blah blah blah. And I'm like, I have literally had seizures sitting in your ER like 100 yards away. Like I clearly have epilepsy. Like just because it's not triggered by a flashing light a couple of times doesn't mean I don't have it or that I'm trying to bullshit you. Like why is that the one? I mean, I guess there's not really other ways you can specifically test other kinds of epilepsy as specific, right? But it's just like once they see, they're just like, oh, well, a couple of blinking lights didn't mess with you. You must be fine. Okay, see you later. Like,
It's
it's like what it
also
felt.
limited to just how much those electrodes on the scalp are able to detect. They're only getting just the surface activity. So my neurologist said, the fact that
Exactly.
it's right frontotemporal just means that's where they were detecting it. It could have started further in and, you know, but
Yeah,
yeah,
and
it's
after after
Nikki?
after one of them, I felt super like weird. Like I know I didn't like have a seizure or anything, but like I just felt like kind of like, okay, I think I need to sit down for a couple of minutes now before I walk back downstairs and get to the who's driving me back home. Like it
I
still felt
think
really, really
Nikki's
weird.
sorry to interrupt. I think Nikki's been waiting
Yeah,
very patiently for a
that's what I
while
was gonna say
now.
too.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I'm done. I'm done. Go ahead.
Oh, no
Yeah,
problem. This is a really interesting conversation, but what you guys were saying about the lights, I really feel that way that the aphotic stimulation that they do is not, a lot of people say that the lights don't bother them and that it doesn't trigger a seizure, or sometimes they say, "Oh, I had a seizure during the stimulation," and then they said it wasn't a seizure. But yeah, it's the same for me with the lights. Like I uh it did bother me. It made me feel like dizzy, but it didn't bother me as much as the sunlight coming through the trees when I'm riding in the car. Like that is a big trigger for me, and also the like a broken fluorescent light or something like that, or like certain movies. Like I went with my family. The last movie I saw was Incredibles 2, which was a long time ago. And when I left the theater, I was just like sick. So I think they
Hang
should
on,
change the lights somehow.
were you the one who made the post about the Incredibles 2 poster?
No.
We had someone who said, who like commented or posted that they saw an Incredibles 2 poster recently,
Wow.
and that it triggered a seizure. And so we were kind of discussing that a little bit. Yeah.
Wow. Well,
I
they have
wonder if memories can trigger.
Oh yeah.
Thinking about something back then can bring
I
it up.
for me it was more, I was surprised that they had seen an Incredibles 2 poster like
Yeah, where?
anytime. Exactly. Yeah. It was
Yeah.
like, where did you see this?
But yeah, definitely memories can trigger seizures, especially temporal
Yeah, my
lobe
girlfriend's actually
seizures.
watching Incredibles 2 right now. I'm sorry to
I
interrupt
can't
again. My
watch it. Oh man. I can't. I'm so sensitive. Like I was playing a video game with my kids today and I normally don't, but I tried because they always say, "Mom, why don't you play with us?" And I'm like, "Okay, I'll play." And I played one game like for a few minutes, and I just couldn't even get it together. I said, well, that's it. Okay, I can't play. But yeah, you can't go to the movie theater and playing video games. It's just out. Eye doctor too.
I'm really curious when you say that the memories can trigger it. Are like what kind of memories are you talking about? Is it memories of previous seizures or of trigger type events, or just can it just happen out of the blue, like reminiscing about that one Christmas dinner from 3 years ago that was, whatever.
Yeah,
For me, that does happen that way
it
where
does.
it'll be like I'm reminiscing. Yeah, when you said that, I was like, yep, that happens to me all the time.
So do you
Yeah.
have like it's like you get an aura, or you have a tonic clonic?
It feels like an aura when it happens.
Yeah. For me, it's like if I try to remember, like if someone says, remember we used to do this and that, and I'm like, no, I don't remember. And they're like, no, remember you were doing this and I was doing that. And I'm like, no, I don't remember. And if I try to remember, then that's when I have an aura.
Mm. Wow.
Um,
Yeah, usually it's like it'll be when I'm reminiscing and I'm really trying to focus on like a specific detail or something.
mm,
So yeah, it's totally like just trying to remember that moment in that you is in like it's there and your brain can find it. It's just trying to find it. That's the problem.
yeah. Then I try to, but do you ever wonder if it's like if you're trying to remember something that's real?
Um,
Hmm.
well, that varies for everybody, I guess, because it, like we all have memory problems. So some of us may experience, times where we're not really sure about a memory, you know. But I think some people have it definitely worse. For me personally, I tend to feel like I remember stuff fine. I will just occasionally forget details, but then I have like situations with coworkers where they're like, "No, we never talked about this," and I'm like, "No, despite my ridiculously shit memory, I remember having this conversation with you to a fucking T. But do not try and gaslight me and say that I did not have this conversation with you because, like, you can do that for some conversations, not this one."
That's what I wonder if a lot of people have the short-term memory problem. So if our short-term memory is bad and our long-term memory is better, then how do we like how do you form memories? Like how does it get into the long-term memory?
Does it get into the long-term memory, or is
Right.
there like a point where there was long-term and it was being recorded, and then the seizure stopped the ability to record? I haven't been able to figure that out. I've been wondering the same thing.
I guess the short answer is this thing called a process of consolidation, where it's involving cellular and this is verbatim AI, involving cellular and molecular changes in the brain. So that's about as deep as they go. They do mention the hippocampus that plays a crucial role. So that's something I always try to keep in mind when they narrowed down that some of my foci were in the hippocampus because certain parts of the brain play a different role in short term versus long term.
Hmm.
And the consolidation process happens between those two. So it's a lot. I feel like I felt like I had a lot more clarity once they did the in-depth EEG subdural because they were able to just tell me how many more foci I had than any other EEG ever revealed, and exactly why the lobectomies and resections and ablations and all those weren't an option because that would be vital parts of the brain.
Wow, so how many did you have? How many foci?
I know the number was above 50. and that was from
What?
the I think three tonic-clonics that were recorded, but it was a few other focals. It was a 5-day stay, so there was plenty. Stopped taking the meds 2 days before, and
But that
gave
was
them all
for
the
the
data they
focus.
need.
They were looking for like the seizure focus.
Right, they were
Yeah.
looking for the whatever that word is for like where it starts.
Yeah, to
And
localize. So
right, right, and
how
that's
many
why
areas
Mhm.
did you have that where the seizure was coming from? Like,
I know they mentioned temporal, frontal, hippocampus. Um, I know there's other parts of the brain that I'm not thinking of right now,
oh,
but
wow.
they explained that it was definitely bilateral. So that's what
Yeah,
where they came up with the game plan, if you will, of where to insert the electrodes and what types to use, and what settings to start with on the RNS.
wow.
That part felt like a lot more clarity though, because that was the first time the surgeon explained, not no neurologist. I've never seen an epileptologist before. And the surgeon was the one who actually explained to me that as long as you have seizures and continue having seizures, whether it be tonic-clonics or focals, that more pathways will emerge, more foci essentially. So
That's what I
I'm
keep
surprised that
hearing.
epilepsy
Yeah.
is not viewed as a progressive disease more. It doesn't seem like that's such a commonplace belief, but
Uh-huh.
I've never heard anything else.
Yeah, somebody the doctor, I think it was my general practitioner, had said that epilepsy is not considered degenerative, and then the epileptologist that I'm seeing explained basically that she's, can't call it degenerative, but every seizure you have makes it easier for more seizures to happen. This,
Any blanket term
yeah.
of a disease is risky because there is that one in a million who, it's whatever that childhood one is called, that they essentially outgrow, or the seizures are quickly managed and won't lead to any degenerative circumstance.
Yeah.
But,
Just
9 out of 10.
What
and
I wonder is, some people can go with focals for so long without having a tonic-clonic. And why is that?
What's your definition of so long? Because mine's are around 3 months apart.
Oh, no, no, no. I mean like years. Like as a child, I had tonic-clonics. I had three or four tonic-clonics. And I'm in my 40s now. I've never had a tonic-clonic again. They got those under control. Um, and I've talked to other people who have said the same thing. Like they're like, oh yeah, or even on Reddit, I've read experiences of people who say, oh, I had epilepsy as a child, and then one day as an adult, I had like a big seizure. Like, what happens?
um, I
In
didn't have
20
a
years, and 20 years it's been fast. I mean, it was slow. It's been whirlwind though. Got the seizures down to trying to be less than 5, but trying to be no more than 3. But so far, I had 3 this year, so I'm trying to get through the rest of the year without any more. So far, this is success for me. I'm comfortable with this many because it's not as many as I used to have a year. I've gotten better.
We've kind of mentioned this before too, where people will have long stints of not having seizures, and they're like, "Oh, my epilepsy went away," and then they have
Yeah,
a seizure, and so that's where we've talked about it and sort of said it as like your epilepsy doesn't go away. Once you have it, you have it. You can only manage it at that point. There are going to be breakthroughs. You just have to understand that it can happen and it's not your fault, unless obviously it is your fault because you were doing all of your triggers or whatever. But we're assuming that this person was not.
yeah, I went um I went more than 8 months between focal seizures before I had even been diagnosed with epilepsy, and I was not on any anti-epileptic drugs or even you know, any medications that have a side effect that would cause any sort of suppression, sedation, anything that would help to. So, yeah, I don't know. I think this in Florida here, you have to go 6 months between seizures in order to get your driver's license back. So I went more than that without any medications, and so yeah, I don't think I can ever trust myself with a driver's license
Mm.
even if my seizures get under control with the medication now. There's just no way to tell.
Yeah,
It
you
is
can
kind of
definitely
disheartening. Go
develop
ahead, Vicky.
a false sense of security. Like I have not been medicated for a year now, and I started thinking like maybe I can't get my doctors to give me medication. That's a different story, but maybe it won't get that bad because I've gone this long without having one of the big seizures, even though I have the focals every day. What are the chances of it getting bad, or could it just stay the same in that one area?
You're not on pills anymore either?
No, I'm not. I see my doctors are kind of treating my childhood epilepsy as something separate. Looks like Pookie's nodding off.
No, I'm not.
Yeah.
I just look like this.
Okay.
I'm here. I am wide awake.
Okay.
It's just his
You'll
face.
Yeah,
you'll
that's
notice
crazy.
when someone's nodding off. It happens sometimes. You'll notice.
That's why my camera is off because I have so many focals. I can't even seeing my face in the camera is like a trigger. But yeah, I can't remember what I was saying, but anyway, I'm not on medication. That's the story.
I mean, sometimes you just gotta get used to like the certain type of type of lifestyle that goes along with it. Honestly, literally, the only thing that I have driven since 2010 is the Autopia ride at Disneyland. I have not touched a car steering wheel in 15 years. I'm just used to riding bike everywhere, doing all of that. Like you just
It's
kind of get used to it,
yeah,
right? Like it's just
yeah.
another thing in life that you have to deal with, and
Is
yeah, it fucking
somebody
sucks,
echoing?
especially when it's like pouring down buckets outside, and all I want to do is go to the corner store and grab a taco on
Yeah.
on Taco Tuesday or something, right? Like,
Oh, there's DoorDash now.
but like. Yeah, but then that's more money, and
Yeah.
then obviously none of us are in the best working positions because of that. So then it's like it's just like it's like a constant like catch 22 of just like frustration sometimes, So, but yeah, I definitely, yeah, I feel what you're saying. How like it can be, yeah, frustrating. How it's just so many. One thing can be one thing, another thing can be another, and they just don't like combine.
You just don't know. And I wonder, like, am I in a dangerous situation not being medicated, but I can't get my doctors to really listen to me about it? So I'm just
Is
kind of
your whole
stuck
team
right
on the
now.
same page, or have you gotten a second opinion from an actual epileptologist?
Yes, I have seen an epileptologist, and that's the thing is that my EEGs are all normal, but I don't have convulsions. I only have the focal, like mostly it's like sensory type of stuff, but also I lose my ability to speak clearly. It's like it's called dysarthria. So I start like stuttering or I can't get my words out. Like it literally feels like I cannot talk. And so they told me that the last EMU, when it was my EEG was normal, that I had PNES. And yeah, that again. That again, yeah. And so I went 8 months with, no help, nothing. They were just like, go to psychology. And then I started getting worse. Like I started noticing my symptoms were getting worse. And so I called and I was like, well, what happened to my doctor? Where's my epileptologist? And I wound up getting an appointment with her, like a video appointment. And she was like, this is not, I don't really know what's going on. I can't tell you exactly, but I can tell you it's not seizures. And I was like, well, how do you know? She's like, no, it's not seizures. So that's kind of where I am now is they want me to get a psychological evaluation, occupational therapy for my speech, physical therapy, because when I have my episodes, I have trouble walking. So yeah,
And
it
Vicky,
sounded.
can you get any evidence? I mean, on video or even a recording, has this ever happened while you're leaving a voicemail? Something, some kind of
Mhm.
concrete evidence,
Oh
so
yeah,
these doctors can't just look at
when
this EEG.
she talked to me, because I mean, when I say they are frequent, like I cannot get through a day without having dozens of seizures. And I just got approved for disability, thankfully, because I'm not able to do anything. But when I was talking to her, I was having one because that's pretty much what happens the first part of the day. And so she could hear it, she could hear it in my speech and everything. And yeah, I don't know. But she did say I could get a second opinion. And so I'm going to see a what is it? It's a
Neurosurgeons,
neurologist that does psychology or no,
neuroscience.
movement disorder, functional.
What'd you do for work before this?
Well, I mean, I still tutor. I just tutor maybe like 2 or 3 hours a week. I've never really been able to work full time. Is
You'll
Pookie okay?
you'll actually be Pokey's doing good.
Okay.
Um, you'll actually be a good person for us to ask about the disability because that comes up a lot. Um,
Um,
where a lot of our members have been trying to get on disability and have been unable to, and they have questions about sort of the ins and outs of getting it. So it's good to have people who have gotten it who can provide some insight.
Yeah, I brought the up the other day, and then I was talking today earlier about leaving my 1 hour a day now, thanks to educational budget cuts, my 1 hour a day job now. So yeah, I would definitely love to know more. I'm sure it's different from state to state. I'm in California. I'm not sure
no,
where
it's really
you
a
are,
federal
Nikki,
program.
but yeah.
It's a federal programs. I mean, the only thing that's different from state to state is probably how swamped your particular office SSA office might be where you are. But two things, just quickly. The Social Security Administration has a book of impairments. And what I found out is that if you can fit any of those impairments, then it's an automatic approval. Or they will at least look at your case seriously and do a medical review. But my lawyer did not go for epilepsy because I would not get it because of epilepsy. I got it because of the effects of seizures, which are cognitive. So that's how I was able to get it because of like concentration, memory, the ability to like follow instructions. These are all the things that you need at a job. And also, the ability to speak. And if you can't speak, then you have to be able to use your, body in some way, like physical labor. And I can't do that either because I have balance issues.
Well,
So,
yeah, and I was gonna say
yeah.
that's another thing too, is you know, us with epilepsy, it I mean that cuts off like half of like today's jobs, right?
Yeah.
Like working at a warehouse, being an Uber driver, a Lyft driver, FedEx, whatever company you want to call. We obviously can't, be drivers for that place. We also can't drive, commute 40 miles each way to work if we can't drive. I mean, yeah, physically, if you wanted to get up at like 3 a.m. to start your 8 a.m. shift, sure, you could ride 40 miles there. But you know what I mean? So, like, we're
Mm.
already limited on all of that. Then we're limited on so many other things. And then there's still just like, oh no, sorry, that's not a disability enough for you. You need to go, you need to go work your 1 2 hour a day job. You
Yeah,
need to make your
you can't
you need to
survive
make your
on them.
$10 a day. You need to
That's funny.
make
Yeah,
make less than a Subway sandwich costs every day. So
Yeah.
I
And
I have gotten job offers
anyone,
for like in central Pennsylvania, and I live in just northeast Philadelphia, that like 60 miles away, and like not
wow.
even people with cars can get there. That's like a oh my
yeah,
God,
that's
it's
already that's a
ridiculous.
hassle if you have a car. And then if you're
Yeah,
driving 60 miles with gas prices now, dude, like your first hour of your shift is just covering getting your ass there, right?
like, do
Money
you want
money
to be
wise,
a
I mean.
cashier in Coatesville, Pennsylvania?
Yeah.
Nobody does. Who the hell wants to live there? Oh my God. No offense to
And that's
Coatesville if you're
another reason
watching
in the,
this.
well, in the process, that's another reason it's important never to even tackle it yourself, because once you get tangled up in the system, that's how they get shit against you, saying, you refuse this, this, and this, rather than the lawyer knowing how to tackle it, getting the medical records, get the right medical professionals to sign off on something saying that was never possible. So that's, yeah, the lawyer made a big difference. Kind of like what Nikki was saying. I would have never thought that anything besides actually having seizures would have played a major difference. But the only reason I even got the medical evaluation was because they cited all the other things that I wasn't doing right at work. Obviously post-ictal. And that
But
was not being able to remember like 4 digits of a credit card number when they give it to me, like those kind of tasks.
you need to be very careful about accepting it like any sort of income or financial input when you're on Social Security disability income. Um, I have a cousin who is nonverbal autistic, ASD level 3, as it would be called now. And he's been on, Social Security uh, his whole life because it's just, you know, he had no problem qualifying. It was just blatantly obvious to the system. But like we can't give him anything for like his birthday. We can't send him a birthday check or anything. He can't accept that because that counts towards income, towards his Social Security, and um,
So you
any
just do
sort of
cash.
income could disqual, huh?
So you just
Cash
do
only.
cash. Cash only.
Cash on, well, yeah, and even that you got to be very careful if anybody finds out. But I don't know. I think I've heard some people recommend setting up um an LLC in a person's name and have um I forget there was a whole system or shenanigans set up that would allow the income to go into an LLC and then the individual to be paid out of the LLC rather than um accepting the income themselves, um, to keep that income below the threshold. Uh, I
My
don't know.
lawyer told me that I can make up to $1,500 a month, which I'm not in any danger of doing, like what James was saying. His 1 day a week job, mine is like 3 hours a week. So I'm not gonna make $1,500 doing that.
Yeah, that was a big problem when I started on Medicare that I have. They told me I wasn't allowed to make a certain amount of money every year. So Medicare or Medicaid, I always forget what I have. But I've been on that a long time, and I'm not allowed to make X amount of money. And clearly that's a huge problem. I could take up a part-time job and I would have no problem making, I mean, it would, I don't know, but
Yeah,
it,
Medicaid is definitely the income-based one. Same reason with
yeah,
food
okay.
stamps, but I mean, like that little
Yeah,
6 months that you get of unemployment, for example, when I lost the last job and ended up hiring the lawyer, they took that right off the top of
mm,
of the
yeah,
Social Security
I
when
don't get,
when the disability got approved. They took that little bit of unemployment right back, and that's
I
not
get
even
no
making like
cash,
70%.
no cash, but they've been cutting food stamps every, like every time they get, but I don't know how much money I can make a year, but yeah, I mean that's the point.
Yeah, I'm in your yeah, very similar situation there, Kevin. A few years ago when my seizures got really, really bad and I couldn't keep my full-time mechanic job anymore. That's when I started, working at the school just for a few hours here, here and there. And clearly there was a big difference in paychecks. So my instead of having to have co-pays, I got kicked down to, like what you said, either Medicaid or Medicare, whichever one. I was making so little that I now have no zero co-pays. So instead of me, laying at home in bed in pain for a day because of my pancreas or something, I'm just like, I don't got to pay anything. I'm going to the hospital now. I'm actually going to take care of myself. I'm going to do this, but also at the same time, not only am I using the system more, but it also, like you were saying, it makes it so that you don't want to go out and get like
Right.
a part-time
It doesn't,
job.
it gives you
Like I've
no
told you,
incentive.
exactly. Like I've told you guys, and I've shown you some of the things around here. I do a lot of, sewing and cross stitching. Like I could start an Etsy store and, maybe make an extra few bucks here and there just to, have each month. But if
Yeah,
it's through that, then it's online, then it's official, then people are knowing I'm making money, and then I'm gonna have to get kicked back up to having to have a copay, and
right. Hmm.
I'm gonna be losing money. So why would I do that, right? Like
Uh-huh.
I feel like I'm a bum, but at the same time, it's like this is what the system is making us do,
Yeah.
Yeah.
right?
It's a
Like
trap. Yeah.
yeah, like I said earlier, a catch 22. It's just a big circle of I
Uh-huh.
want to do something, but screw you. But I want to do something, but screw you. But yeah,
Yeah.
Says seizure or dream. I'm new here. My son was just diagnosed with epilepsy. He's 15 years old. He had his first on October 17th at about 2:30 a.m. He thinks he had a seizure. He said he woke up from a nightmare at 2 a.m. and called a friend to talk. Instead, to talk, he was startled. He said he then damaged, he dreamed he had a seizure. As the day progressed, he said he thinks he really did have a seizure and it wasn't a dream. He explained he explained how he remembers being awake and feeling his eyes jerk, arms shake bit, and then next thing he wakes up at 6 a.m. thinking it was a dream. Does this sound like a seizure or a dream?
I would say dream on that one because they didn't mention any symptoms after to feel post-ictal, like bites or something like that.
It says help my child with acceptance of diagnosis. My 9-year-old daughter is an epileptic here. She's not the best with expressing her feelings about it, but I think she's embarrassed by her seizures, uncontrolled with meds, and maybe in denial about them. It's not something she really wants to talk about. I want her to know that her epilepsy doesn't define her and that she should never feel like she needs to hide it or be ashamed of something that she can't control. With this being Epilepsy Awareness Month, I want to help spread the awareness, but in a way helps her, that it helps her self-image and doesn't embarrass her or upset her. Any ideas? If I was diagnosed as a child, is this even a good idea?
I did. I was diagnosed when I was 4, but what did she want to do for her daughter?
She doesn't know.
Oh, she's trying to figure out what I can only speak from my experience, but I was a child a long time ago. But I think everybody really just I want to just to be a regular person and not have everything be about my illness. So if she can just like have something planned that they can do together or even with a group of friends where she's not worried about her seizures. Like I couldn't get on amusement park rides. I grew up in New York City and I couldn't like I had to take the school bus, which nobody takes the school bus in New York City unless you're in special education. And I just hated standing out. So I think that's, if you could somehow do something like that where she just feels like a regular person for one day.
And definitely never hesitate for second opinions because they do have a lot more in-depth methods of research and diagnosis for juveniles.
Yeah,
And
that's a good point.
and for a young person, just listen. You know, I know it's scary, but you know, it. Uh, I remember being that young, and I can at least remember being that young. I was diagnosed at 12, not 6 or 4, but it, it's all relative. I mean, just listen to your kid, and it's gonna be rocky going through, you know, developing and trying to come to terms with this. Just I don't know when they have a problem, be an open ear, be a shoulder to cry on, or whatever. Just I don't know, be there for them, and if they seem scared, just try to listen. I don't know, ask questions. And if I don't know, even if it seems like you're going too far, just say, just 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 ask, say what's wrong. I don't know, try to be helpful.
Oh, I have a question. I know some of you have children. Have you ever suspected any of your children having signs of epilepsy?
Mine's I got from brain trauma. It's not necessarily genetic. Yeah, I
My
got
cause was never officially diagnosed, but I assumed it was lifestyle choices. So we are keeping a close eye though.
Yeah. I found out my dad had epilepsy, and
Oh, you're not the only one. Yay, me too.
did he tell you? This was what's funny is my dad is 81 years old, so I was like, Dad, you used to have seizures, and he said I did.
Oh, so for me, it was a little bit different. My dad left when I was 2.
Me
So
too.
I
Yeah.
so I did. Oh, you damn. We okay. A little bit too many similarities here. Uh,
Cousins.
um, it left when I was 2. I finally pressured my mom, and I knew his family. Like that they weren't a fan of him either because he was a bit of a douchebag. Um, so they never really gave me any info, but I finally pressured my mom to like give me his contact info after so I was 26. So 24 years later. Um and we were talking, and found out he had epilepsy, blah blah blah. And then like 6 No, it wasn't even 6 months later. It was like 3 or 4 months later. I had my first seizure. Um, and so I contacted him and like, what the fuck? I just had a seizure. And he was like, yeah, that that kind of runs with like that I that may have been from me. And I was like, may have. I think it was. But um yeah, so he's only 18 years older than me. And I met him when I was 26. I've had epilepsy for 3 years. Yeah,
Wow. Yeah, I got back. I got in. Well, my mom always had my dad's contact, but he was living crazy. He's a Vietnam veteran, so he's kind of got some trauma. But
thank
I
God
got
for the
back in
moms.
contact with him when I was 30.
Thank God for the moms who like they know at some point you might want
Mm-hmm.
to, and so
Yeah.
they keep tabs because that was exactly what my mom did. She kept tabs, but didn't reach out because she was like, okay, well, he's changed his name, so when Brandon finally asks, I can at least tell him, okay, reach out to this person, not the person you thought his name was.
And it's so good that you found him and found out he had epilepsy. That's why we need to know our family history because probably your seizures are hereditary.
Yeah,
Sorry,
the
I didn't mean
genetics
to
can
take
really
that
only
a
tell you
totally
so
different
much.
direction.
It's useful.
Speaking of genetics, got one. It says epileptic, and I found out I'm pregnant. So I've had epilepsy since I was 13. My doctor said if I ever want to have kids, I would need to think about planning them. So today I found out that I'm approximately 5 weeks pregnant. And yes, it wasn't planned. Anyone else fell pregnant unexpectedly and everything was okay? I want reassurance and to know what people did in my situation so I can have some idea. Um, Guys, we can't really say anything on that because
I think I heard Kate's story before, and she said she had a lot of seizures while she was pregnant. For me, I didn't really because I didn't, that was during that period that I wasn't really having seizures, and even pregnancy and labor didn't bring them on, which is amazing. But yeah.
was it still crossing your mind that it could happen though?
Yes, it was scary. I thought about it, but because I thought that it kind of was in my past, I thought that I might be okay. But yeah, when I got later on in pregnancy, it gets scary. That's when I thought about it that it could happen. And who knows, maybe I was having some things that I didn't recognize as seizures, but it wasn't anything significant.
Did you manage to complete the pregnancies and like breastfeeding period without medication?
Yeah, without medication. Actually, okay, so maybe this was seizures now that I think about it. When I was pregnant with my second son, I got extremely depressed. And I was seeing a therapist, and the therapist convinced me to take antidepressants because she said it's more dangerous for you to be depressed than for you to like expose your child to these medications. So I took an antidepressant for a little bit, like I think until the end of the pregnancy. And who knows, maybe that was seizures because after a few months, I just felt like I didn't need it. I felt like it was slowing my brain down. But no, I wasn't on any medications all the way from age 14 until like 5 years ago. I wasn't on any
That's
medication.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is
That's why
such
I
a
wonder, like,
blessing
what
for your
happened?
children and everything.
Yeah, I raised my children. Well, I didn't, I mean, they're still being raised, but they
Never really
it
stop, right?
yeah, right. It was when my youngest son was a baby, that's when I started having those focal seizures. So that's been 15 years.
How far in between your pregnancies were they?
Almost 3 years. So they were kind
Oh,
of close, yeah.
Yeah, no, see, my
Yeah, so I
pregnancies
had
were
a
pretty far
baby and a
apart.
toddler at home, sleep deprived. Now, I did, when my first son was born, I had a few weird things, but I don't know. We're still trying to figure out what that is. My epileptologist thinks it might be narcolepsy because I have hallucinations as I'm waking up, but I had that when they were babies because I was sleep deprived.
Hey, Ann, you still down there?
Yeah, I'm still here. I was just
Okay, did you
thinking,
get a chance to hear that last question?
yeah, I did. Kind of. I was just thinking about the antidepressants and the seizures. That's what brought mine on in 2007 was amitriptyline. And apparently, yeah, looking back, I had a lot of seizures, and the more I have as the years go by, it's like, oh, I think that was a seizure at that baseball game. You know what I mean? And I start recognizing them more, but they're not kidding when they say that, they do create pathways. And Nicole, Nikki, I hate to be the one to say this, but it doesn't go away. And I know that you're right. And I know they're going to tell you that it's psychogenic until you have that tonic clonic and they have to treat you. But if you do have a tonic clonic, make sure and insist on an EEG within 48 hours because there's this thing my doctors called ghost waves, and they can see part of that seizure. The pathway is kind of like still there in your brain, and they can pick it up. But that's what happened to me. It was like they were giving me everything anti anxiety drugs, antidepressants, and that's what did it was, yeah, the amitriptyline. But
When you
during my
guys were prescribed anti-anxiety, oh, go ahead.
yeah, but during my pregnancies, I wasn't diagnosed, but I knew that I was still having seizures, but no medication.
This person, she's more asking what should she expect. She said, yeah, she's worried basically. What should she expect? Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, you can't tell.
we can't answer that question
Yeah.
for anybody. I mean, that's like me going into the shoulder surgery Reddit. What should I expect? I didn't expect this. I didn't expect more complications. I don't even know what to expect. So that's something that nobody really can answer that. But I don't know. She might be just fine because that's one of the few times in a woman's life when the hormones are most stable as oddly as that sound. And it isn't until postpartum after the birth that the hormones take the shift. So yeah, who knows? She might
I
be fine.
got a couple comments here. One says, yes, had epilepsy since I was 12. Didn't know I was pregnant until I was 22 weeks. I'm currently 36 weeks, and it's been surprisingly calm. Just communicate with your doctor and stay on top of things, and you'll be just fine. Another person said, mine was planned, but I've been pregnant twice. It's manageable. That's firm advice, I guess, right? This epilepsy has given me trust issues. I know you all know what I'm talking about. I have a laundry list of diagnosed disorders, but nothing like epilepsy. I think because it's a brain disorder, I think because it's a brain disorder. Let me explain. Most of us, whether we try to let it in or not, our lives revolve around epilepsy. We have to figure out everything we can about our brains, triggers, etc. Then trust issues happen. You recorded for months and notice patterns, and you're like, Eureka. Now I know when that happens how to prevent it. Just for the pattern change or stopping one kind of seizure just to start another type. I don't even go through this with my anxiety and panic. It took too many years and tons of work, but I know I can change my way of thinking to stop or prevent bad panic attacks. But without a rescue, nothing prevents new seizures. So I'm here. I think zonisamide is working after a little over a month, and I'm taking it. My focals are very weak, and the clusters actually very bearable, day by day and weakening, almost gone. I should be overjoyed, but beyond belief, all I can think of is what's going to go wrong. Is this too good to be true? What's the type of what new type of seizure am I gonna have that's gonna ruin my life?
I mean, too good to be true is what they're referring to, like being cured, right? Just no more seizures.
Basically, I
That
think
part
so.
sounded, yeah, that part sounds too good to be true. But management is a possibility. Even when doctors try to tell you this is as good as it's going to get, you're plateaued, just keep on this treatment plan for the rest of your life. If that's not up to your standard of living, you don't have to settle. But what I meant to ask you guys too, when you were talking about those antidepressants before, is that another kind of medication where they start you on a lower dose and titrate, I think is the word?
I think, yeah, they do titrate it, but I don't know if I did. It was so long ago, I'm not sure. But I know it was a low dose.
Yeah, I was curious about that because it seems like that's how we noticed a lot of the seizure medications side effects outweigh the benefits. Comp is the one that comes to mind because I got off of that one quicker than any other medication. Medical records didn't tell me why, so I literally just had to go back to pictures and show family, hey, do you remember around that time? Like, what's the deal? They're like, oh yeah, that's me, you're crazy. Because you're
Oh,
taking that
wow.
that one medication and it was new and we knew that's why we knew that was what did it. Because you go back and say I'm still having focals, the tonic-clonics aren't as often, and they say, okay, let's try this new one. Just add another benzo to the two AEDs and see what happens.
So it's like an emergency medicine they added.
Well, the Vicompa, they don't consider it an emergency medication. I think that has to do more with like the half-life. But yeah, it was just another last-ditch effort of something to control the partials. And definitely not the right one.
It says seizure advice. About 5 years ago, I had a cluster of seizures after abruptly quitting an insane amount of benzos for months on end. About 8 years ago, I had one at a festival after being awake for days on coke, MDA, and other stimulants. And I also took over a gram of pregabalin, which definitely contributed to it. Am I now susceptible to seizures due to my past? I have had a daughter, and I am so scared that I'll have another one.
Don't go to festivals and stay up days on end without or with boatloads of stimulants, and you won't be as susceptible. I mean, I don't think that
I gotta
those
run to
things,
the bathroom, but go ahead.
I don't think that those things do like a lasting permanent damage unless you do something like overdose and stop breathing and end up, with hypoxic brain injury or something. Um, I don't know. That's a lot of stuff. Um, uh, I don't know. I personally don't think that they would be any more susceptible than they would have been before that same festival. So, um, do either of you guys have any sort of opinion on the matter? Or any of you? How many people are here still?
Yeah. I
I'm
heard
sorry.
I heard a
Sorry, Nikki,
couple say
don't mean to leave
something
you out of it.
on YouTube that like if the average person is exposed to 130 degrees or something like that, a 130-degree environment, that person will have a seizure. So if you create the right conditions, anyone can have a seizure, but some people are more susceptible to having seizures than others.
Yeah.
Is that part of the debate of what differentiates a seizure and epilepsy in some patients?
No,
It seems
Pookie
like some
read a
people take
new
a long
post.
time. Oh, go ahead.
Pookie read a new post, and there was a whole It sounds like somebody took everything on the menu at some festival and was asking about whether they were prone to seizures forever now, if they've given themselves epilepsy, something like that. I don't know. I told them my theory is that unless there was something significant, some overdose and some sort of hypoxic brain injury, that I don't think that any of the substances they took would leave them any more susceptible to seizures than they were before. It's really just the stimulation uh, during the effects that is really the dangerous part with them. Um, but I don't know. So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, no, thanks for filling me in. So I've always been kind of suspicious how the physicians say that, one time you try something one time and it could actually cause something like this. But when you take everything into account, especially in, an adolescent brain, depending on what part of development somebody might try some of those substances, I guess I wouldn't be surprised if seeing what that stuff can
Spending
do to
days
somebody.
awake.
Yeah, yeah. So I mean, obviously that would lower your threshold. But once there's that one seizure, I would still stick by that theory of it's not over. It's not going to go away. And if that is what triggered it, then maybe it would have happened, but maybe it wouldn't have. You might never know besides that one party night or weekend.
I had not considered that this person, yeah, um, yeah, it could just be one or the other. Could taken too many drugs and has seizure. That's very common. On the
That's
other
always
hand,
that's
yeah,
always sort of like confused me a little bit, I guess. It's like if it happens once because of you're overdosing or like too many drugs, whatever it is, but then it happens again because of the same reason, you know, like too many drugs or whatever. It's like at what point does your brain sort of just start degenerating and it like can't recover and it just becomes like no you this is a thing for you now, you know.
When
Hmm.
wasn't one of the drugs that they listed off there, wasn't it um pregabalin, I think. I thought I mentioned one
That's a
of them,
recreational one?
yeah, I thought I remember one of them being a gabapentinoid. And
Oh, I was just about to ask,
it
but
jumping out to me as not everything was a dopaminergic or monoamine.
Yeah, so a lot of
um
these drugs that are used as pain treatments or some kind
yeah,
of
so
nerve
I
pain
mean
or whatever pain.
which
some uppers, some downers,
when taken, yeah,
they
with other drugs, yeah.
I mean, my epilepsy was triggered by a drug, caffeine.
caffeine.
Caffeine. Yes, I was very young when I was 12. Took too much caffeine, had a seizure. So, I mean, this person could be an epileptic. We
Mm,
don't know. I don't know. How old
yes,
is this person?
I don't
I
I
don't
don't
know.
I
They
didn't hear
don't
remember.
that
mention.
part,
I
but
would
don't you
assume
guys always get told like no caffeine because it'll like keep you short or something?
Yeah,
no, th- I think that was one particular beverage back in the 90s. I don't think it's sold anymore. Um, and if that was true, I would know it. Um,
well,
That
Uh,
soda was my favorite.
What
I
beverage?
Surge.
Oh,
The
I thought y-
green, the
I thought
wasn't
you
it
were gonna
called
say
Joel?
green.
I I was thinking
No,
Vault. Do you guys remember Vault?
Vault.
Was that some kind of
There's
soda?
also balls.
Yeah.
I guess all
Oh,
of them were highly caffeinated, and that's kind
and
of the common thread between them. So
they got
maybe
discontinued.
Kate's,
Like
maybe
every one of
Kate's.
them got discontinued.
No, you can still get
That's-
balls. You can't find it anywhere in like physical stores, but you can get it on Amazon. They'll ship you.
Yeah,
And I
yeah, yeah,
mean,
yeah. You just have
as
to go
far
through
as
a third
specialty
party and you'll
sodas
get it
go,
no
it's not
problem.
that. I'm sorry, what?
I was jokingly going, yeah, you just have to go through a third party. You can get it no
yeah.
problem.
Yeah, well, yeah.
In the
Uh,
black market, you got to
I,
find
I
these
know a
things.
guy, man.
I
He's
I got a
yeah, he's
guy.
been
He lives
boyfriend.
down an alley. He's a great guy. He's got like
Yeah,
8 cases
you'll love
at.
him.
Yeah.
No,
And
but
let
they
anybody from Europe hear us right now.
as far as like the specialty soft drink beverages go, it's really not that bad. There's a few others that I've tried to seek out that are a lot more expensive. McFuddy's pepper elixir, that's a great one. It's like a spicy Dr. Pepper, like I mean not spicy like burn your mouth, it's spicy like the um
I get it.
I
Like
don't know.
ginger beer and stuff like that. Some of the Jamaican
Yeah, but
sodas,
like
like
a really sharp
yeah, they got good
forward.
flavor to them.
Yeah,
I usually
it's
get it when I go to the Jamaican place and get chicken or whatever. Yeah, good
I'm a
soda.
very I'm a very simple man. Goya, pineapple soda, done.
Mm, mm, it's
pineapple
good.
soda. I see
Oh, it's
it
very
a lot in the store, and I have never even considered trying it. It
I
just
don't know what
the
turned me on to it
pineapple.
one day. Yeah, I like I never thought about it either. And then one day I just was like, screw it. And then I was like, I'm never going back. This is awesome. I love pineapple soda.
it's excellent.
Yeah,
It really is
that's
good. Yeah.
Come on, Mark. Everywhere you are in Florida, and then you have like every Goya product on the market, like
I know
next to you.
it's everywhere. It's impossible to
Y
avoid.
nunca lo has probado? Come on.
Like half of the
Oh my
soft
God, I
drink
love that you
aisle
did that
is
in
Goya,
Spanish.
and I mean, it's not that I haven't tried any Goya. It's just the pineapple flavor. It's never crossed my mind. There's so many others, and pineapple is not up there on my list of fruit. But I should give it a shot. I should give
You
it
know
its
that
fair
shit's not
shot.
real pineapple.
Huh?
You know that's not real pineapple. That's just whatever they make it.
Are
And
are you a
Yeah,
Goya
Jarritos
does it.
man?
Es rico. What's that?
it's real pineapple soft drink syrup flavor.
Mark, are
Yes.
you a oh my God. Are you a Jarritos man?
Jaritas. I mean, I can tell that there's some pronunciation going
Las
on.
galletitas.
Uh, I'm not sure. You know, I was born in Miami. I should know
So
the
if
like
you were to
some of
look at
these
it as an American, it would say Jarritos.
Jaritos.
You know that soda?
No, no,
Oh my
not
God,
I'm over
what?
here telling you it's some kind of little chip or cookie or something. I didn't know what it was either.
Yeah, I
Oh
was
my God, you
thinking,
guys,
is it like some like the
it's literally like
It's a
what
Doritos
drink.
you
from Mexico or
it's like
something?
the best Mexican soda. Pookie, you
Mexican.
got me
Okay,
here?
well, I got the Mexican part right.
Pookie,
Um,
you understand. You know what Jarritos is.
I understand what you mean. Sorry that I went away for
well, I
so
mean,
long, you guys, but I just
you're
found
right
out I
there.
was home alone, so I made food as well.
You're right there in California. Right with the border. You
And
know,
I'm up
I'm
here.
closer to Cuba.
I'm up
California
here
goes up a little bit.
I'm up here in fucking New England. Come on, folks.
Well,
Get with the Mexican culture.
yeah. I guess I don't venture out over to like the various ethnic markets part of downtown Orlando. I kind of stay
Or that one
close to
aisle in
whatever's
every
in the.
store.
Yeah, well, no, but I mean there are like
Come on, they got
actual
it right next
full
to the liquor and the seasonings.
the no, I mean
You lucky bastards who can
there's
sell
like
liquor in a grocery
Middle
store. Fuck you.
Eastern, like full on
What?
dedicated Middle Eastern stores and stuff. At least that's what my best friend is Lebanese, and he gets his fancy um za'atar spice over there, and he says it's better than the tea and spice exchange version of it. They don't get it right from the over there. They kind of mix in too many other, yeah. So
Yeah, we do get a lot of direct imports, that's for sure. But that thing about New England, like Massachusetts, Rhode Island, you can't sell liquor up there?
So in Mass, grocery stores are allowed to sell beer and wine. They can't sell like hard liquor. In Rhode Island, where I am, it is completely illegal for grocery stores to sell any form of alcohol. Um, which was funny when I was working at Whole Foods because we would get in all the like the new RISD students and the new Brown students and stuff who would come in and they would I was the first department they would see because you walk into the produce department, I was right there. Um and they would be like, where's the liquor aisle? And I'd be like, it's 3 doors down to the liquor store. And I would always hope that someone would hop in on my 3 doors down reference and be like, damn, that's some kryptonite or something, you know.
Do, do you have like a state liquor board or something? Because that's what we have in Pennsylvania. We have the Pennsylvania Liquor Board.
I'm
Ooh.
sure there is one in Rhode Island. I don't pay attention to it.
I mean,
Basically every grocery store, um, like you can spot a a liquor store from the parking lot. You know what I mean? Like they set
because
it up like that on purpose. You know.
yeah, it's the
That
same
open flea
here in
market.
Florida too. I think I remember reading that it's the exception, as far as states go. Most states don't allow liquor in the grocery store there. They have to be in a separate, there's the minority of states that allow selling it in the grocery store itself. But
But they still want $500 for a medical marijuana card.
in
I
Florida,
actually
it's only 75.
In
It's
California,
75 for
you
the
don't need a
card.
card, and liquor is in every grocery store.
and I think I sent a link to somebody for it there's like a company out of California where it's $50 and you can do it like over the phone and you basically just say yes to every question and then they send you a card and it's like $50.
Well, the timing is just not for me right now because the doctor's office that needs to conduct that visit for the paperwork, that's where the big money is at.
Oh yeah.
I didn't even
Okay.
have health
Yeah, that
insurance or
that
a
was
doctor when
like
I signed up.
that was like
Oh, they don't take insurance.
150 or
No.
like 200 bucks out of pocket or something. But they
Yeah,
accept
that's
credit
what it
cards.
was like 2 or 3 years ago. Yeah. Now they want like
And
four
then
and $500 for that shit.
I
Yeah,
don't know,
one
maybe I
visit.
just got a
One visit.
really
Here's
a
all the
really
proof.
good, or maybe it's just the renewal or something that,
Yeah,
Loyalty,
I'm only looking into initial visits right
I
now.
got, yeah, okay.
Yeah, the renewals are definitely like half as much.
Yeah, but the renewal, I like the renewal because you get the every
I think
single
it's like three
dispensary
years.
gives you
Oh, okay.
discounts because you had to pay the $75 to the state board. So like True Leave gives you the equivalent,
Oh,
$75 credit for having to pay $75 to the state and then go over to the next dispensary and get like a 50% off store-wide
and then they
sale
want
or something
$100 for like
just
a fucking
for
eighth.
milk it. Where are you
Yeah, True Leave.
shopping?
Don't get me started on True Leave. True Leave on the
Hmm,
Treasure Coast. Mm, mm-mm.
I don't know. Over here, it's I mean,
No, Kush
the
is
the
gold.
cheap ones, the cheapest ones, the roll one are like I've got $20 eighths, and then the I mean just normal average I spend like 30 or so, and the premium, the most I've spent on a premium top shelf at True Leaf was like $60. I don't know. I I didn't know that
Yeah.
they changed their prices that much between stores. That's pretty.
No, location is everything. This is a budget I was living on until like November of last year. So yeah, you're
I
definitely
guess
probably on a different strain.
they have to be so competitive here in the Orlando area. They're flooded with competitors just like
Oh yeah.
a mile down the road. That's why I
Oh
was
yeah.
saying,
There's only
yeah, I
like
can
one private shop in the county.
go like 10 minutes away from each other. There's like four different dispensaries that all have to compete with each other. So that's
Oh
probably
yeah,
it.
and you can get anything you want at the strip clubs.
when
Hello,
my
Orlando.
when my girlfriend and I went up to Maine, I swear to God, every corner store like that you would think of where you're like, oh, that's just another, like gas station corner store, or whatever. No, every single one was a smoke shop, like an actual like dispensary smoke shop. I was
The
amazed. I need
recreational.
for recreational. You don't need a license. You can just walk in and buy it, and it's like every like mile there's another one. I swear to God, it was amazing.
I'm kind of wondering what the quality would be like there.
It was good. I mean,
Are
I
they
I had it.
required
It
to
was good.
do are they required to um
Yeah,
like analysis of it, and you get the certificate of analysis with the various terpenes and
I'm sure they
cannabinoids
all
and stuff?
order. I'm sure they were all ordering from the same supplier, sort of thing.
Yeah.
But
Hmm.
yes, it was all like medical grade. You know,
Yeah,
Yes.
Bookie, get working.
Someday. I would like home grow. I love my pepper plants. If I had the amount of time for some cannabis plants that I put into my pepper plants, goddamn, I would just the sleep that never ends once I harvest, and then I'd have a problem.
I need like weed grown in the same room as pepper plants so that some of the pepper like oils kind of like spill over and we get spicy weed.
Oh, hybrid creation would be so fun.
Got something back
I think
back to
I think
seizures.
oh
Um,
sorry, Pookie.
Since I can't tell if I'm having seizures or not. Little backstory: I had what my friends say was a seizure around 7 months ago, twitching, convulsions, but I could hear what they were saying. I just couldn't respond. My friends didn't take me to the hospital, so I assumed I was fine. But since then, I have been it's been happening pretty frequently. I'm always aware of what's going on with people are saying around me. I just can't respond or control my body. I feel very similar to motion sickness before it happens. I get nauseous and feel weak, and my head hurts. I start to slur my words and have a hard time keeping my eyes open. When I do wake up, I feel really out of it and exhausted, like it's hard to move. Are these actually seizures?
I'm gonna say yes, but that's just me. So I don't know. 1 out of 7 saying yes. What are we at for everyone else?
2.
I'm with it. I say that's a seizure.
Yep.
Because I have
All right.
those same things. I've
3
had
out
the
of
same
7.
ones where I had a seizure in a car, and like I was there and I was not there. I was like, I can feel myself gritting my teeth. I could hear everybody talking and panicking, and I could hear that some of them was like, "Does he have his seatbelt on?" And I'm in the passenger seat. Um, yeah, I can see. I have had one of those where you can see and hear and all that. Just can't react to move your body. Um, yeah, it sounds like a seizure. Go
Yeah,
to the
I guess
hospital.
at this point it would just be easier to ask, does anyone think it wasn't a seizure? Because if so, it would probably only be like one person or something. No,
I
all
always
right.
just I just take the skeptical side. That's my
Okay.
I'm not saying
Yeah.
it's not a seizure. I'm saying no, I'm no,
I
I think this the
I
skeptical
get you.
side is the best side.
You're good. I
So
get you.
so
Yeah.
just check out everything to make sure it wasn't like a panic attack or um if you think it was, then I'm not saying it is, I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying
Yeah.
if you think it was, go to a doctor and get checked out. I think that's the best course of action.
That is actually a very good rational like uh way of
Not to set
responding.
up for failure kind of way of doing it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like when someone asks you a question, and it's either definitive or I could say, maybe we could. One, you're getting told you're a liar, or the other, it's like, it didn't follow through.
That's another reason I want to be able to see what this RNS is doing, because the first time, whenever that seizure was a couple days ago, for the first time I remembered, I was actually aware, and that's never happened before. Apparently, this was after daughter already sat me down, so I don't remember what room I was in before that, but I remember the whole time that I couldn't speak. I remember clear as day looking in front, seeing for some reason my hands were out and they were trembling. I was able to put my arms down, but then I started looking around for a drink and couldn't speak. And I remember not being able to, lift my arms after I put them down. And that's the first time that's ever happened. Usually I'm gone, and then the next thing I remember, I'm actually back and fully functioning, speaking, moving, whatever. But yeah, these things are changing. That's why I'm curious to see if this thing was still zapping me when that part was aware. So we'll see.
Yeah. Well, first comment says 100% seizure activity. Please go to the doctor. Someone else said, based on as a newbie, what I've read, go see a doctor. Really, and it might be a simple change to straighten things out quickly. Advice on going for a brain tumor surgery. I've never had brain surgery or any head surgery. Okay. It says how to deal with medical gaslighting. I went to a new doctor because I have seizures and HEDs, and I believe that they are affecting each other. And I also have been told to have something else. I just don't remember the name. Is some sort of unspecified brain issue I learned about through an EEG that can cause seizures and a bunch of other things. And I want a doctor. I want a doctor She said it was probably just an accident with the diagnosis, and said I should go off my seizure medication and not do my medication med I was recently prescribed. Keep in mind, I only met her once. I feel so scared and drained, and I feel like a fool a bit. The question
Okay.
was, how do you deal with medical gaslighting?
They obviously just want to move on to the next case, file this claim, and not worth your time.
Yeah, I think we've had this question kind of before, where not everyone here has had to necessarily deal with it, but we have kind of come to the same consensus of like you need multiple opinions, because if you're just relying on one and they're saying one thing and it doesn't work for you, you have the option. You can get a second opinion. Also, fuck medical professionals who like gaslight their patients. That's, I don't know. It just irked me so much. The
Keppra. I just started Keppra 2 days ago. Half a tab twice a day, 500 milligrams in total. Anyway, I keep seeing people making vague posts about how terrible Keppra is. But when I ask for details, they don't answer. So can someone please explain? Please tell me if I should be worried about this pill. I had to switch from lamotrigine because that was giving me a bad rash.
I'm confused when they say did they say they have to split a tab?
Um, yeah, half a tab twice a day.
So they split 1,000 milligram tab instead of being just prescribed 500 milligram tabs.
No, I think they're splitting a 500 milligram tab.
Yeah,
Oh.
those pills are all whatever that word is for when it has a line down the middle.
Okay, sorry, was a little confused there. I mean, I guess I can speak to what were they asking about the effects?
What should they expect, basically? Should I be worried?
Well, they're not on a huge dosage, but as we have talked about before, Keppra at the start will make you very mad about literally nothing. You will get so mad that you want to punch a friggin' wall over basically someone just didn't respond to you in time. That's what it kind of feels like, you know. So keep that in mind. It does go away. You just have to let your body adjust. Luckily, you're on a small dosage, so it shouldn't hit you as hard. But you got to keep those things in mind because the people around you in your life are going to notice it and they need to understand where it's coming from. And it's not you, it's the medication. Um, a lot of people who have talked about their experience with Keppra, like on this sub that we've talked about, have said that, you know, the people in their life just can't deal with them anymore. But I feel like they weren't aware of what the side effects were going to be going into it. So be communicative, um, and just try your best to understand when it's not you, it's the meds. You've got to rein it in, you know.
I know I missed the like last, I don't know, 45 minutes or however long I was out for. But I just heard Kepra and screwing with people's heads, and yeah, exactly. I was on it when I first started taking. When I first started having my seizures about 20 years ago, and it really, really messed with my head. And at the time, I was 19. You know, still had ambitions of having a driver's license, you know, finishing up college, you know, all of that stuff. So I was just pushing through it, not acting, you know, not taking it very seriously. And it got to the point where Kepler really screwed me up. So I messed up a couple of friendships, got off of it. And then as I've explained in other chats, I have some liver and pancreas issues, so that kind of limits other seizure medications I can take. So it's come back around where back in 2022, my doctors were like, "We're out of fucking things to give you, so here's Keppra again." So I've been on Keppra, yeah, since then, and once again, yeah, my you know, I live with my parents. They've definitely noticed a difference in me. I've had to switch jobs. I've, you know, lost a couple of friendships. Of a very very close. I don't know if you want to call it relationship, but a very close female friend of mine. We no longer speak very often anymore. It's just been a lot of different things ever since I started taking the, you know, the Keppra again and switching medications. So it's not a fun thing to be on. I'm trying to get off it. I'm trying to switch to something new here within the next couple of months or so. But if you have to take it, it's gonna be something you might have to, you know, just deal with and explain to other people that it's that tiny little white pill. It's not you. It's not you that's saying and doing those things.
I think we talked about memories earlier betraying us. You know, we can't remember them. Um, I think I was on Kepra for a while, maybe during certain periods, off and on. And I don't know if I pushed people away. I definitely did some weird stuff. I know that for sure. And yeah, I definitely did some really weird things. That's all I'll leave that at that. But I don't know if I pushed people away because of that or if they just left me. And that's an awful feeling if not knowing if it was my fault or um if it was me or them.
It
And yeah,
yeah, exactly, Kevin. Yeah, one of the relationships I had that ended. Um, I literally, it's embarrassing to say, but I got ghosted. We were you know, we had been dating for, you know, several months, gone out, done a bunch of, you know, stuff together, um, adult activities together. You know, we were that close. And then we were planning on going out, you know, to dinner one night, and we were texting during the day. And you know, obviously I wasn't driving. She was gonna come pick me up, um, and then just never showed up. And I was like, holy shit, like, oh my God, I really care about you. Like, what happened? Are you okay? Blah blah blah. Never got a reply. That was the last time I talked to her. She just completely ghosted me out of nowhere. And ever since then, you know, I've always just said that, like, half jokingly, of course, but I would rather her have like come up and just like kicked me in the crotch and been like, fuck you, I hate you, than not know what the reason was, right? Like, I just, like, it's just like that empty like feeling of like not knowing that
yeah,
bothers me more than if she had actually just, you know, punched me and been like, we're done, peace out.
yeah,
And so,
yeah.
yeah, and that was after, like, that was about, I don't know, toward the end of, I don't know, sometime in 2023. So I'd already been on the Capra, you know, so I don't know if it was the meds, sometime, you know, maybe I didn't think it was anything else because, like I said, we had been dating for, several months, done a lot of, activities, gone out to a lot of places together. Everything seemed like it was in a good place. And then all of a sudden one day she was just like, I'm done with you. So I don't know what it was. And yeah, still obviously it bothers me, to this day because I want to know, was it the medication? Was it something I did? Was it that she just couldn't put up with the epilepsy and she just didn't want to mention it and she was too embarrassed to say I don't like you because of your disability? Like there's just so many questions in my head. And that was kind of the last like serious relationship I had because at that point I had just kind of given up. I just figured, somebody that I had known for this long knew you know, my condition and everything. She had seen me had a seizure. She still put up with it, still stayed with me. If somebody that knows all of that is just gonna, peace out, just bounce out of my life, out of nowhere, then I, yeah, I just don't really have any real motivation to go hunting for like a serious relationship. Like obviously we all want friendship, and that's why we're all here talking to each other right now, right? But yeah, I'm not expecting nothing,
I'm sorry to hear all that.
serious
And
for
it's easier to get clarity, to get some finality on relationships,
exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying. I'd rather just have, yeah, the final, end of
Mhm.
it, closure, end of the, last page of the book read and done than somebody just, running off into the distance or something. And so yeah,
yeah.
that with, the like we've all spoken, the not driving, the not exactly having steady jobs, not much income. It just adds, to it, making it to be, difficult to have a relationship with with a female or sorry, my
Yeah.
mistake, with a partner, male, female, whatever you're into. I don't want to be disrespectful, but yeah, it just makes it much tougher. And so I figure I already have enough other things to worry about: my health, my medication, my other stuff. That having a partner, a relationship is secondary to all that stuff at this point now, especially being plenty of gray hair and not nearly 40. It's not like I'm in my prime anymore either.
Yeah.
So
I got something here. It says Depakote and hair loss. It's been a long 5 years, and I think our daughter's seizures are under control with the help of Depakote. Last EEG came back normal. However, she's been experiencing a lot of hair loss. She's been on the medication since March. EEG late April, and over the last month or so, thinning of the hair. We feel we feel for her. About to go off to college, play basketball, and now this. Don't get us wrong, we're ecstatic for the medication that's working. But damn, like every other parent out there, can we just get a little break? This is just me, father, husband, hoping this will pass, and the vitamins, the vitamins that she will be getting on, or for hair loss. Just seeing if anybody else has experience with other vitamins to counteract the hair loss. Never giving up, never giving up, or preparing for all the ones that are loved ones that are affected by epilepsy. Anybody had any hair loss?
I mean, if I pull my hair back here, you all can tell I got a pretty big forehead. My dad's hairline goes back pretty far. My grandfather's did. My great grandfather, way back. My great grandfather, I actually do have a picture of him from 1903. He's got like the horseshoe, shaped, like bald, like in the middle. So I always just thought it was like a genetic thing, for me. I mean, honestly, look how far back. I got a pretty damn big ass forehead, right?
Yeah.
I always thought it was a genetic thing. Um, I didn't know it would. I didn't think it was related to epilepsy or anything. When I was younger, And actually, because I haven't had a driver's license in so long, the DMV has not asked me to renew my picture. So, despite having all of this gray hair, I get questioned about my ID sometimes because my ID picture is from 2006. So I have zero facial hair whatsoever, and my hair is it's longer than yours, Kevin. In the picture,
Oh
it's like
yeah.
yeah, I swear to you, it's halfway down my back. I gotta grab this shit right now just so you guys. but yeah, hold on one second. I'm not gonna try and dox myself and give away a little
Yeah, I was gonna
too much
say, be
too much
careful showing
information.
an ID
But
photo.
but there we are. So no glasses, only a tiny little bit of facial hair, no mustache, and my hair you can see is like draping down my
Yeah,
sides.
yeah.
Yep.
And
With the
so literally this
glasses, it
picture,
looks
yeah,
like
this picture's from
the reverse direction that somebody would go to get a fake ID for some booze or something. Like,
exactly. And like even the date on this is still I'm older than 20, it's still it's 19 years old, so I'm still 21 on there. And I'm like, bro, like if you think I got a fake ID, do you really think I would have it be saying that I'm 40 years old or 39 years old? Like no, I'd be having one that would be saying like 22, and I wouldn't have, a foot long of gray hair on my face. Like when people ask me, I'm still just like, what the fuck is your problem, dude?
well, at least you don't need to worry about cops pulling you over and looking at that. That I was gonna say that could be a problem if you get pulled over. But then I realized, no, that's not an issue with anybody in this group, is it?
Yeah, they don't gotta drive.
So,
Hey, I mean,
yeah,
you can still get stopped on a bike. You can still get pulled over on a bike. Like I've said,
yeah.
I worked at bicycle shops for over 20 years, man. I've heard all sorts of crazy, insane, every wild scenario you can hear about, people on bicycles. I've been hit by a car twice. I over those many years of working at bicycle shops, I had three customers get hit and unfortunately pass away.
Oh,
And
wow.
one of them was a, a relatively closer friend. Even though despite I knew him through work, we would on weekends still sometimes go bike riding together at like a local mountain bike trail.
How
Uh,
about, did you hear about any of your customers having a seizure on their bicycle while riding it on the road?
I actually didn't, which actually sounds kind of crazy considering as long as I had worked at a bicycle shop. I did know a couple of people that um, their main mode of transportation was their bicycle, just like me, because they couldn't drive because of epilepsy. But
Mhm.
none of them had ever told me that they had a seizure while riding their bicycle. Um,
Yeah.
Thankfully, and that's kind of one of my main biggest like fears is obviously I'm on
I
my
mean,
bike, I have my own lane, but if I have a seizure and then all of a sudden my body jerks and I go over to one side, then all of a
yeah,
sudden I'm in the middle of a road and here comes like a bus and just runs
because
right over me
yeah,
or something.
it'd be the same likelihood that you would have a seizure on your bicycle, basically, as you
It,
would on behind the wheel. You're just a lot less
it,
dangerous to other people.
exactly,
But
and yeah, I think I said that before on another day where we had a chat. Whereas if I have a seizure on my bicycle, it's it's
yeah.
me that's getting injured
I
or
guess me getting
taking
run
that. But
over could
if
cause
I'm
a
doing it
chain reaction of other people like slamming the brakes and
I mean,
go a whole mess. But that's kind of getting into
I
the
mean, I
realm
mean that's true. Somebody in
of
a car could like try and
fiction.
swerve out of the way and hit another car or something. But if it
Yeah,
was me driving and I had the seizure and I was on the freeway doing 70 miles an hour or something, then you're crashing into a bunch of cars. You're taking out like a family in a minivan, or like
I'm
if I
pretty
crashed
sure
on my
that
bike.
it's illegal to ride a bicycle on any freeway with a speed limit of 70. At least
Oh,
I
no, no,
would
no,
think.
no, 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 no! I'm not saying me riding the bicycle. I'm saying if I were driving in a car, doing the speed limit at 70 miles an hour, and then say I were
Right,
to
but
swerve over and hit a van or
that
something.
person. Oh,
Yeah, but if I'm on the
no
bicycle,
bicycles? Oh, well, right. Okay.
yeah, that's what I meant. My bad. If I'm on a bicycle, I have a seizure, I crash. It's me that's getting hurt. It's just me. Most likely, most likely.
Right.
But if
Well,
I
I
have a
was thinking if
seizure,
if you were in a car on a road versus you are riding a bicycle on the same road, you're just as likely to have a seizure operating those two vehicles on that road at that same time. Um,
exactly. But
the
me
only
riding,
difference.
me riding my 40-pound electric bike, that's going to do a lot less damage to another human being versus if I were driving, my 5,000-pound Cybertruck.
Right.
I'm using that as an example because I live here in Fremont right next to Tesla. But you know what I mean, there's different differences in vehicle weights and all that. But yeah.
So this girl with the hair loss, what you were talking about with I also have very good genes with hair, but I also take Depakote. And I'm the same age as you. I think I got the receding hairline, but I've heard many stories about people losing their hair, and it's very unfortunate. And I don't know. I think it's just hit or miss with the hair loss. For some reason, I've been very lucky. I've been taking Depakote very long, and uh, I I just haven't had it myself. And yeah, I don't know why I haven't had the hair loss, and this is it's just unfortunate. But I take vitamin D supplements. Maybe there's some other things for this person, this young person. Uh, I was prescribed vitamin D. Uh, I would definitely look into uh, diet or uh, yeah. So definitely look into supplements and stuff for sure.
Have doctors
Ask
ever
your
told
doc
you that like a dermatological treatment is not allowed?
a dermatological. Well,
Yeah, I guess they have something called PRP, platelet rich plasma. Not sure how it's done, but it sounds like it's an in-office thing performed by a dermatologist to help stimulate hair growth.
well,
Would that
I
kind of thing
did.
be?
I don't need hair growth. I actually have Peter Gallagher eyebrows, if you can see that. So I'm fine with hair, but hopefully other people. I think I might have. Yeah, I'm fine with that as far as it goes, but I would definitely suggest to someone else to uh, 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 to look into supplements and anything else. Yeah,
Yeah, there's a long list of AEDs.
Yeah,
yeah.
Besides the
I
Depakote, it's Lamictal, Tegretol, Gabapentin, Levetiracetam, Topiramate, all of them.
I think I have the most receded hairline among the gentlemen of podcast. But
I
the
got the
blonde
most like
hair
shoe.
helps to hide it. Blonde hair on white skin when it's shaved down to an eighth of an inch kind of all fades into each other. So That's another advantage of this haircut. I think I might keep it. The plan was to just buzz it all off, but I've been getting so many compliments, I feel popular.
Very good.
You could. How much does life change? I'm 21 years old. About 3 weeks ago, I had a seizure. I don't know how long I was convulsing, but when the paramedics came, they thought it was an overdose. I smoke pot every day, but I smoke pot every day and consume MDMA very occasionally. I did not consume any before my first seizure. Tonight, I'm going for a brain scan. I don't know anyone around me that has seizures or that had ever had one or convulsions. What I'm really asking is, will I have to stop everything eventually, or it depends on what the doctors are going to tell me?
Can't seriously think they're gonna let you, keep up with any kind of psychogenic. I mean, the THC is one thing, but
I mean, you can do what you want, but how long do you want to live? Uh, the
Yeah, I like that.
the subject is a delicate one. The How much have they shared with their doctors? Did they say anything about that? To
No,
their
they haven't said
doctors?
how much they've shared yet, but
Yeah, it's something that a lot of people don't want to talk about with their doctors. And
Yeah.
honestly, if I don't know, I can understand that because if you want to do it and you want to do it as safely as possible, your doctor needs to know and needs to be in the loop and needs to be supportive of it. And finding that kind of a doctor is difficult. There aren't many um psychedelics are kind of coming into more of a mainstream, more approaching THC, but MDMA is still kind of out there, especially considering it's difficult to get it like without any sort of impurities. Um, well, I don't know. I haven't been in those circles for a while, but the um yeah, I don't know.
got some comments here. One says it entirely depends on your diagnosis, your treatment regimen, your reaction to medication, your support network, and many other factors. Take it one day at a time and don't jump to worst case scenario.
Yeah, I guess the question wasn't just about their whole um club scene, that it was how much will it all change, right? Just
Yeah,
a really broad question. I mean, it'll change as much as they let it, right? What do you think? Did you answer already and I just completely forget?
no, yeah, I believe life is going to change. You got to know your body. That's it, basically. Because I'm not saying do MDMA, but you don't want to mess yourself up worse than you are. Some people are more sensitive to other drugs than others. Uh, yeah, you don't want to have an overdose, and yeah, don't do drugs, kids. Shout out to Nature's
Yeah.
Day.
I had, I,
It, Except weed. Except weed.
No, I don't suggest weed.
Weed's not a drug, it's medicine.
Exactly. Wait, hold on. I think we all agree on that one, right, guys?
Yeah.
But yeah, seriously, I honestly would have never started even thinking of doing this if it weren't for the epilepsy. Just using it as kind of like something to hopefully treat it, keep my mind sane, and then I got really into it, and yeah, it's probably more than just like a hobby now at this point. But
Are you're in, oh yeah, you're in California, okay, right? You guys have home grow in your state, right? If you want.
uh,
A lot of it
I believe
is.
I believe so. I don't know the exact like amounts and everything on that. But Pookie knows pretty much where I'm at. And we've talked about a certain location. There's one that's just only about like 3 miles or so from me at least. I don't know exactly where he is, but I can just ride my bike up there and go and buy some, a joint, a vape, a gummy, a whatever.
All you
Just
need is an ID. You
what was
don't need
that?
a card. I said all we need is an ID. We don't need a card.
Exactly. Yeah, you
That's
just gotta prove that you're over 21 or maybe 18. Maybe it's only 18. I don't know, but at least yeah, at least 21. And then
There's
yeah,
one thing nice
you can go in and buy
about
whatever the hell you want.
the state of Florida recently updated their system, and when you get approved by the doctor, um, just right then you can go to any dispensary and your driver's license will be in the database, and you can use your license to go buy weed immediately after getting the approval from the doctor. So that is new within the past 3 to 4 years or so. It wasn't like that when I got my card initially, like
Yeah, I mean it's
before the
still
pandemic.
relatively new in California. I mean, obviously California kind of gets the stereotype of, being the most relaxed
California
place
is
about it,
does it
right?
first, and then
But
everybody else is like, yeah.
uh, but yeah, it hasn't still been super new back even when I was in like college or something. If I wanted to do it, I would have to know a friend who knew a friend who could maybe call up somebody who maybe happened to be awake at the time, and then we can do it. And now I can, like I said, ride my bike a couple miles away and just get it. And I mean, I could literally wash down a gummy with with a CBD drink while smoking a joint, like all at the same time right now. And it's completely legal here. So yeah, it's definitely changed even within the last, decade or so from here. So hopefully other states will get a little bit more accepting and progressive about
Are
it.
there any
But
you said a CBD drink? Are there any THC drinks, like intoxicating, like the liquor of the
uh
cannabis beverage world?
I don't know. I just tried the one CBD one just to try it, and I didn't
Yeah,
really look at the label before I bought it, and it was literally it has you have to have like nutritional facts on it. Literally said
right.
43% of your daily amount of sugar in it. And like I said, I eat relatively healthier and stuff. So like the first second that just hit my lips, all I could tell was it was just like pure sugar. It was like eating a Jolly Rancher. Like it was just straight sugar. So I didn't enjoy it.
Well, I mean,
So
have
I haven't tried
two
another
empty
one
cans
since.
of Mountain Dew on my table over here from today, so I would, yeah, two of those would get my sugar in.
So yeah, so
That
then
would
you
be
you might
good.
you might enjoy it. I just my tongue isn't
Yeah.
that yeah into sweets or anything. So that's the one time, the only one time I had it just to try it. So maybe
Maybe
yeah,
they
maybe
have a diet version with the aspartame or something instead.
I know there needs to be like a sugar-free version or something, right?
Yeah.
I don't even know if that would be possible and still have it be a THC or CBD drink, but
You know,
we'll see. Next time I head up there, I'll ask them.
the weird thing about the medical marijuana is it's medical marijuana is legal in PA. Um, I don't know if I would qualify for it anymore because I am seizure free now.
Hmm.
But so I might just actually ask for it my next visit with my doctor. But so would I qualify for it?
Yeah.
Could you argue that
1 second.
you have been seizure free in part because you have had the card and you do not want to change that whole balance that, the medical marijuana is part of the reason that you have been up to that 2 years seizure free and therefore should qualify, continue to qualify.
Yeah, I don't think you have to go in there and be like, let them know. Some I have epilepsy. I don't think they need to know that you haven't had seizures for so long.
Well, I
That's
mean,
something.
California is kind of a rubber stamp state. Not everybody is as lax.
Yeah, yeah, I think I would have to get it through my neurologist. So,
Oh,
uh,
you guys can't just go in with an ID.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is like I really don't know how to help out or answer that because I literally all I have to do is it's just like
Yeah,
going it's just like going like for Pookie and I, it would literally just be like going into a liquor store. You
yeah, it's
just
like
mm,
like
buying a
yeah,
license.
you just hold up your ID. You're like, okay, yeah, I'm this age. Okay, cool, I can buy your product, buy it, and then I'm out. So I really don't know what yeah it would be like to try and
yeah,
have to get a card and a doctor to sign off on that. I wish I could help out, but I yeah.
yeah. I know it's different for every state. So,
Are there any limits to the quantity that you can buy in a given,
And
like the
you can order an ounce from well, like I tried to order stuff, I ordered an ounce. It won't let me order more than that. I've never tried to make an order and then make another order later, and I never thought of that. But yeah, out here, you don't have to leave home and meet you at the street. It looks like a drug deal because they want cash. Essentially, it is a
uh,
drug deal, but
Yeah, and
you can get it delivered to your house here in Florida.
yeah, they
But do
do
they
it
do more than
now.
half an ounce now?
Uh,
They over here they can't do more than
I
an
don't
ounce.
know. I've never ordered. I don't
Yeah,
know. I think
I've never
so.
got more than
I
half an
think
ounce.
whatever, as long as you're not going over your monthly allotment, I think that, as long as you can pay for it, they'll leave it with you.
so yeah, at least from the place, the dispensary that I go to, and the things that they've told me, California is pretty fucking stupid with it. So you can only each like I don't know, like package that you get, whether it's gummies, chocolates, whatever, it can only be a certain amount.
You
Yeah.
can
They
only
they
carry
can
3 ounces on you.
yeah, you can only sell each
You can't
package
sell
as
anything.
one certain amount, but you can buy as many of those fucking packages as you want. like like
Yeah,
I literally I've bought like gummies, chocolates, vapes, a couple of roll ups, like just stocking up for like several for a few months, so I didn't have to ride my bike back over there again. you can buy any amount that you want, but each package just can only be a certain amount. So it makes zero sense whatsoever to me at least. That's at least how it is here in California. So
Yeah, so
Yeah, anytime a state legislature has to get or gets involved, it's just gonna get nonsensical. Um, the rules exist because the rules are needed because you need rules, right?
yeah, because if you don't make that rule, there's always going to be that handful of people that just completely abuse it. So you have to have those rules. But for 90% of us, they seem ridiculous and they kind of hinder, what we want to do. But yeah, it does make sense why they're in place, but sometimes they suck and they're stupid.
I don't know. I don't think it necessarily makes sense that they're in place. I think that a lot of them exist just because rules need to be in place. They don't need to do anything, they just need to be there. But I'm a little cynical about government.
I am too, and I completely agree. Like, yeah, they should be there for sure, just to stop like that, like 1-2% or something that's doing some crazy shenanigans. But they don't need to be enforced on, that one certain person, like you or I, like we were just
Yeah.
talking about. Let's say like the limit's 1 ounce. Let's say we get stopped and we have 1.1 ounce on us. Like, do we really deserve to go to jail for 2 years because of that? Like, nah, just let the person,
Well, and it,
let
it
the
has
person
to be
go.
in its original packaging here in the state of Florida. If I don't have the packaging for whatever, if I roll a joint from the eighth that I just bought and then, leave the house and whatever and smoke it over at a friend's house and don't have that packaging with me, that's a felony.
that's bad.
Wow,
Like that's
that
wild.
could be a
Out of
So
control.
yeah,
to not have
that could be a
yeah.
felony there. Ah,
Um,
People use the bags out here for everything. They
well,
have
and
bags
Trent,
for no
or if
reason.
maybe I'm getting it something. So it was some article that wrote up the most ridiculous way that you can mess up the medical marijuana laws in the state of Florida, and it might have been that if you give your friend a puff from your allotment while over at his house without the original packaging for your medical marijuana to prove that you're actually, then they treat it as though you're passing um medical marijuana, um knowingly passing it to someone else and that out of diverting it from the medical marijuana program or something. So it's just as bad as buying that eighth for him, going in the store and taking his $50 and coming out with that eighth and giving it to him.
that's crazy. Yeah, Mark. I just want to show you real quick. I don't know if you can see it exactly here on the cam. Here's a few different packages I have. I don't know if it looks is it reversed on your end, but anyway,
No, no, I can,
you
yeah,
can see,
no,
yeah, here, it says CA, CA, CA. They're all
yeah,
they're all packaged specifically like for California. So if
yeah.
I were to like send something to you or something or whatever, and you got caught
Oh,
with it, it'd be
really?
like, hey,
Yeah.
you didn't get this here. You got this. This is from California. Like they make sure that they label it, that way.
Yeah, well, the crossing state lines is when
And
the
yeah,
feds
keep it
get all
exactly.
riled up and
Exactly. So yeah, this
You
is
brought a candy bar. Oh no. Tisk tisk.
I got
no, no,
something, man.
Oh,
it's little chocolates, little chocolates.
oh,
The other one is was just gummies.
I got
I told you
something.
guys it's more than a hobby. It's more than a hobby. It's yeah, it's something that kind of just keeps my mind trying keeps my mind.
whatever works, right?
Yep.
You should
Yep.
try cooking up some of your own concoctions.
I do have I can't remember what the exact name of it is. It's something like a deharba
Decarboxylator.
yeah, like where it slowly cooks the fresh bud. Yeah,
Yeah, decarboxylation.
yeah. So I have that. So I've done that, and then I'll grind it up, and then like
Mm.
if I make like some sort of like I don't know like spaghetti or just anything that has like some sort of like sauce on it, just sprinkle some on top of it, and then just it's cooked, fresh, ready to go, and it's yeah, just eating it straight. So I know maybe somebody out there is gonna tell me that maybe because I am using that so much, maybe that's contributing to my epilepsy, but I feel that it helps. So
I don't know. How often
yeah.
do you have seizures?
Um, July was 3. Um, the last one was July 31st. So technically, I haven't had one this month, but that's only because where it's what's today, August 15th. So 16 days without one. So depends how you want to look at it, right? Positive, haven't had one the whole month. Negative, been 16 days.
I think I'm somewhere around there.
How about you, man?
I haven't had one since the end of July. I think it was like the 20th or something.
Okay, so yeah, around same time then. Yeah, awesome, man. That's yeah.
Yeah, just haven't had a lot of
Any
time.
time I can like look at my calendar and be like, "Oh my God, it's been a whole month and I don't have like a check mark like on a certain day of it." I'm happy as dude. Like I'm like I celebrate not having a seizure for a month. Like that's just what it's become.
That's good. I got something here. It says, do you get used to post-seizure state? I have had 3 seizures in my lifetime. After each, I felt like I was emotionally in a weird twilight world after coming to, even for up to a couple days, maybe a week. It's a difficult experience to articulate. Everything feels somehow a little unreal and unfamiliar, and time feels off somehow. Of course, my back hurts really bad for several days. Then I read posts of people having multiple seizures a day. My heart goes out to you, brave souls. If that's you, does the post seizure state feel different? Feel different, less impactful? Do you get acclimated to the shuffle? To the shuffle. After so many, do you just wake up and go on with your day as normal? At one point in time, I went on with my day as normal. Um,
At first, yeah, you just make note, obviously, and then move along. But at this point, it doesn't change plans.
yeah, I really used to just get up and go about the day. That's way before I wanted to pay attention to my health. It's just like I'm having seizures, there's nothing I can do about it. So nobody else out there having seizures with me. Just stuff that was going through my head. And yeah, come to find out, there's people out there having epilepsy other than me. Who would have known? Hey, Toaster, happy birthday. You guys turn
Thank
those
you.
mics on. Let's say happy birthday to Toaster.
All right,
What?
3, 2,
Happy
1.
birthday.
Oh,
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday
It's your birthday,
to you.
Toaster! Happy
Happy
birthday!
birthday to you.
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday, dear Toaster. Happy birthday to you. How are you?
Just so you know, I did wear a Hawaiian shirt today. I just
Uh,
didn't. I'm just now in my PJs, so I
James
was
did
done
too.
with the Hawaiian shirt.
James
I
actually
had one on
wore one.
earlier. I took it off. I took it off, but I had one on earlier.
Yeah, he was the first one. He was like, "Don't tell me I'm the only person."
For them every day. So come on.
And I think Kev has one on too, right?
Yeah.
Oh, every day.
Hawaiian shirts are so comfortable.
Hot.
So you're not going to the bar tonight, Toaster? I mean, it's your 21st birthday, right? It's your first time that you can drink.
No, no, no. It is the 20th anniversary of my 16th birthday.
It's all good. I've mentioned it before. I'm 39. I was just
We're in the same age range.
yeah, I
But
was just
guess what? I'm still older than you, Pookie.
trying to be silly.
Give me a couple days. I'll be
I'm
with
Yes.
older than him.
But in those
He
couple days,
is
I can still
not
say I'm
caught up yet.
36 and you're still 35.
Yeah. Give me a couple days. Just give me a couple days. I can feel it already. I can smell 36. It's that close.
Oh, my parents took me and my Dragon Boy out to Texas Roadhouse for dinner. He had steak.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
At the same time, I got so overstimulated that right before dessert, I
Oh,
had I my mom said that I completely just froze in the
Oh,
middle of taking a bite. And then she got me to the family restroom, sat me down, and she did the box breathing with me until the sensation of, oh my God, the world's gonna die now feeling went away. So my
dang.
mom's awesome.
sounds like a
still a successful night.
Yes,
Right.
exactly. I went out and it was fun.
Yeah, that's what matters. If you had fun. My birthday is gonna be fun.
You got any plans for it?
No, I'll be right here with whoever else wants
We'll
to.
be singing to you. We'll be singing to you that day, my friend.
It's on a Sunday, next Sunday. I got one that says, "Oh yeah, the post-seizure state passed that." Keppra mood issues. When I first got diagnosed at 16, I started taking Keppra. I stopped because it gave me mood swings and just made me act out. A part of me believes this is because of the Keppra, but another part of me believes is embarrassed to admit that it might be a stupid 16-year-old thing. I mean, that year was the year a lot of problems in my household, and I was really impulsive and moody teenager. So I don't know if it was it or was it being the teenager thing or Keppra thing. What is your experience with Keppra? I was a teen. I didn't pay attention. I do not remember. I just remember the days. Can you get you guys' experience with Keppra?
It didn't work the first time, but it's okay now. Much lower dose and the only medication I'm on. And the first time, my brain definitely wasn't done developing.
You remember the mood issues?
Honestly, I didn't think they sounded any different than before the meds, but I was moody.
Okay.
I want to say it's a combination of all three things that he mentioned. If you're, being a teenager, the medicine, and um, I had kind of a toxic lifestyle, toxic family lifestyle. That made me insane. That led me from angry to insane, like doing horrible things on maybe I think I was on Capra, but yeah, like remember I was talking to you guys and I mentioned a specific person, but yeah, I was doing weird things and horrible things. Um, but that's not going to help your um that's not going to help anything with especially a teenage lifestyle. But um I couldn't figure out so many things and dealing at age 16, you're getting your license and you feel left out because yeah, that was just so yeah, awful at that age, but you're not alone. And I was there. And but you find your way in the world. You got to make your own way. That's and that's going to be difficult. I'm not going to sugarcoat this, but you're going to make your own way, and um, you're going to find your way out. So good fortune to you.
Yeah, I know this question was just asked, and I know most people here already heard me say this earlier, but yeah, Keppra was the very first medication I was given when I had my first seizure. Um, Made me feel like a completely different person. Definitely changed
Yeah.
some personal things in my life. Didn't go on it for a long time. Went back on it. Started having weird things again happen. It just sorry. It just yeah. It'll react different for everybody. You know, depending especially on the amount of the dosage that you're on too. So if you feel like it's changing you and you can already tell that within yourself, then you to the person that's asking the question, you probably want to talk to your doctor and see if there's something else they can get you on or lower the dosage or do something else because yeah, honestly, there out of all of the conversations any of us have ever had on here, none of them end up uh, using the word good and Kepra in the same sentence ever. Without the word not being right in the middle of it, basically.
Oh,
So
I haven't
I
heard any yet. I've heard a few stories, but heard a few stories or read them on a few sites that they didn't have seizures and they're on
Yeah,
Keppra.
it wouldn't be the first
honestly, maybe
medication that they give to so many people if it didn't work for some people. It might just be so effective for those people that they don't have any seizures and don't bother coming to the internet to vent about it.
that's yeah. Well, one other thing I was gonna add too is that maybe I've been taking it. I still had a couple of seizures. Sure, I feel goofy and weird. Sometimes, and I'm blaming the Keppra, but if I wasn't taking any Keppra at all, would I be having way more, seizures? Like, which is the worst of, two evils, having multiple seizures, a day, or feeling a little off once in a while, which is it? And I'm not going to stop taking the medication and try and find out, obviously, like, right? None of us would do that. So that's a hard answer to question, or sorry, a hard question to answer.
I am curious. Katie said that she's now back on Kepra,
Yep.
and that it's different.
Yeah.
Um, it actually makes me wonder Like maybe there's a lot of people who cycle through medication, if that makes any sense. That makes
Yep,
me
I
wonder
wouldn't
if
be
anyone else
surprised. I
has
think Kepra
cycled through.
was, no, just like you said, I think Kepra was probably one of the first ones that they put me on, and then went through a cycle, at least 10, I think, before my 20s. And then at the end of the 20s, then started the cycle over. Definitely in a different
The
point in my life, different point in, development, whatever. And
studies have shown that the human brain keeps developing later than like well into the mid 20s.
That's actually very fascinating because I've been going through my medical records on the hospital that I went to. Um, uh, anyway, before a certain year, they didn't really keep good records. And for about what year was I diagnosed? Okay, about 12 years, they have no records of what medicines I took or anything. And then they actually have all my digital records, and it's fascinating. I can see how much medicine was in my blood at what year at an exact time. I can say, oh, Kepra, that's incredible. I was really awful that year. Or I was taking this medicine that year. That's incredible. And it's really, really, really interesting. I haven't gone through all the records. There's a lot of them, but it's really fun to go through the records and it's yeah, and see the efficacy of um the medicines. Yeah, that's going to be an adventure.
has it
I don't know
been
why I
better to go
brought
through
that
the medical records or like your insurance records?
medical records. They're all on the
Oh, okay.
university website, and it's I don't know why I brought this up. Someone mentioned something, but
You can find anything on my chart.
yeah, that's what it is. I think you said something, and I think it was something in the blood, or but I've been going through this and lining stuff up and really learning a lot about my past, and it's been very interesting.
As somebody mentioned a few minutes ago too, how reckless it would be to just stop the medication on your own and see if that was the cause of a negative side effect. And there was enough motivation for that in my case, as a result of pregnancy. I knew one of these newer medications simply hadn't been studied as long. I wasn't back on the Keppra yet. And that's obviously, been around for eons and they always tell you it's fine. But carbatrol wasn't. And that took some, experimenting on my part to feel safe that I was taking enough for me, but not enough to, get to her. So yeah, some circumstances do seem like worth it to test it out yourself. So far, so good. No more clobazam.
I thought I seen Toaster have her hand up like hours ago.
You think I remember what I was going to say?
No, I was thinking that. I was thinking that's why you put your hand down.
Yeah, that's exactly why.
Yeah, that was about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, she lowered her hand, so that's cause to bring that up, bring attention to her, right?
Yeah.
Didn't want to say anything anymore, so let's talk about that, everyone.
Hey, providing an opportunity is never
Never a bad thing.
problem.
I love that Pookie does that.
I
I
got
I'm
mean, you
sure that
never know
everybody
what might
answers.
spur on a memory. So I
Yeah,
guess
memory
maybe,
sparks.
I don't know.
I'm gonna go through these comments. The first one says, "This is to the post about Kepra's mood issues." Someone says, "I was really moody when I was on it. I was angry and so upset. I would not know how. I don't, would not know why I was so upset. I was also 16 at the time. It was not fun." Someone said, "I've had a pretty good experience on Kepler. It took me a few months to adjust. Definitely made me a bit moodier for a while. Really just more likely to be ragey when upset. But I feel like it works for me overall. I've been on it now for a year. I started when I was 26." Another person says, "I was also put on Kepler when I was 16. I got really crazy depression from it. I got off it quickly, and that helped. Getting off of it helped." What do you guys think about that? That was helpful.
Glad they made it.
What's I gotta say? What are the
When
best
people
tips and
start to,
tricks?
okay, go ahead.
Oh, what are the best tips and tricks for sleep? Help falling and staying asleep, not panicking when falling asleep, stuff like that. I'll read the first comment. It says, "I've been doing this for years and it works most of the time. Even if I wake up in the middle of the night, just close your eyes and say thank you in your head for all the things you've been grateful for, small or big. Seeing a bluebird, spending time with someone you love, a new life being brought into the world, food into your belly, and safe place to sleep. Fall asleep with a full heart." It's not exactly going to help me. Um, Anyone? Because I have insomnia, so I still haven't mastered the fact that, yeah, I'm still in that fight, trying to fight. I'm here with you, whoever this is. I don't know the tips or tricks to sleep. I'm up so late that I just stay up late and gave up.
Two
Some
two
medication.
spliff and a Heineken. Nobody's gonna get that reference, I'm sure,
You,
but
well, you just keep smoking. If you're still awake, you just keep smoking. Eventually, that problem will solve itself.
I tried that for some reason. It does not work. Smoke and
You
smoke and
can
smoke.
smoke indefinitely.
oh yeah, no, it doesn't work for me either. That's
I think
it's a
I
lyric
smoked too
from
much.
Hugh. If you listen to
Add some
reggae,
gummies.
You're not going to
Hugh
smoke your
Mandel.
problems away.
Alcohol is not the answer unless you're
Oh no,
Annie.
it never is. No, it's a lyric. It's the lyric from a song. I was just making a joke about
No,
it,
no, no.
but
It's sparking a memory. I've probably heard it on radio, Margaritaville.
Two
no,
spliffs
it's
and
Hugh
is it
Hugh Man
ZZ Top or
Hugh
something?
Mandel.
Human
Jacqueline
Oh,
is the name of the song by Hugh Mandel. That's where that lyric comes from. But yeah, I was just being stupid. Sorry.
Apologize, it was funny.
Tire yourself out before bed. I mean, the
it's
workouts, any
not
physical activity,
stupid. We're
something
just
might
not
help.
cultured enough to get your reference. You
there's too
you
much.
have informed us now.
There's too much music out there, man. It's not stupid not knowing it. It's just you haven't heard it. It's all good.
Right, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. Nobody can know everything about music.
Where did we get to music at?
Trying to
From my
fall
my
asleep.
stupid lyric joke
Lyric,
that no one got.
lyric,
Oh,
yeah, tips for falling asleep. And I was saying just keep smoking. He gave a
Oh, I got
reference two spliffs and Heineken.
Yeah, it's a beer.
Yeah, I'm not sure if that was the end of the lyric or if if the numbers were backwards or something. Two Heinekens. No, two. That doesn't fit the rhythm. Two spliffs and
No, it's a reggae song. I just didn't want to like be offensive and do
yeah,
like a really bad accent or anything. But
yeah.
he says, yeah, he goes, I got you
It
girl
did.
off two spleef and a Heineken. So yeah, terrible accent. That's why I didn't want to do it. But that was the lyric. It makes a
I
little more
will.
sense when it's in that context. That yeah.
That was your happy birthday to Toaster.
I got you, Toaster. I'll get you two splits and a Heineken.
I got some comments here. One says, I count in hexadecimal until it becomes confusing, and when I lose count, I start over. Failing that, I listen to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy audiobook. One or the other shuts my brain down. That's why my only avenues are Cobasm fails to shut me off. Someone says I put my phone on sleep mode. Does not work for me. My phone's on sleep mode right now. Someone
I mean,
says
so you go, sir.
someone said smoke a cigarette even better mixed with cannabis.
This nicotine is a stimulant.
Yeah. Someone else said 400 milligrams. I don't know what that means.
Yes, they
I
forgot to
got
include the med.
an answer for the short term and the long term. You could just do routine. Long term, get in a better routine. You get better exercise, eat better, cut out caffeine, sugars, and lose weight, stuff like that. Um, and before you go to sleep, have everything planned out. Don't drink or eat anything 3 or 4 hours before bed, stuff like that. Um, in the short term, you know how people count numbers and stuff? Well, instead of doing that, you could tell yourself a story in your head. That's what I do.
Okay.
Like okay, like anything. It doesn't have to be a good story. Just something stupid. I know this sounds retarded, but um, seriously, like start with a man goes into a store, and then the man gets robbed, and he shoots him back, and the cops come, and then you learn karate and fly off into space. Never stop with the narrative. Just keep talking in your head. Never shut the fuck up. Just keep going. It'll work. Don't shut up inside your head. And then see, it's like it's you're focusing, but you're not focusing. Because if your mind wanders, then that's the problem. When your mind starts to wander, you can never go to sleep.
Well, that's the excellent method to prompt our author to come up with a contribution. And welcome to our newcomer. We'll greet you in just a second. Go ahead, Toaster.
What are we?
Running
What
a
do we do?
story in your head is an excellent way to relax. And honestly, eventually you're going to start thinking, damn, I should write that down. So what you
Yeah,
do
yeah.
is you take your phone, to put it on dictation mode, just let it go. And yes, it is a pain in the ass to edit because there's no periods, no quotation marks, nothing. But it is so worth it at the end, even for
Do
those
any
like
of
two
the
little pages.
have you tried any of the AI assistant things like stick it in ChatGPT and say add appropriate punctuation to this
I'm
text?
afraid of ChatGPT.
Yeah,
Yes.
I've never
I've
used
used
it
it.
either,
I've
but
used it once to turn my schnauzer into a human, and it made her look like an axe murderer.
oh,
Yes,
weird.
it's like what?
I didn't even think it
And
did illustration. What
yeah,
is this?
I sent it a picture of my schnauzer and said, "Can you turn my schnauzer into a human?" And it gave me a picture of Juniper as she was still in her cute little raincoat. She had the beard and everything. It was terrifying.
See,
My mom, though, loves it. It's her guilty pleasure. She'll send pictures of her dog and ask, "Can you put this in this artist style?" And she'll do like two or three a day, how many it lets her do.
it's good for stuff like that. I mean, it's good for looking up facts. It's better than Google now to look up facts, but people get way too
I know how to
attached to it.
Google. I know
And,
how to Google.
yeah, but I heard a person's marrying their AI now, getting legally married to their
Is this a new
AI.
sex doll like thing?
I
I
don't know. They didn't mention that in the story. It was a sex thing or not. It was just like,
On a different
hey,
note, let's welcome DMT Walk.
I am so sorry, DM. I am so sorry to walk into that.
oh, I'm sorry too. I didn't see you there.
Don't be sorry.
What?
My technical name is Doucheman 2000. I've been on this podcast like a week or two ago. My name's actually Chris Doucharm.
yeah, I think I remember it.
Yeah.
Welcome, Chris.
Thank you for the welcome. I appreciate the welcome.
Um, yeah, you're right
Do
on
we have
time.
an icebreaker for him?
Sure do.
Uh,
What is your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
Probably sleep. I'm lucky to not have too many recently. I think the last bad seizure I had was in March. But the I've been having recently a lot of absence seizures, which I am now on Vimpat, which I started about a week ago.
Oh,
how's that going?
Overall, well, but I think it's given me some crap in my legs. Like it's like tightening up my hamstrings, making it a little hard to stretch, but it's making me stretch more, which also I think is could be a good thing.
Um, you ever take Depakote?
Depakote, yep.
Usually, I don't remember you in particular, so I was going to start with the usual question we usually start with is, when was the last time you had a seizure? When were you diagnosed, and what are you taking?
So yeah, I remember that. I initially was about 5 or 6 years old when I first had my first seizures, and then grew out of them when I was started becoming a teenager, and then about 15 years later after that, I started having them again. I think that's because I would be highly into drugs, but I'm currently on 1,500 milligrams of Keppra twice a day, 50 milligrams on Vimpat twice a day, and I take what is it, Lexapro, 50 milligrams a day. But I was up previously on Depakote, 750 milligrams a day.
Okay, I got something there. It's about Depakote. Does anybody else get really depressed on Depakote? They just put me on Depakote and I'm transitioning off of lacosamide. I used to have a short bouts of depression, but this time it's tough. I'm hoping it just goes away after my body gets used to it. How was the depression on Depakote? I think Kevin, you said you're taking Depakote, right?
Yes.
How was the depression, if any?
Apparently all the doctors say that I am depressed. They on a chart score, I scored very highly in the depression thing. I don't know. I don't think I have it, but
Yeah, I don't think Depakote ever gave me depression. I think if anything, it made me somewhat happier. And I was afraid
happier.
of, yeah, because
Oh,
it's used as a mood enhancer, if I'm not mistaken.
that is correct. You are right on that. I think it is used as a treatment for depression, but I'm certainly not happier. I feel more like nothing. More like I think it's the clobazam. Makes me kind of feel just nothing.
I can vouch for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can kind of get that. It would make me kind of feel like nothing, but it wouldn't always make me feel happier. But because I stopped the Depakote and now I'm on Vimpat, I was afraid it would make me feel even worse, you know?
Okay.
I go through some comments here. One says, I beg to be taken off of Depakote. I've never experienced suicidal thoughts the way it made me feel. I'm transitioning back to lacosamide, so it sounds like you may still need to try a different medication. Another comment says, it was a light switch when I started and stopped. My family was afraid of me. I couldn't get out of bed. Worse for me on Depakote than Keppra, Excopri, and lamotrigine combined. Another one says, it's quite the opposite for me. I prefer Depakote because it only messed my body up, digestive issues and muscle pain. But it didn't affect my mind. Both have been since treated by their respective specialist doctors and have been on Depakote for a year and a half now without any seizures. Congratulations. Congratulations to you. Music and epilepsy. Has anyone changed the way? Has epilepsy changed the way you listen to music? Epilepsy has changed the way I listen to music. I feel it in my veins. I see it in my mind. I see things like this in my mind, and I really feel the music. I'm not sure how to explain this, but I see bursts of color and pattern in my mind. The sounds are magical and brain itching. I do know what synesthesia is, but
Synesthesia.
synesthesia. But does it have the correlation with epilepsy? I've had synesthesia. I can't pronounce it right, can I? Synesthesia in a different forms, I believe. But music for me is so magical. I got a guitar the other day. I don't even know how to play the guitar properly, and the sounds are amazing. I really feel them. I do not know how to word this.
Sounds like they have synesthesia. Just, I don't know.
What is synesthesia? What does it
Get
do?
another brain scan or something? I don't know. That would be something to bring up with the doctor. If it's something that's happening constantly, it's not typical, and it's something that might happen as part of like an aura during a lead up to a seizure, maybe during part of the seizure itself, but it's not something that I would expect to be a lingering constant effect after a seizure, unless there is something, some change about the brain that happened during the seizure, you know?
Yeah.
And we know that can happen. So the
Yeah.
synesthesia thing is a neurological condition where one sense involuntarily triggers experiences another sense. So hearing the music causes them to have the hallucinations, the visions, the feelings throughout the body, it sounds like. And over here, they're saying that let me see, it's an NIH article, so relatively I forget the word. They're saying that there is a recognized association between synesthesia and epilepsy, especially temporal lobe epilepsy. So it's that
Yeah.
excitability apparently in the temporal lobe where apparently a lot of the sensory triggers are housed, and the like consistent excitability in that lobe results in involuntary or involved like sensory integration. So basically, like the more hyped up that area of the brain is, might be more likely to have residual effects, even outside of seizure, like beyond postictal.
Mm.
And they have studied it.
Who, so,
Yeah, that's where I was saying
which is,
National Institutes of Health. So,
yeah,
if you call that reputable, it is what it is.
I mean, isn't that Great Britain's form of or version
I've
of
always gotten UK websites have always given me more reliable info, so I'm cool with
you
NIH.
don't consider NIH? I don't know. I always considered them, I mean, not necessarily on par with like the FDA, but not that far off. Just, you know,
Yeah, just a different part of the world.
Great Britain's population is, you know, there's what, three states with a population larger than the entire country of Great Britain. The sample size for any medical studies they have over there can't be as big as what we have available over here. That
Yeah,
doesn't
but that's
mean
why I
they're
find it so
utilizing
curious when their studies result in a positive effect. When their studies when they're actually willing to publish something that
it.
proves a link between, one thing and another, basically any progress, then they must be
Well,
really positive. I'm assuming that it's legit.
finds a correlation. That doesn't necessarily mean proves a link.
No, that's true. But like you said,
Sorry to be
changes happen in the brain.
but just, the nitpicky scientist engineer here is sort of, the statistics in the STEM world, those words have very
Vocabulary
specific
makes a
meanings.
difference. Yes.
And yeah, so I just, yeah.
Okay, to the comments about this music and epilepsy. The first comment says, I think I know a tiny bit of what you're saying. I've always felt music very, very intensely to the point of sometimes energetic music would trigger what I thought was bipolar mania. I feel emotional very deeply. Emotional music very deeply as well. I can have auditory hallucinations during some of the seizures, so I would not be surprised if these things are related to TLE. Another one says, I haven't noticed a change in the way of I listen to music, but I've always felt music very deeply and gravitated towards it. I played guitar since I was 14 and now I teach professionally. I love it. Congrats on getting your first guitar. I don't have synesthesia, but my seizures are often oral. Sometimes sometimes they'll even be full songs like radio play, and my brain just makes up a song that doesn't exist. Other times they're made up or podcasts or knocks at the door.
Excuse me.
Did you have something?
No, I just burped. But I was gonna, I do want to say something about hallucinations. The fact that I have started Vimpat, I think I was seeing some hallucinations beforehand, and now I feel like I'm seeing just as many, if not more, where I feel like I see something there that's obviously not there, which can be a little, I don't know what the word I'm looking for there.
I've had some hallucinations. Yeah, I was looking outside the door and I was screaming and my family was trying to stop me. And I was telling them that our dog was running outside the door and he was taking off down the street. And they're like, no, he's in the garage. And I was so adamant about this. I don't remember this, by the way. This is a story I'm being told.
Yeah,
Now
I
I'm
get
fighting
that.
everybody trying to get out the door and chase the dog, and the dog's in the house. I remember this argument, but I didn't remember it being real or fake or whatever it was. But I was told that this really happened. I was trying to get past everybody and get to the dog. Period. That's first and last. Last time that was the first time I hallucinated. So first and last.
What's up,
So
Toaster?
sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, not
Toaster,
Margaret. I meant to
so
say you're okay, James.
James is out.
Clutching his head and was rocking back and forth. Just wanted to make sure he's okay.
okay.
Obviously.
I think
Anyhow,
he's coming back. When it comes to
Thanks for catching it.
hallucinations, I used to have hallucinations before my surgery. Um, the visual, sometimes auditory. The auditory ones, it was always the same. The taco man is coming. The taco man is coming. Why the taco man? I don't know, but it's the taco man. Um, so knowing that there is a correlation makes sense.
Yeah, so I have a lot of, I work a lot and I work in a very hot environment. And I'm like, oh, did you say something? And they'll be like, no. Like I could have sworn you just said something to me. Or I thought I heard something different from them.
Um, this correlation between, or no, these hallucinations. I just wanted to, like geniuses in the past, like Mozart. They said they could see the music, like they could associate it with colors and stuff. Could that be essentially what is going on here with certain parts of the brain are, yeah, the wires are getting crossed. Uh, and I don't want to be use the wrong word, but and our wires are our neurons are defunct, to say, and when our music neurons or whatever part of the brain gets really excited, that'll set off, I don't know, defunct neurons. I don't know. That's a really horrible way to describe it, but
Atypical
uh, best way I
rather than
could.
defunct. I don't know. That's what is
Well, they are
preferred, I
defunct.
think,
I
by,
mean,
well, yeah.
oh, yeah. Okay.
For the autistic community, atypical is preferred over, you know, I don't know. But that, I'm sorry, maybe I'm just projecting what I'm associating there. When you say Mozart, I think autism, so that may not be what you're referring to.
No, I mean, to back up that point, they do also make the point over here about distraction techniques. So kind of like what you guys were saying about if the excitability there causes those reactions, then maybe that's why stopping auditory hallucinations method that's out there is by distracting, essentially triggering other parts of the brain. So that could be. Yeah, a lot to do with overstimulation, like Toaster said.
Oh, yeah.
So who is this Anna we have? Sorry if I pronounced that wrong. Welcome to the group. Do you have a microphone?
Usually we start with what are you taking? When was your last seizure? And when were you diagnosed?
Replies in the chat show 52.
Diagnosed at 52? Cavernous malformations. Okay, so she was diagnosed at 52. What are you taking? Pepper and Lamictal. All right, I take generic Lamictal. It's lamotrigine. 3,600. I take 200 milligrams of lamotrigine, and that's all at the moment. Twice a day. Okay, I got something here that says, can I have alcohol? Recently, about a week ago, I got on lamotrigine. It's about 25 milligrams. I was just wondering if I'm able to drink on it, as it's my best friend's birthday, and I have social anxiety and doesn't allow me to loosen up. I want to be able to drink a moderate amount, say 2 or 3 drinks if that's possible. I think we've been through this.
Well, when it comes to drinking, I can give a word.
Suggestions.
Avoid it. But I drink about, I used to drink about 140 ounces of 5% beer. I'm now down to about 70, 75 a week, or not a week, every day. And it's kind of amazing the fact that I am not dead.
It sounds like you're on the right track though, and that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm doing my best to try to quit. It's very hard to try to actually quit.
Better that you're trying and not trying.
But if I was on hard liquor, I'd be dead for 100%.
Yeah, so definitely step in the right direction. Somebody here is saying, I told my boss I'd just be in late, but now I'm thinking I should just stay home and basically recover. My doctor said, oh, title on this one. Should I go to work after my 25-hour EEG is done? So they said I actually took a 3-hour nap. I'm worried they won't capture anything because I'll end up sleeping too much, which is so opposite of me. The hospital is far. There's no way I'd have been able to go to work with this on. Not to mention, I'll need to shower and work on getting the glue out of my hair. I don't know what to do. How did you feel after it was over? And should I stay up late just to be on the safe side? So this is one of those ambulatory EEGs, it sounds like. And I think what they're basically asking is, should I go to work with this? I wouldn't. I would definitely not recommend going anywhere in the work environment with medical devices if you don't have to. So if you can afford to take the day off, do it.
That's if you can and you don't have a boss that's gonna get on you about it, take that day off.
I did definitely take the day off. You want every chance that there's a reason why you're usually confined to a bed, and that's so you're not moving and moving the electrodes and everything like that. At least during an EMU stay. But there's so many ways that those electrodes fall off your head when you're not meaning to. And standing at work trying to put them all back on, it's not going to work because you're never going to put them right. So yeah, stay home.
Got one here that says seizure or fainting. Male, 32 years old. I fell in the bathroom. I fell on the bathroom floor after vomiting. Had a viral infection, 39-degree fever. Hey all, I'm hoping someone can help me make sense of all this. I read so many conflicting things online. I woke up in the middle of the night, feeling really warm and a bit off. Drank some water, suddenly felt a bit to urge to vomit. I went to the bathroom, started vomiting, and then blacked out. Next thing I know, I had collapsed in the bathroom floor. My partner said I was on the ground with my legs bent inward, eyes open, staring and moaning slightly. There was some frothing at the mouth, and I had bitten the side of my cheek and my tongue. I had no memory of what had happened and felt really confused for a couple of minutes after waking up. Now I'm wondering, was this just from dehydration, electrolyte imbalance, or low blood sugar from being sick? Or does this
Sounds
sound
like a
like it could have been a
seizure.
seizure? Would really appreciate any advice. It's hard to know how worried to be right now.
Yeah, it's hard to kind of. I'm kind of in that situation, but that does sound like a seizure to me. And like with now that I'm on Vimpat, they one of the side effects is chances of fainting, which can easily be, oh, did I just have a seizure? But with at least my knowledge, that sounds like a seizure to me. If you're biting your tongue, and losing the memory, things like that.
I don't really know what led up to this guy. It sounds like he was really sick. 39 degrees. That's a really high fever. Um, Vomiting, all this stuff could send your body into a seizure. Uh, yeah, very easily. Um, I wouldn't call it epilepsy though. I
Yeah,
don't know if that
that could
was,
be either way. If it's
yeah,
epilepsy,
sure. Yeah, but all I would say is just go to a doctor. You need to be checked out. That's weird. That's all those numbers. That number is, yeah. You sound sick, buddy.
Tom, how you doing?
Okay.
Tom, one-on-one. Life is good, right?
Oh yeah, life is good.
Okay. How you
I
doing
just
today?
walked in from work.
Oh, that's nice. The icebreaker today, Kate has it because I can never remember it. So, Kate,
What is your favorite thing to do after a bad seizure?
can we come back to you?
Yeah, I can't think of anything. What is the favorite? Who comes up with these?
I get that with you, Tom. I said sleep.
They're just questions that we found on Reddit in the same threads that we're
Pokey, did you come up with this?
me?
This this icebreaker?
No. Of course, that was
Yeah.
Kate.
Oh, sorry.
That was Kate. But
What is my favorite thing I like to do after a seizure? No, I won't say that.
What was that?
right. What was that?
Yeah, leave us hanging. Like, come
You
on.
Now you have to. You have to. You can't leave us hanging.
No, I can't do that. My wife's in the ring.
you don't have to.
Maybe at another time. Uh, I really don't have an answer for that right now. Sleep. That was a good one. It's not something I like to do. That's something I do. What do I like to do after a seizure? I don't like to eat. I don't have an answer for it because I'm gone. After a seizure, I'm gone.
Smoke a joint.
what's that?
Smoke a joint
No, I don't do that anymore.
Yeah,
I don't
anymore.
smoke or drink. No.
I recently quit taking THC.
My parents are hippies, and that's all I have to say.
Interesting.
Right.
But
And
seriously, I can't. I never even thought of that.
yeah, and
What
that's
is?
definitely a hard question.
11/11, make a wish.
Has anyone else had an answer for that? What's
Cold
my
shower.
most favorite thing? Tracy, what's my most favorite thing to do after I have a seizure?
Sleep.
Okay, there you go. Tracy said
I told you it was
sleep.
sleep.
See? Okay. All right. There you go.
I got a post here. It says, got my driver's license back. Hi, I had 2 seizure episodes in November 2023. Now the last one was 12 months ago, and I have got my driver's license back. Since the seizures happened, I have never felt myself with this feeling this spaced out, headaches, etc. Some days worse than others, some relatively okay. First seizure I had, no pre-warning really, as I never knew because I never had one before. Second one, I knew something was on the boil for about 5 hours before it had happened. I'm a massive car nut. I have been out of driving for a few times with my wife and by myself. All the incident and IEG, know my reflexes are on spot. I just feel like I do not want to drive or feel like I should not be feeling like crap like I do. I feel like this is what I have to put up with now, but I never get used to it. I just constantly feel something is going to happen, but it never does. Anyone have similar experiences? I just want to go out and buy some ridiculous car and have fun.
As long as it's an inexpensive one.
Um, I don't suggest driving again ever if you have epilepsy, but that's just me. People do it. Not everybody is me.
Yeah, I'm
Not
right there.
everybody's
Not
seizures are
driving
as
ever
bad as
again.
mine.
And she shouldn't be driving.
Yeah, I don't want to hurt anybody. That's simple as that.
Yeah.
No, no. Well, I have a personal feeling about somebody with epilepsy and driving. It is not something that should be done. But again, that's Tom 101. A lot of people have got different feelings on that, but personally, I appreciate life too much. And as far as someone having a seizure and hurting someone, that's murder.
Right.
In my opinion,
At the very least, it's homicide. I don't know if it's murder, but it feels like homicide to me, at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, hey, you know what? As far as I'm concerned, you're epileptic and I don't care who you are,
Exactly.
you
Yeah.
should not be driving.
Exactly.
So that's premeditated.
Yeah, I 100% agree with you on that.
You should,
That
you
seems
should not
unfair.
be driving.
Story time.
Yeah, it might seem
Uh-oh.
unfair, but let's hear story time.
All right, let's hear
Story
the story.
time. Yep.
All right.
I am 19 years old. I've yet to be diagnosed with epilepsy, but I've been having episodes for years now.
You've been having what?
Episodes.
Episodes.
Panic
Okay.
attacks. Yes.
All right.
Driving home from my girlfriend's house one night, and that's all I remember. And the other driver didn't survive. And I will never know if perhaps I went into a seizure in that moment. The police said that he drove into me, so I will never know. But the thought that I could have been the cause of
Right.
someone dying
It's something you
is,
have to live with.
yes, and I can never do that.
Right.
I can
Good for
forgive
you.
myself because I didn't know I had epilepsy then,
Good for you.
but I could never put myself behind the wheel and endanger someone else again, particularly because I have a child now. That
And
boy is my
Toaster,
life.
my prayers are with you, honey.
Thank you,
I'm
Tom. That
serious.
means so much. My
Honey, I
witness.
can't imagine that. I can't imagine living with the thought of that. I'm so sorry.
It's something I've gone through with my therapist, so there is that. I love
Okay,
my
there you
therapist.
go. There you go. I have to turn this light off again.
Uh, that was Jeff as the Nani.
And can I say one more thing?
Go ahead. Time one
I
on one.
know, I know that I might have hurt people's feelings right now, or I might have thrown up a wall because of people's thoughts on that subject. But I feel very strongly about it, and that's why I said what I said, the way I said it. I'm sorry if I hurt someone's feelings, but that's a truism. That's a true Tom 101.
That's what we're supposed to do. Say things like that. But I gotta ask you, I mean, it's a big country, it's a big world. I have good public transport here in the city, but what do people do who are disabled and they live in rural areas?
I can answer that.
Uh,
I just now, I walked in the door off of C-Van. C-Van is a public transportation for the disabled. And I finally got approved of it for it. I've been taking it to work for twice now. And now I just found out I can come home at 7 o'clock. So, hey, that's my out, honey. I can go anywhere I want free on public transportation. So anybody with epilepsy has the possibility of that being an option if it's available where they live.
where it's available.
Here in Vancouver, Washington, it is available.
We're in the same time zone, right?
What's that?
We're in the same time zone.
The time zone is San
Pacific.
Francisco. Pacific, yeah.
Yeah, we're in the same time zone.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna go
Yeah,
through some of these
Pacific.
comments. First comment says, I got my license back almost 2 years ago and still often feel the same. Every time I get in the car, I find myself questioning whether I definitely feel okay to drive, whether there's any chance that my reactions could be impaired, even though there's no reason for them to be. I chalk it up as anxiety and over the fear of the worst happening, a crash, a seizure, losing my license again, etc. Getting in the car and going for a drive means so much to those of us who have lost it before. So I suppose it's natural to feel like that. I feel so much worse these days, especially because I have been in an accident. But one more comment says, I kind of felt similar after I started driving again. I assigned myself some rules so that I can make sure I'm safe out there. If I don't get enough sleep, feel stressed, have a migraine, feel weird, I just won't drive. But then when I do feel fine, I'll just go and I'll have fun, go wherever I need to be. I drove without having any problems from the age of 14 to 33. Spent 10 months not driving because of seizures. It was weird. I got back to normal time. Just give yourself some grace and pay attention to your body. and trust yourself.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, I don't trust myself, but yeah. How do I? Oh, that's way too much. Keppra and oxycarbazepine affecting athletic performance. I have been on medicine for nocturnal epilepsy for about 3 years now. I am a 17-year-old male distant runner and wrestler. I have become a slower runner as I've been on medication. Before taking medication, I was running 18 miles and 5K. Now I'm usually running 20 something. I noticed this change a few months back. I started taking Keppra. After about a year, I switched over gradually to oxycarbazepine. However, I haven't noticed much change in the times. About a year on oxycarbazepine, has anybody had any similar experiences? If so, can you provide any advice on how to deal with this? Anybody
It
left?
sounds like it. Well, on that one, it sounds like they're just saying they haven't noticed a difference, as in like the new medication isn't working. And after being on it for months, time to tell the doctor. It's definitely happened with a couple of the AEDs. Anybody else ever been on a medication that just seemed like it didn't make a difference either way?
No, not me personally.
I mean,
I got something that says, oh, go
not an
ahead.
epilepsy drug, but I've been on a medication like that where, gone up to uh, a higher dose. Like the initial dose was something, and then the next dose I felt an improvement. The one beyond that, I didn't really feel any change from that, so I went back down to that middle dose, but um, never experienced anything like that with epilepsy drugs. They've always been pretty reliably upwards in terms of their significant effect, usually kind of almost exponential.
I got something here. It says consult with a neurologist in 2 days. What is it that I want to say to the neurologist? I know for a fact that that I have TME, but misdiagnosed with generalized epilepsy, the feelings I'm going through, and little mini-sized seizures that are distorting my time and perception of events and seriously scaring me. Last time I opened up, I got called mentally ill, told it was anxiety. As a child, when I opened up about these things I was seeing and feeling that seemed transcendental, I was just ignored by the pediatric neurologist. I guess I don't really have a good grasp on how to explain my seizures and feelings. I get close and then there's something that's there that's stopping me. Could I just have PTSD? Anybody have any experiences with PTSD?
Yes.
I am PTSD.
You are PTSD. Um, there is I guess condition's the best way to say it out there, called psychogenic non-epileptic seizures. And they are real seizures. They're just not the sparky kind, but they are real, and it's 30% of epileptics experience PNES at some point. And without an EEG, you may never know for sure. And it'd probably take multiple EEGs. The longer, the better.
There's a post over here too asking, I mean, it's pretty long and drawn out, but basically what they're asking is how do I move to a new town without already having a support system there? Have any of our guests tonight ever accomplished such a feat? Maybe just up and moving with, only your immediate family or as a single parent or whatever the situation. How do you reestablish in a brand new place with nobody around? Anybody ever accomplish that?
No.
Successfully?
If it was unsuccessful,
No.
what did you learn from it?
Um, yeah, yeah, don't want to go into details personally, but be careful who you trust going into business with.
I want to butt in and say that I actually have a great mom and her current boyfriend. They bring me to my appointments. I live in within walking distance to my job, which is actually a fairly great job. I make pretty good money, and comparatively to what I've seen on like Reddit and hearing of what other people's points are, like I am in a great position for someone with my condition, and I really can't. It's hard to say how much how grateful I am.
I highly understand that. I'm very happy for you.
Like I appreciate that, and it's just it's from what I've heard and what I've learned, and I'm in a great fucking position.
That's great.
Empathize with that so much. Oh, sorry, but no. It is absolutely right. I mean, my mom is my heart is too full for words sometimes when it comes to comes to my parents.
I
Excuse me.
it comes to my mom, but
And
it not my dad. Oh,
but just
that's the only
um,
negative thing I would say about that.
but you're right. So on the Reddit post I see, it's like, wait, some parents do that? Ah, and it astounds me. Now, when it comes to moving, um, I am quite used to that. And when I used to live out in Las Vegas, and my then husband would lose jobs a lot, and without a job, we couldn't pay rent, and it was always these fast moves. My second to last move was when I left my ex and came to live with my parents. And there's a quote from a very popular musical um, called Fiddler on the Roof. Our forefathers have, I can't remember the exact quote, our forefathers have been ousted out of their homes many, many, many times before. And one of the main characters, Tevye, says, maybe that's why we always wear our hats. And to me, it's just so perfect because, yeah, you're only going with what you can carry, but you got what you need. You got your hat, you got your son, you got your dog. And that's all you need sometimes to start over.
Good for you. That's great. I'm glad it worked out.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
I get
Very
that.
welcome.
Toaster is profound. One of the replies or responses here, he does kind of piggyback on that. They're saying it's okay to be content. You don't have to be constantly working towards achievement and goals to be successful. So, does that strike home with anybody?
Yeah.
Goals change over time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that too. I mean,
Yeah.
I've been making pizza for going on 15 years now, and started out really crappy, but the place where I work, as much as I might complain about it, I'm still making good money, but I need to move into a place that I don't pay so much rent. And when I say pay so much rent, I pay nearly $2,000 a month but I also can, from what I've looked at, I can get to $1,000 a month. Granted, it would make me have to walk a little bit longer to my job, but I'd be saving almost $1,000 a month.
I got some here. It says college anxiety. I'm in high school junior year and I have JME and I'm on Keppra 1,000 milligrams a day. I've been seizure free for going on 2 years now. My entire life has been rigged towards going towards college and pursuing higher education. However, my dreams,
My
my
honey, would you
dream
get me
school,
something out of the, oh, I'm sorry.
What's
that, Ben?
Will you
my
get me
dream
something
school
out
was
of
out of
the,
state and far from family. Naturally, my mom and other family members would like me to stay close should anything happen to me. But I really, really want to get out of this small town and see new places. The fear of having seizures with no one around me to help is the only thing holding me back. I'm torn. Should I play it safe? I said, don't let it hold you back. Go to college if you can. Um, but I don't have anxiety of things like that. Anybody else got advice for this kid? He sounds like he wants to go to college. His family doesn't want him to go too far away.
If everything's lined up with finances and support and whatnot, that's a kind of decision that you might regret if you just don't pursue.
If I could go back right now, I would. Don't wait till it's too late.
My only problem is how expensive college is. And technically, I haven't graduated high school, which kind of sucks, but
You could just choose a cheaper college. It really doesn't matter at this point. That's the biggest regret I have from college. I chose a really expensive college and didn't really get much from it. Then I went to a tech school. I went to a community college and got a technical degree. And yeah, you could just go to a community college and get, an IT degree, and the
yeah.
payoff will be 1,000 times worth, you know, a liberal arts degree from Harvard or something.
That is a
Yeah.
really, 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 really good point. I have I have older kids, stepkids, and my oldest, I'm very, very, very proud of her. Very proud of her. And thank God it actually is going somewhere. But she went to college, a private college for opera. And my oldest son is like, I don't want to go to college. I don't want to go to college. And it's like, okay, but you have two options then. You find a technical degree, something that you can learn and do for the rest of your life, like HVAC or something, whatever, or you go into the military where they will take care of your training for you.
Yeah, but if I'm not mistaken, if you're epileptic and try to join the military, chances are you can. If
Oh no, no,
correct
no!
me
This
if
is
I'm
dealing with
wrong.
my kids. I was
Okay,
getting back to
okay,
my
yeah.
point. I was getting back to my point. Technical training is we need more people with those technical things, like dog groomers. Have you ever figured out how hard it is to find a dog groomer?
No, because I can't own a dog in my apartment.
Oh well, dog groomers are really, really needed, and they can basically ask their price right now. And most states
Oh
don't
yeah.
have licensures.
Yeah, I get that.
Cat grooming.
And yeah,
You
it
try grooming a cat. No, it's worth paying whatever somebody asks.
to get that fleet it done.
Yeah, yes,
I
she
agree.
is,
As
she
someone who's
is adept
done,
at drawing blood. She knows my weak spots.
the claws.
Yes, not Kitty. Kitty's an angel, but Poofy. Poofy is, she can be nasty.
But
but
there's so many things you can do out there and so many different fields. You want to work with medicine? Guess what? You could probably find a pharmacy technician course going on somewhere. If your seizures are controlled, you
pharmacist,
might be able to
learn to
get
be a
to,
pharmacist. There is a
yeah,
shortage, a massive shortage of not techs, but the actual full-on pharmacists themselves.
Yeah, I even going to
Very
my
much.
pharmacy, I can see that.
Yeah,
Yeah, we need good pharmacists out there, so that's very true.
I
And
don't know where you go to school for that though. So,
Me neither.
air traffic controllers, we need those too. That's probably something else. I don't know where you get trained in that.
well, they were talking about just revamping, replacing the whole thing recently because it's a system hardware that's like more than 2 or 3 decades old at this point. It's just a mess. So if you believe the whole, I don't know, I wonder if we've actually been having more aircraft mishaps recently, or if it's just the media reporting more aircraft mishaps. It's, I digress. I'm sorry.
I guess we'll have to do the math.
Yes.
But
Well,
that
I got something that says, okay, but how do you know it's going to be a seizure? Does anyone else constantly think they're getting auras, dizziness, migraines throughout the day and assume it's a seizure is coming, but then it just doesn't? I've canceled so many plans because I was like, oh, yikes, I'm going to have a seizure. And then it never comes, which is great. Don't get me wrong, but I hate it that I can't seem to tell when I actually going to have one or not. Is there a better way to tell when you're going to have one? For context, I'm usually only get a brief feel sick, dizzy motion before my seizures. I don't really remember what it feels like at all because it's so fleeting. It comes and goes immediately. Usually it happens anywhere from 15 minutes to up to 4 hours before the seizure. And then I'm fine again until the seizure happens. I'm never sure when it's gonna be a seizure. Every time I try to pay attention and tell myself this might be a sign, pay attention to this, it ends up not being a seizure. So things I try to think, oh, maybe this might be a sign. Let's see, I'm feeling bad and no seizure, so I haven't been able to figure out a sign.
I mean, I feel like I've been having auras, but it's hard to describe an aura. And I do have, I feel like some kind of hallucinations where I think I see something, but it's not there, or I thought I heard someone say something. But this is generally when I'm working, and I work in I would say a bit of it's obviously I work in pizza, and it's a high temperature. It's hot. It's like 120 degrees in the kitchen, but also can be high stress too, where I think I have a seizure or an aura, and I think I hear something or see something, but it's not there. But I have, I guess, the luck to where I don't actually have a grand mal or a tonic clonic.
I got something there. It says seizures induced by reading. Hey, first of all, sorry for my lack of knowledge when it comes to epilepsy terminology. I have only recently started treatment. I have been seeing psychiatrists saying specialists in psychosomatic disorders, and I have been using a mild anti-epileptic medication, pregabalin and lamotrigine. The reason for this post is a thing I've noticed lately, a question that my psychiatrist was hesitant to answer, which is that I have been experiencing quite frequently onset of aura while reading. I have experienced thousands of flashing memories, which are not connected in any way. Also, jamis vu, loss of balance as if my body had split into two. Also, all all of my full-on seizures have happened while reading. I honestly don't know if my brain can overload just from the clusters of the small letters or if I get lost in the abstraction of the literature I read. This sounds a bit crazy to me, however. The reason for this is that I have also experienced sudden aura while being in deep thought. Normally, I would just avoid the action that causes the auras, but I'm trying to finish college and my specialization involves some heavy reading. So I wonder if somebody has experienced something similar. Thank you for reading all this. Anybody get some extra brain stimulation when you're reading that you noticed?
I've had brain problems, brain stimulation. Uh,
That's what it seems like. You got something that from reading.
Does he mean he's starting to have auras or seizures or something when
I believe
he's
that's what he
reading?
said.
Okay, good. All right. Yeah, pretty much 100%. That's what happened with me during high school. Um, I was always a great student growing up, but then I got to high school and I would try to do math and I would read it and my body would get tired. My whole body would get tired and I would start to sweat. I never sweat my entire life. I'm not a sweater, but for some reason, physically, my body would start to sweat more. And I keep reading. I do a math problem over and over and over again. Read this problem, and the words got all jumbly and dizzy. And before you knew it, I woke up in an ambulance. So yeah, definitely that was. And before you knew it, I couldn't read books anymore because they were not under high stress things like in a classroom. Um, but still, the medicine made it worse. That made it more confusing. So when I got to college, they would give me like 6 books to read in a semester, and I couldn't do that. So it just all got disastrous. I mean,
I
the
think,
medicine took the edge off, but still, I couldn't make sense of everything. It just got too complicated.
yeah, I kind of agree with that. Like, I think that's why I never really graduated high school and never wanted to go to college, is because I would read things and then, like, I think might be more of an ADHD thing, ADHD or whatever, thing. But I would read things and then I'm like 2 pages beyond, and I'm like, wait, what did I just read? And then, but this is also a time where I wasn't having epilepsy. But I get where you're saying this could be a thing. Like could, with the medication, it could get more confusing and all that.
I mean,
Where
I could
like you is it where you like you read those 2 pages and then you feel like, what the heck did I just read? But then going back, it's all familiar. It's like I already read this,
Yeah.
but then had you been asked to recite what those said at the very beginning, you'd be like, I have no idea. I don't.
Yep. I 100% agree with that too. Yeah, like
no.
it's like, yeah, I just watched it or read it, but now like I can't reciprocate it. But
Yeah.
but I also know what I just read in a sense.
Yeah, the information is there. It's just not, it went in, it just doesn't come back out on
It's hard
demand.
to articulate.
It can be recognized when the visual input is going back in again. At least that's how I feel about it.
No, that's 100% how I feel about it too.
You think it could be kind of like the overstimulation that what's happening with the music post, because during high school, and I've noticed a lot of our friends start having issues around high school, puberty, teenage years. Either seizures go away for a while or they come. And again, the brain is still developing.
Yep.
And you may or may not believe this, I actually have the diagnosis of dyslexia.
I mean, yeah.
And I can look at words and read them. You ask me to read it out loud, and
Yeah,
it's
I work
totally
with
different.
I work with people who have I can definitely see dyslexia with them, and they're definitely not epileptic, but they I have to like work with them and be like, hey, make sure you're reading this, read it twice, maybe read it 3 times in a row, make sure you're making the right pizza. And sometimes they still don't make the right pizza.
You're supposed to shift the flour, sift the flour.
Do you notice any degree of overlap with autism spectrum in those individuals as well?
Back, you guys. Sorry, it's out of it for me.
We're asking
I
Chris,
sorry, go ahead.
do you see a lot of autism and ADHD and other quotey fingers, I guess, because I'm still unsure. Actually, I'm not as unsure anymore. Neurodivergency.
I definitely see a lot of with people I work with, they definitely dyslexia and ADHD, and I can put them on certain jobs in the workplace and where they can do their work very well. But if I put them in another spot, I can see them not do it as well as they should or could. With autism, though, it's a hard thing to look at. Just I don't know, it is a hard thing, but I will before I close out here though. I did recently was some guy at our place was like kind of worried about this guy with autism. Like this guy had definitely had autism. He's like banging his hands on the his table, and this guy's like, "Oh, there's something here." And then he went into the bathroom to obviously go to the bathroom, but then there was no towels in his spot because he went to the women's bathroom. And I was like, well, no, you can't go there. And I ended up giving him bathroom towels to wash off. And like, so I can see where people have dyslexia, they might have ADHD, and where they might have autism. So I think if someone had epilepsy, I could probably see that too, you know?
I got something here. Anybody take clobazam?
Clobazam?
Yeah, clobazam.
Yeah, I take that.
All right, here's something that says clobazam pills left in cold car overnight. Husband left daughter's clobazam in cold car at -5 degree all night. I am panicking. Are they garbage now? Will the pharmacy help? They are closed and I am in a panic. Please, any advice would be great. I plan to call the pharmacy the minute they open, but I just thought I'd ask here in the meantime.
-5. I mean, I think they should be all right.
They'll be fine. Low temperatures are used to preserve these substances. If anything, they've been better off in the car overnight than they would have been with the OP in their apartment. We should tell them that, you wouldn't have been able to take care of that medication as well as a car sitting out in the middle of a blizzard.
Yeah, I mean, if anything, I'm worried about heat. You know, my room gets really hot during the days, and I store all my extra pills down here to keep them because it gets just so hot, you know. But
Keep them
yeah,
away from your lava lamps. That's my tip.
yeah.
Yeah.
All right. On that, I gotta go. All right. Happy birthday, Toaster. And I'll see
Oh,
everyone.
Toaster has a birthday. Happy birthday, Toaster. But Kev, have a good night.
Yeah,
All right,
have a good
you
night,
too.
Kev.
Good night.
Good to yeah, talk to you again, man.
We sung Happy Birthday to Toaster earlier. You
Would
guys
you
heard it?
believe that you guys are actually the first people to sing happy birthday to me?
Well,
I got so many birthday wishes, but you guys are the first ones to actually sing the song. That made me so happy. It's a small thing, but it made me so happy. So thank you.
everybody
One to
else is
remember.
afraid of copyright infringement.
Yeah,
I'll
you
even
don't want that
unmute to say
copyright.
happy birthday.
Hey, someone have that
We
song
live on the
copyrighted?
edge, you know. We don't
Birthday
give a fuck
to you.
about
Somebody got to call and say, who made
copyright
that
law.
song? Comments. Someone says they're fine. Clobazam isn't a temperature controlled drug. Think about the temperature bring differences they face in transport. Someone else says, most likely not, as long as medication wasn't exposed to any moisture or melted. Someone else says also, if your doctor and pharmacist determine you're trustworthy, they can refill. Once I picked up my ADHD medication at the grocery store, pharmacy, went home, put away the groceries, put a trash bag in the bag, put a trash bag in the trash, and tossed. Tossed apparently with my meds at the bottom. If that isn't the most ADHD thing I know, then I don't know what it is. I was panicked. I wouldn't be able to get them, and they make my brain work enough for a few hours to maintain my career and family life. They called the pharmacy, sent a message to my doctor, and they both decided writing and filling a new script was the best option. Ooh, that's rough. Anybody ever throw their pills in the garbage?
I've
I got,
luckily never done that.
yeah, I haven't either, thankfully. I did want to say I do take the I do take clozapam. But I've only been on it for about a month, like 4 weeks,
Is
a
that
month.
Vimpat?
I'm sorry?
What did you say the you're on?
Clobazam, the one that the
Oh no.
person was that was the person the one that the person was asking about
Okay, yeah.
from the question. Yeah. I just did want to say that I am taking it, but it's been such a small period of time that I really didn't have too much to add to it other than I still have had 2 seizures since starting to take it. And from those that have been around me and have seen them, the last two, I've been told they've been like shorter. Um, Sometimes I'd have them for, up to like 2, 3 minutes long. And they said that they've only been about 30 seconds, these last couple of ones. So I don't know if it just happens to be a coincidence, or maybe at least it's helping them be a bit shorter than what they used to be. So that's all I can add to it.
I don't know if I would say it's better, but it seems like it could be helping.
Yeah, I mean, it's not making it worse, right? I mean, and like they're not longer in length in time span. So, and I don't know, I'm just trying to, yeah, looking at it semi positively, I guess. If I have to have them, let's at least have them be shorter in time, right?
Always look on the bright side of life.
Got it too. You have to with this type of stuff, right?
And I like to listen to Atmosphere, and they say always take the bad with the good, but doesn't necessarily affect what you were saying. But
I got something here. Somebody taking the bad with the good, you said. Says, is it really a bad idea to box as someone with epilepsy? I know this sounds like a dumb question, but is boxing with epilepsy a big risk? I have grand mal seizures, and the seizures originate from my temporal lobe. I'm on meds, and I haven't had a seizure in about a year. I imagine the repeated blows to the head from boxing can possibly cause a seizure. I was just wondering if it's a really big risk being boxing. I'm 21 years old, by the way, and it's relevant. I know this sounds like a dumb question, but I figured I'd ask you guys since we're fellow epilepsy friends. Any feedback would be appreciated. I don't highly suggest it, but I mean, I'm not going to take it.
Cumulative traumatic brain injuries occur across a lot of martial arts, and boxing is up there with, blows to the head.
I think it's
would,
quite a humorous question to ask.
yeah.
In a sense, yeah,
I would,
it made me laugh.
well, but some people might read it like an autistic person
Yeah.
and not realize that until it's explicitly pointed out to them. So,
Yeah, I get that.
This person wants to live life, find a hobby that they like. That's exercise. That's good. If you're
yeah.
doing it safe enough,
Knock
because
yourself out.
I mean,
if
it
you're
could
doing
be
it,
a worse hobby.
I mean, it's something that you actually need to bring up to the leader of your dojo. It's what are they comfortable with teaching you? Who are they comfortable with you sparring? Because I know some of our friends do jujitsu
Jiu-jitsu is
and
more
stuff
like
like
Yeah,
that.
wrestling,
I
but
was gonna say jujitsu, you're not
strikes to
really
the
going
head.
for each other's
Sure.
heads and stuff.
Taekwondo,
There
there
are
is.
I
there
did
are
taekwondo,
other martial arts aside from boxing that might
but yeah,
be a better outlet for that
boxing
energy.
period would definitely be a worse thing than say jiu-jitsu.
Yeah.
Taekwondo, you aim for the head, but you're also taught you shouldn't do it at full power when you're sparring, and that goes to tournaments, and you're scored on that.
Yeah. And when it comes to martial arts though, taekwondo is very like low
Kid-friendly.
in what you should
Low
be doing when
impact.
if you're trying to be in
Kid-friendly,
a
you would
martial
say
arts. It's friendly, yeah. Like kind of
it.
how kung
Low
fu is.
impact.
Kung fu. Low impact, yep.
Is that the term?
I would
It's
say
not
yeah.
quite like Tai
But when
Chi,
you're
but it's
boxing,
definitely not like
obviously,
MMA.
yeah. Boxing is you're obviously aiming for each other's head.
Well, you can
Mixed
be
martial
like
arts.
Mayweather. You can just not get hit.
And what?
So you can be like Mayweather and just not get hit.
Well, yeah, it depends on who you are. Or you can be against fucking what's his name? Mike Tyson and just basically die.
I think any full-on contact is
Well, I
wrong.
mean,
But
listen
I
to
mean,
Mike
hey,
Tyson
who
speak
are we
more
to
than
say?
3 sentences, and you'll see what a whole lifetime of that will do to even somebody without epilepsy. So,
Well, I don't think his speech
That's
impediment
stupid.
has anything to do with his boxing career.
Yeah, I'm not even going to get involved in that conversation. To me, it doesn't make a
Oh.
whole lot of sense.
I'm sorry, I'm not gonna try to drag you into it. I am just
I don't know.
curious. You have strong feelings about it, Tom, or do you just not want to go
I
off?
just don't think it makes a lot of sense. Somebody to be boxing with and having epilepsy, he's already got issues with their brain. I mean, your head
Right.
bouncing off the inside, your brain bouncing off the inside of your head doesn't make a lot of
Concussion left
sense.
and right.
Yeah.
But like I said, I don't think Mike Tyson's speech impediment had anything to do with his boxing career, though. It was his. I'm not saying you said anything like that or anything like that, or Mark said anything like
No,
that.
I did. I just was kind of mostly in jest, but there is a bit of truth to it that, his speech impediment from the beginning of his career to the end of his career
Yeah, it might have
progressed
gotten worse.
in a
Yeah,
way that,
I kind of get where you're going with that. Yeah, it could have gotten worse.
hmm.
And I mean, still a great boxer though.
Yeah, absolutely, no doubt. Awesome
Anyone,
sense of
everyone will
humor.
say that about
He
that.
he was
Yeah,
the one
he's got a.
who had the initiative for the Mike Tyson's Mysteries cartoon. Have you watched that?
I don't think
I
so.
think I've seen it
No.
early in
It's on, yeah, it's on it's an Adult Swim cartoon,
Oh,
basically
really?
like
Oh no, yeah,
a satire, like spoof of
yeah, I know what you're talking about now. Yeah,
Scooby-Doo, but it's like Mike Tyson leading a mystery team, and he
yeah.
receives tasks by his pigeons in his backyard,
Yep.
and they go around.
Either way, I would never fucking box against this dude.
No,
I got some of the
He would
comments
kill
from you
me.
guys.
yeah, I weigh 115. I would just snap.
115, dude. Damn.
Yeah,
I'm fucking. I
tiny
know he. I know I
twig.
don't have a. I know I don't have a cam, but I'm fucking 5'10" and 180,
Oh, you're
and
not.
Yeah,
not in shape.
5'10". That's the other measurement. Yeah, 5'10", 115. Goddamn meds have made it impossible for me to really manage to eat. Nobody's force feeding me, so they probably would if my parents knew.
Yeah, I'm
But
6'2" and 181 pounds. And I got some responses here when you
Damn.
done, Mark.
And I'm
Let's go with those.
5'11" and 180.
what?
So I'm 5'10", 180.
5'10", 180.
So I'm
Yeah,
the small
come
one.
on.
All right, Tom. Let's go. No, I'm just
Hmm.
kidding.
How
you,
much, just out of curiosity, have you ever thought about how much the dreads weigh?
I have not. I've wondered though, because I see like people doing it when they're boxing, they get the haircut just because that's the last bit of thing they can take off or something.
and I'll admit some of the best dreads I've seen in a long time.
Thanks.
Yes, absolutely.
Thanks.
Great job.
I don't get that a lot. I get the total opposite. But I'm gonna go to the comments about this should I be a boxer idea. All right, someone, I think the question was, is it a bad idea? The first response is yes. Epileptic with a brown belt and BJJ. After diagnosis, I stopped even grappling because of the further risk. Another response is, not is it only dangerous for you, but it would also be awful for someone if they hit you and you had a seizure or cause your epilepsy to become worse. Another one says, yeah, I didn't discover I had epilepsy until I started wrestling. Then it kept happening after every practice. Stay safe. I would have a huge issue with my husband doing boxing due to his TLE. He's been hit enough times in the head. Who knows what if he had another shot would do. Seriously, even in sketchy situations, I'm prepared to fight the fuck out of someone if they start hitting him in the head, because even one more headshot isn't worth it. Someone here says, I had to stop skateboarding after my brain surgery because I lost control of a calf muscle in my leg. I would still skate if I could because hitting my head only ever happened to me once in 15 years of doing it. And I said, if I
It only
die,
takes
at least
one.
I died doing something that I love. Boxing is literally just getting hit in the head, though. So it sounds like you're going to need a new physical activity. I'm sorry for your loss. I understand the heartbreak.
Well, once again, if you're going to do it and that's what you love, then we'll have to go with what you love, right?
Yeah.
Personally, getting biffed in the head and knowing and being epileptic. Again, what kind of? I'm sorry, that's just doesn't make sense to me.
Someone else said, You can still do a lot of boxing technique, skill work, no sparring with hits to the head. I box and we only spar every once in a while. You can
Well,
opt
just
out.
go,
You can opt
if you
out if you
feel the
don't want
need, go
to.
beat on a bag.
80% of
Yeah.
the time, we do drills, technique, skill work, and lots of conditioning. And the 20% we do spar, only 5% of that headshots is with gear. The rest, we
That
just
doesn't
do body
happen.
shots. If you do it, just get involved with head hits. I mean, literally tell people, I will not spar with headshots. I do want to learn how to box.
Why?
Self-defense, I would say. And I mean, there's a couple of things you could do easily or than that.
I got another one. It says I did boxing for a few years despite being epileptic. I started for fitness, got super into it, etc., and eventually sparring. The first time I got properly wobbled up was scary. It reminded me of what happens directly before a seizure. After that, I decided to call it quits. Some days I miss it, other days I'm glad I quit when I did rather than take any risk. It sucks, but we can only fight. We can only fight was in front of us. Yeah, to use a boxing phrase. Yeah, those are some stories why you shouldn't box. People who were boxing.
Yeah, I mean, you're gonna get punched in the head all the time.
How should I celebrate my small strokes that MRI found? Lifelong epileptic. Sorry, I admit my sin. I smoke. I live a very constrained life. I exercise almost daily, eat healthy, 3 AEDs, 2 antidepressants, all recommended supplements. I don't work. I have about 24 absent seizures and tonic-clonic per year. Very limited social life. I just had a rough year that probably caused the traumatic events. My life was and will be full of restrictions, plus the medication that drains our energy, destroys our memory, plus depression. Every 2 weeks, a seizure occurs and reminds us how vulnerable we all are. I know I must quit smoking, but how do I celebrate, digest that you had small strokes? Fuck epilepsy all day, every day. How do you celebrate that you had small seizures?
How do you celebrate any of that?
Huh?
I said, how do you celebrate any of that?
That's what I was thinking.
Or I drift off. I have to say something about nicotine. Nicotine is a cruel mistress.
Yep.
And she will come back and haunt you again and again and again. Because I'm sorry, nothing quite hits like tobacco, the back of your throat.
Yep.
It's that sensation that most people can't describe, but what they crave. Jeff, weed is better. I agree. But weed also doesn't have that addictive qualities that
But
nicotine
also, weed
roots
fucks with your
into
head
your
more.
head.
But you
No,
fuck with
weed.
what?
It's fucked with my head more. I'll say that.
Well, weed is different for every person, just like any other medication, is what I think.
But I also
But
admit,
nicotine.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Nicotine is so hard. I've been doing nicotine since I was 15, on and off. Anytime a stressful situation, like real hard times come up, I always end up sliding back to nicotine. This group has helped me keep off of nicotine for 3 months. These little vapes that I vape, they have zero nicotine.
Good for you,
It's
man.
just flavor.
Dude. Yeah, flavor. Yeah.
Hey, it's no nicotine. It's you just smoking flavor. I don't get that. What do you mean?
Yes.
That's how I feel like I can quit nicotine is vaping with not with the ones they sell you at the store, but
Yeah, not those disposable ones, but you can get
exactly. Yeah.
They had a bunch of these things.
no, they even make disposable nicotine-free vapes.
Oh, these
So,
are
yeah.
disposable for weed.
Oh,
I got
yeah,
birthday cake.
I also have that.
Birthday cake and pink champagne.
But
They both taste amazing.
the reason I quit THC is probably because I've been eating edibles so much.
Oh yes, well edibles are awesome. Oh yeah, okay, now I'm going on a rant about edibles. You gotta do them right. You gotta plan.
Yeah.
It takes, you don't believe the 30-minute bullshit. It doesn't, it takes
Well, yeah,
so much
I'm
longer
not that
before it
dumb.
actually hits your system.
Yeah,
People
yeah,
will
yeah.
get a gummy, take it, and then are
I
told to
would
wait
eat.
30 minutes.
I would
And
eat
like,
like.
this shit isn't working. So they'll take another.
Well,
Wait
no,
30 minutes. This shit still isn't
sorry.
working. And then they go smoke a bowl. And then it hits them while they're already high for the weed. They're well with the green, with the herb stuff.
Yeah, and like I was eating. I would do a lot of concentrated for a long time, and then I was eating a lot of edibles, anywhere from 30 to 40 milligrams a day, but I would do like at least 3 hours in between.
Only 30 or 40? That's crazy.
Yeah, and it was really fucking them. I feel like it was with my head, and the fact that I quit them, it would be, I feel like, more in my head and being able to like think in a sense.
Hey Raven, the icebreaker today was I forgot what the icebreaker today was. Kate had it though. It'll come to me. But I got another post for now. It says, "Am I having a seizure during naps?" I had my first seizure when I was around 10, all the way up into 18 to 19. I maybe had 3 or 4 seizures, and all of them were during my naps. But every now and then I get tired and take a nap. And almost every time I wake up feeling physically weak, like I can wobble around with a really bad, weird feeling headache. Now my first thought is that I seem to be too consistent. My seizures always have been random, often separated by years of abstinence, but these ones seem to be consistent, so I'm wondering if it could be sleep or hygiene related. Does that sound like a seizure in your sleep?
Can you repeat it? I wasn't thinking or listening rather.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was moving back inside from the patio. I did not hear what you said.
So it says, am I having seizures during naps? I had first seizure when I was around 10, all the way up until 18 to 19. I maybe had 3 or 4 seizures, and all of them were during my sleep. But every now and then I get tired and I take a nap, and almost always I wake up feeling physically weak, like I can only wobble around, and with a really bad, weird feeling headache. Now my first thought is that I seem to be too consistent. My seizures have been random, only separated by years of abstinence, but these ones seem to be too consistent, so I'm wondering if they could be sleep hygiene related.
That's hard for me to tell because not like 98% of my seizures that I've had have been nocturnal, and like I said, it's just hard for me to tell. Like it's I really don't know what to say.
They also said, by the way, this happened recently, and somehow I forgot. When I woke up, I felt so sad that I thought I would just die or become a vegetable. I am a very pessimist person, and AI always like to think that I would care if I was going to die. But when the moment was present, I felt extremely depressed.
Did you say they were mentioning something to AI?
Yeah, what was that? They're
That's the
talking to
fucking rough
AI and
part. They
that
should not be recommending to AI. They should be talking to a doctor.
I am a very pessimistic person, and AI always like to think that I wouldn't care if I was going to die. But when the moment was present, I felt extremely depressed.
Yeah, that's a rough one to talk about. I don't know. That's especially if they're talking to AI. Like we should not be talking to AI at all.
About medical advice, I believe I read that somewhere. Don't ask them about medical advice.
yeah, there have been people like teenagers going on to places like character AI and making themselves a therapist. And then these LLMs are basically just made to feedback what, like, affirmative, what you want to hear, predictive, what most likely you want. So, um, they make for themselves a therapist, and the therapist just affirms whatever delusions they may have, and it ends up in this feedback loop where a depressed kid gets told by the therapist that all the reasons they're depressed are valid and true, and their life experiences are all valid and accurate. And, there have been suicides over this. Like, people have lost their lives. So these things are scary.
Yeah, 100%. Either way, though,
Much agreed.
Say that again.
I'm headed to bed.
All right.
I am glad to at least say hi on this podcast again.
We'll be here Tuesdays and Fridays.
I have Tuesdays off, but I work Fridays.
All right, we'll be here.
Either way, Pookie,
Rest well.
you're good,
Remember,
dude.
it's Tuesday or Friday.
Yeah,
Today's Tuesday? Friday?
today's Friday.
Oh, okay.
I hope you all have a good night.
You too.
Everyone
You
here,
too.
it's
Take
been great.
care.
If I've sent you my number, feel free to talk to me.
All right. Well,
I am either way. I'm here for y'all,
all right.
and y'all have a good night.
Right. You too.
Cheers.
What's your Reddit name?
Something stupid.
Do you have a Reddit name?
Yeah, I do. Kate has it though. What is it? Where is it?
If Kate has it, it's okay.
Give me 2 seconds and I'll find it. Because I definitely want to give it at least to you, Pookie.
Okay. Well, you have a good night. And shout out to Nature's Mate.
I hope you all have a good night. And maybe I'll see you on the next one.
Hopefully.
Cheers.
I'll be here.
Peace, dude.
Got something. It says options instead of surgery. I didn't have the option for surgery, but we'll go ahead with this. It says, so I know this is a long shot, but I'll try. I'm scheduled for brain surgery to remove part of my brain, temporal lobe, next month. I'm terrified. There are no other options. There are no other options surgery-wise, but has anyone found any possible solution that could help severe epilepsy? I can cancel the scheduled surgery up until the day before. I'm just trying to figure out another option, if possible.
Do what?
Oh,
I'm
thoughts?
sorry.
I was saying thoughts on the person needing to get surgery, or they want to find other options, I'm assuming.
It's a very, very, very personal choice.
Yes.
And some of us have opted to let the zombie doctors go in and eat our brains. Some of us decide to keep it the way it is. It's all, do you believe that maybe it will help? And it has helped me. I know that. I went from having 2 to 4 tonic-clonics a week to maybe 2 tonic-clonics a month. Vocals, they're harder to figure out. I was going somewhere with this, but it's also a process. Right after surgery, sometimes it doesn't automatically just poof, you have no more seizures. Sometimes it takes a few years before the full effects of the surgery are seen, if that makes any sense. Like, mine kind of kept the same, or actually dropped off for a little bit, then climbed back up, and then kind of evened out. if that makes any sense, but still with a whole lot less than it was before. Hi, Angel. So,
Hello, everyone.
in terms of different surgery, there's something other than surgery. I mean, would you count the VNS thing as that surgery? It all depends on the surgery too, I think. Some people get resection, some people get VNS devices, some people get both.
All right, Angel just
Yeah.
restarted the party.
What's up, my brother?
How you doing, man? You right on time.
I just put my daughter to bed.
Yeah. Hopefully you had a great day with your girl.
Oh yeah, it was hot.
Yeah, we were on a question about options instead of surgery. Yeah, this person they're getting temporal lobe removing or the right side of the brain. I said no. I turned down the surgery. It's like nope.
Yeah, I wouldn't want anything invasive inside my head. VNS seems like an option, but then again, I don't know when I'm gonna see. So
Yeah. So yeah, my thing was don't get it if you don't want to. Talk to somebody else. Um, it's a comment right here. Somebody said I had the exact same procedure. It was the scariest thing I've ever done. It was also the best thing I've ever done. It cured me. It gave me my life back. This is your chance. Don't miss it. Someone else said, did you get a second opinion? I was seeing a neurologist for a while that kept bringing up surgery, and I really wasn't feeling it. I talked to another doctor, and he completely changed my meds, and I've seen a huge reduction since having him take over. I had a laser ablation 3 years ago on my right temporal lobe. It's been the best decision I've ever made. I didn't have a resection, and but an RNS with leads both temporal lobes. The option I did, which turned the tide, was keto. I still had enough breakthroughs that meds and surgery still happen, but keto changed the game for me. Nice. I might try. Never mind. I can't do keto. What am I talking about? What were you saying, Mark?
Just that the last question or comment or whatever, the guy said keto and then went on to say it's not like it doesn't work to like that you don't need this, that it doesn't improve to like where this or that or whatever, but it does out or something. I just was wondering, how do they know it's any different from just placebo, the diet? If they still needed everything, it must not have improved. Excuse me. It must not have improved. All of that. Sorry, Kitty's being a drama queen. I don't know. I'm kind of skeptical about keto diet. Just my 2 cents. I don't know how somebody could compare it and especially if it's gotten to the point where somebody still needs the surgeries, the implants or whatever, the same implants that they would have needed without it, is what they described, then it sounds like keto doesn't really do anything in their experience. They just think it does. That's just what I read into it from what you were saying there. I'm just causing problems and need to go to bed or something. But it sounds like everything that they said, everything that they described sounds like keto doesn't work. And then they go on to include that keto is good.
I don't know why I keep it's like a half memory or something. I
Oh,
thought the
Toaster, you're
keto.
there.
Yes, I am still kind of awake. I
Raven,
remember.
you guys there?
Hi, friends.
I'm here. Hello.
Can we sing happy birthday to Toaster?
Say that again.
Can we sing happy birthday to
Oh,
Toaster?
again?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
We get some cameras
You know what? I'm
on.
good. Okay, fine.
All right.
Hi.
Happy birthday to you.
To happy
Happy birthday
birthday
to
to
you.
you. Happy
Happy
birthday,
birthday,
Happy
dear
dear
toaster.
toaster.
birthday to
Happy
Happy
birthday
birthday to
to
you.
you.
I was singing way too fast. Angel was not
That was
singing.
so wholesome.
I
You
think
should
I
have
was
been
going
watching
too
Sia.
slow.
She was timing it for you.
I was
I,
trying. I
I,
was
I
trying.
keep forgetting to put mine off mute. I was singing though.
I heard
I'm
you in
sorry.
my heart.
It still counts.
Happy birthday to you.
There you go.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you, dear Toasty. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Eat more chicken. Oh, wait,
Yeah, I
sorry.
forgot
That's
to put my mic off mute.
it's okay. It's
It was really
okay.
special
It's
to
just
her, you
singing.
guys. This is the first time she had someone sing happy birthday to her.
Yeah,
What?
yeah. It's so funny. I had a great day. I had a wonderful day. But it wasn't
That'd be the
until you
second
guys,
time.
yeah, yeah, second time. It wasn't until
Second.
I hopped on here and you guys started singing that I realized, oh my God, this is the first time I've actually heard someone say happy birthday to me today.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I got lots of happy birthday wishes and it was great. I got $100 gift card to Troubadour Books, which is like the local bookstore. So
Nice.
I'm getting books.
Yay, books.
Wait, so we have 3 August birthdays in here?
Yep.
Yep. Pookie's the baby.
Wow,
We got
that's
the
crazy.
Leos and the Virgo.
Yeah, I just barely made the Leo line. Barely.
Yeah, I think today was
You're
well,
next.
August 16th is my grandmom's birthday, but she passed away a while ago. But I still remember it.
Tomorrow. Happy belated. I mean, how would I say that?
Well,
Sorry for
happy
your loss.
birthday to grandma.
Just say sorry for your loss.
May her memory be a blessing.
There you go. That's a good one.
Yes.
Not a birthday, but Monday is 6 years since my last drink of alcohol.
Wow.
That's a big achievement.
Congratulations.
Yeah. So
That's better than a birthday.
Celebrate it.
close to
Yeah.
that.
No one picks
Yeah.
to be born.
Albums. Yes, Mark, that's awesome.
That's amazing.
Thank you. Yeah, oh man, I didn't think about taking attention away from Toaster on her birthday.
Oh no, 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 no. That is happy news. I love happy news.
Well, I should have said something on Tuesday. Maybe I'll say something again on Tuesday and get like
Maybe. And we'll
double
celebrate.
attention.
You should. You deserve to, share good news like that. That's awesome.
We should
Well,
celebrate.
the only reason I would be able to share that news is because I did some horrible stuff to myself beforehand. So I don't know how much of a it's mixed feelings, you know.
Yes.
Addiction sucks.
And it
Yes.
is. I got something. It says, am I selfish? I've been having seizures. I've been having seizures for like 10 years now. It's difficult to pinpoint it. Around three years ago, I decided to go to a neurologist because my friends were very concerned about my episodes that looked like epilepsy. Long story short, the doctor was rude, but I let it slide, gave me Keppra, which my body didn't respond nicely to up to dose, then went on and off because the meds were making my mental health go crazy. Took a bunch of MRIs and 48-hour EEG that was uncomfortable, and I still don't know what I have or how to fix it. Both results were clean. Right now, I've given up and paused to find treatment. As of right now, since the whole experience was a bit traumatizing, I put my life on pause for a little bit, always staying in home, but now I want to try to live a normal life. I want to go out more, go to school, get a job, and maybe even drive. The driving part is one thing everyone is against. I just started driving too for the first time, so I'm very new to it all. I'm extra cautious and I'm aware of the risk. I just don't want to sit in bed and rot for the rest of my life or feel as if I'm disabled. No, that's not selfish. I don't say drive, but I don't say shut down anything you want to do because of epilepsy.
Yeah, I mean, don't let epilepsy hold you back. You sound very, very cautious with the thing. I don't recommend it though, because seizures come out of nowhere. Um, but that's just me. That was why I didn't choose to drive either. Um, and I worry about others on the road. But yeah, don't let things hold you back. There's going to be plenty of things in life that you can do, and you're not going to be as much of like you're not going to be basically disabled until you basically are. I don't know if anybody really understand that part, but yeah,
I did. I got you.
it's like I got to work for a while, for a long time, and I lived a great life until I couldn't stop having seizures.
There's some comments here. Somebody said incredibly selfish. Been without driver's license for 4 to 5 years now. It sucks a lot, especially living in a country because I can't walk anywhere either. But I suck it up because my desire to feel more independent and social doesn't override everyone else's desire to be safe on the road. I go with her. She said,
Not just a desire to be safe on the road, but a right to be safe on the road from
right.
somebody who's knowingly dangerous or
Yeah.
potentially dangerous, however small that margin may be, it's not a line to cross.
Someone said, if you're not having episodes, driving should be fine. They also have a downvote -4. That person responded, that's the scary part though. You never respond, you never know till it's too late. I've been trying to keep a logbook and track when was the last one that I had. I'm taking as many precautions as I can in order to be safe. Fortunately, where I live, there's many roads, many empty roads. I know how to avoid busy streets.
Until their logbook can predict their next seizure, that's not enough.
With you. Someone said, I accidentally pulled an all-nighter. I have the type of epilepsy where sleep deprivation is one of the main triggers. For some reason, I couldn't sleep tonight, and and all at all, yes, I was off. I was off my phone, and I'm worried I might get a seizure if I don't sleep within the next hour. Does anyone else has the same trigger and went through the day without a seizure after an all-nighter? Yep, I got like 3 or 4 hours of sleep. I don't think I just went through the night and just went back to. I've always got a little sleep. Anybody ever pulled all-nighter under any circumstance?
How many all-nighters?
How many have I pulled? Quite a bit.
Right. Well, I mean, how many consecutive all-nighters?
Consecutives, I haven't had any consecutives. I was always like, I can go one, guys, but I had epilepsy. I don't know limits, stuff like that. Tell your friends no. Gotta learn to say no. Times I had family, children. Guys, I got someone to live for.
Yeah.
I had children before all my friends.
When you knew you had the epilepsy diagnosis the whole time, so pushing
Yeah,
it with sleep deprivation was never really an option.
yeah, I was so young that the genetic thing wasn't even on my mind. Yeah, I didn't think about a lot of that stuff then. But back to this post, the comments of pulled an all-nighter. One says, yes, I have a similar trigger. It's a common one. You're not guaranteed to have a seizure, so don't fret. Maybe just adjust your schedule according to minimize exertion and exhaustion. Make sure you eat or drink enough, fuel yourself. Eat enough to fuel yourself. Whenever I have a big day, it's the night before. I usually never get no sleep. Don't worry about it. You'll be all right. Someone said, I do this every once in a while too. Rescue meds are the best things for me. However, I have been unmediated a few times throughout my journey. What I taught myself when I didn't have meds was put on sleep hypnosis on YouTube, specifically a guided meditation hypnosis with a soothing voice of completely avoided by any video that binary beats or number indicating the frequency sounds in the background music. It's not much, but it's something that gets my thoughts out of my head and makes me concentrate on what is being said. Good luck for your journey. Hope you find a way through this without any struggles. That comment was a lot.
Binaural beats? Is that what they said? Or is that what they were
Yeah,
talking about?
and specific like frequencies of sound. I find them really helpful for migraines personally and insomnia.
I
Yeah, I
found it
kind of.
too.
You do too?
Yes, I listen to them by binaural thingy.
Yeah.
Yes. Hi, by the
Yeah.
way.
Hi.
That's So I got another comment here. It says, happens to me sometimes. I'll get up, take the dog out, drink some water, and lay back down, tossing and turning all night. It's really horrible for trying to get back to sleep. I usually have to reset myself with an activity of some kind. One more comment says, when I went to get an RNS, they did a study on me and had me pull almost all-nighters. I believe they had let me have like 4 hours of sleep every day, if even that. It took quite a while to have an actual seizure still. I just make a chill day, stay home and not try to stress about it. Just relax as the best as you can.
I mean, that's. I'm sorry.
Can we technically call it all-nighters if, I mean, you're still getting sleep?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't feel like these are all-nighters that these people are talking about. Like,
4 hours is a lot
I'm,
during an
I'm
EMU stay.
who what?
They let them sleep for 4 hours during an EMU stay. That's amazing. They won't. Duke will not let you sleep. They want those seizures. They will not let you sleep. And
Yeah.
well, it's good. It's good. It's controlled setting, of course. But thank God I have my sleep medications. Without sleep medications, I would be awake all night.
I swear I'm here, you guys. Give me 1 second.
I have something to share that's off topic.
Ooh, go right ahead.
Okay. I'm wondering probably that everybody else has had some similar experience with somebody in their life. So I'm, new to epilepsy, just diagnosed in May, and I've been on Vimpat, which is lacosamide, ever since. And my mom's told me like 3 or 4 times now that I need to talk to my doctor because I seem over medicated. Um, and she's not providing any reasons for that observation. She's just throwing it out there. But the other night, um, we had a long conversation about something, and the next day she brought up part of that conversation, and I didn't remember. I know we all have problems with memory, but I didn't remember that one little thing. She like got upset. She was like, "Well, I guess I was just talking to myself then." And then I'm telling her, "No, like I remember talking to you. I was present. I just don't remember this one thing." And in my defense, I had a seizure in my sleep last night, so my brain's not working great, but like she took that as another opportunity to tell me that I'm over medicated and I need to talk to my doctor. And I'm that's just like not true. And so I'm like, "Hey mom, this is just what epilepsy is like. It's way more important for me to not have any more seizures than it is to have brain fog or not." So anyway, that's my little vent, and I'm wondering how you all deal with those people in your lives who just think you're taking too much medicine, if you have anyone like that.
For people like that, I let them finish what they're saying. And then once they're away and we don't see each other, then we usually just don't see each other again. That's how that goes.
It's my mama.
It's your mom? Hmm.
My mom does the same thing. And she's told me multiple times that the Keppra is causing my seizures, despite the fact that I had seizures before the Keppra.
Oh my.
So I have literally I've tried every method with her. It doesn't work very well. I live with her, so but the best thing that I ended up doing was finally just letting all hell break loose and just saying, "Look, what would you rather deal with? Me on the floor, having a seizure, hit my head, going to the hospital, paying for all of that, or being on a medication that is affecting me in small ways in comparison. Yes, I'm different on medication. I'm a little angrier, I'm a little more tired, a little more out of it. But I would much rather that than the seizures." I said it in a much more angry way, which kind of scared her. But I mean, I tried to be chill with her and it just didn't work. I tried to just let it go and she just kept saying these passive aggressive things, which sounds like, that like, "Oh, you're over medicated." Like, Can you be over medicated for seizures? I'm sorry. Like,
Right?
I mean, you gotta do what you gotta do. Yeah, the medications suck, but we're trying to not have seizures. We're trying to not die. So,
Yeah. Well, thanks for sharing that with me. I think those are some really good bullet points. If I have to say anything to her again, I'm going to try to replicate some version of that conversation. Thank you.
Yeah,
yeah, no worries.
you're I mean you're your own adult now. You gotta advocate for yourself, even if it's to your loved ones, you know. Um, and you, not every you know, Pookie started this for awareness, so not everybody's aware of how seizures work, or you know how the meds work and what
Yeah.
they do.
That's the
You know,
frustrating part. It was her, she's got two family members with epilepsy besides me. So she does know how it works. I don't know why the rules don't apply to me, probably because I'm her kid and she just doesn't want, she's just in denial.
yeah. My mom, for over, I don't know, I'm 42 now, so she she comes up with like every little thing of what might have caused my seizures, except genetics, you know. And yet, you know, my sister has MS and it's due to genes. And it's like, Mom, genetics. It's just I got the seizure part. But I know it's not the same. But yeah, I mean, there is a part of being over medicated, but it's what you can handle and what you can't handle. That's where you got to advocate to your doctor,
Right.
you know. And if you can't handle it, then that's when you advocate to your doctor. But
I'm doing good.
but your
Mom,
mom,
she's just
yeah,
anxious.
yeah, it's like they want to be in control sometimes. Of like, you got to do this and you got to do that, and it's like, nope. Like, it's my life.
Okay, so I just need to be less of a pushover with my mom. Got it. No,
Yeah,
seriously though, I do need to. Um,
I've done it with plenty of family members, and it's like Vicky says, it's like, all right, move on.
yeah,
Yeah, the important thing is just setting boundaries. Um,
Yeah,
you gotta make sure that you come first in a situation, not anybody else's feelings.
that's really helpful. Thank you.
and for me, my daughter comes first, and that means taking care of my seizures is utmost priority in order for my daughter to have the best version of me. You know,
Yeah, absolutely. But as a parent, would you be worried they were giving your daughter too much medicine? That that they were that the
I
side
think
effects were too strong?
every parent will always be worried about that. I have seen medical records from when I was a child, still in my teens. Um, and my dad reported that he looks too dopey or whatever. And yeah, there was times I was just like sleeping in school. And yeah, that's over medicated. But um, it's like, I think because you're still, it's a harder road, but when you're still new to the, like, I'm gonna call it the game, but when you're still new to epilepsy, it's like the beginning, you're not so used to like all the sleeping and stuff.
Yeah.
And then as you get more used to it, or at least I know my body does, my body starts to tolerate it. And then it's like, okay, I can handle it. And it's fighting the seizures. Okay, I like it. Because Vimpat was one of my favorite meds. It had the least amount of side effects and everything. And I was on it until it wasn't working anymore.
Well, so far I don't hate it, and I've hated a lot of neurological meds.
Yeah, it had the least amount of side effects for me. Like when they told me last year, it's like, which one do you want to give up, Briviact or Vimpat? I was like Briviact because it was like the straight up knockout pill. And it was causing far more nuisances in my life than it was Vimpat was. Vimpat was still more enjoyable and everything. I wouldn't say enjoyable, but it's like I could tolerate it. I didn't have seizures, you know, or I was handling myself really good. And then the stress happens, and it happens.
Well, thank you for talking to me about it, all of you. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here for you.
We're here for you all the time, even on the off days.
Thank you. It makes me feel really good.
Got something that says, do you ever have hazy days? Let me explain. Sometimes I'll have a day that feels hazy, or maybe like an aurary day. Kind of like the whole day, it feels like I'm about to have a seizure, but thankfully I don't. My head is a little tingly, typical of an aura. All day, my thoughts are kind of jumbled, together enough to operate and communicate, but still a bit jumbled. And then the next day, a lot of my short term memory is gone. It feels like the previous day was longer than usual, and the day before that feels like a week ago. So, like, my sense of time shot for a while, but I never had an actual generalized seizure. Does this ever happen to anyone? It's like being in a seizure mood all day.
I don't, other than when I'm about to cluster up, I don't have auras, but I do have those days where I wake up and I know I had a seizure nocturnally. And I can feel it in my bones. I can feel it like, you have one, you just can't prove it. And it's those days and you're off the whole day. And remember, auras are also seizures, so
The hazy days, yes, I do have hazy days. There's days where I don't understand it, and I'm thinking I might have a seizure. I'm like, maybe this is a sign, and I'm like, let's write down how I felt right now. It's usually never a sign. It's not a sign. Those days that I write down that I feel off, are the days that nothing happens. And yeah, I haven't been able to pick like a sign yet. So the best thing about working in a hospital is waking up in the emergency before you can refuse. I text my partner at 5:33 a.m. to tell him to go back to sleep again, then again at 5:58. Apparently, I had a seizure as I was now sitting on a stretcher in the trauma site, presumably because they had nowhere else to put me. since I was completely intact. Why they why are they so fast? And this time they tried to hold me hostage until I showed them I could eat and walk around. Why are they asking me to do tricks like this time to go home? And everything tastes and smells awful now. Because people don't seem to understand me. I work in a hospital. My coworkers know about my seizure disorder. Don't let me stop being postictal before they admit me to the emergency department and charge me $200. Fuck me for wanting to pay $200 at the end of my shift for having a seizure, I guess. I swear everyone here acts like a bunch of pricks if we aren't perfectly accepting of all our kindness. I just need someone to talk to when it actually causes financial burdens. This person's asking for advice, someone to talk to, support basically. Anybody got any advice for somebody? No? Nobody there? I might as well just go to sleep then. Shit.
I mean, I feel like it's to be expected working in a hospital, knowing that your coworkers seeing a seizure will probably go into action. I don't want to say like, this person that it's their fault because it's not at all. None of us like going to the hospital. But it's just being in a hospital setting,
Yeah, you can't
your
help it.
coworkers, they gotta do what they gotta do, and it's not really their fault, it's just how things gotta be.
Guys, I have bad news.
What happened?
I think I might have had a seizure in the morning.
Were you alone?
Yes.
Did you just on the floor?
Sorry. Uh, hmm. I was talking on the phone with my aunt. And then it happened. So yeah. I'm officially off.
Your streak is over.
Is over.
You had it yesterday morning, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I had one a few weeks ago. So I just said put one foot in front of the other. Life goes on.
Shit happens.
Yeah. I'm glad you did have a streak for somebody. How long was it again?
2.5 years.
Oh yeah, that was a good streak.
It was good while it lasted. And then I saw it coming because I usually get sleepy when it's gonna happen. And then for some reason my nanny cam stopped working. Ugh.
I'm so sorry you had to go through that. We'll be here. We'll be celebrating a year from now.
Sorry, Twisted.
It was good while it lasted.
Know what you mean.
Now we start a new one. We start a new streak.
One day.
I'm trying to get to 4 months. Someone says, "Is this even a seizure?" Okay, so I'm having something where I'm just completely unable to speak. Not sure if it's even a seizure though. My brain just goes mush and I can't talk for a few minutes. I just keep making weird sounds. This happens a lot lately, like multiple times a week, sometimes even daily. I'm just not in a very good, not very good with the words and not sure how to explain it to my neurologist. First comment says, yes, this sounds like seizure activity to me. It does. I've heard of those ones where you just can't talk, right?
Yeah. No, it's the same old thing. It's like you know your body, you know when your body is off. And when you have epilepsy, you know when you've been through a seizure because you know how that's been, like how you feel afterwards. And even if you can't prove it, it's like, yeah, still document it as, yeah, that was a seizure, you know, because you knew something was off. And it's like you can't always prove it, you know. Like I know I had a nocturnal, not well, a couple months ago, but and the person to find the blood on the bed was my mom, you know, and that's how I knew I had a nocturnal seizure. There's other signs too. There's my muscles feeling stretched. Those are the grand mals and everything. And then when you're constantly just tired all day, like you got no sleep at all, that means you were seizing at night or while you were sleeping. Well, nocturnally, because whenever you were sleeping.
Some more of the comments here. Someone said, yes, that's a petit mal focal seizure. I've never seen one of those. Someone says, I'm pretty sure this could fall under the absent seizure. It's what my team calls coined, as I've coined them before, fishbowl moments, where I've just got stuck, unable to turn my head or move, and I seemingly stare into a space like a head in a fishbowl, or I can see or hear, but it's all mush. Like my brain is just having factory reset, while in real life I'm seemingly blue screen till I snap back. Eventually, or my hubby sometimes tries to drag me out by gently shaking me and calling me still out of it, but I move when he does. But it feels like I'm trying to move covered in tar or molasses. I don't know. But yes, this is definitely something to bring up to your neurologist or epileptologist. That's a funny way to go about it.
God syndrome.
It's using epilepsy to get out of stuff. Does anyone else do this? Now I've done this multiple times, and sometime I feel like an a-hole for doing it. It's mostly the times I have to go outside when it's scorching hot to stop the end quote. Why don't you get a license? Rant. And when I go to or when are you going to have the children? Get people to stop trying to get me to learn how to swim or how to feel when I'm sick and want to sit in, and want to sit in like on a tram bus like an older lady, not old, just older, tries to force me to get up. I don't think I've ever used epilepsy to get out of anything in particular that I can remember.
I
Anybody ever
never
told us?
used my epilepsy to get out of anything, but I can.
But
No, I never used it to get out of anything.
then you said but. I was like, what? There's a but?
There's times where I question, like
Should
when
I?
I lived with my wife, I would say, did I have a seizure? Because I'm not certain. I'm confused. I'm in my confusion. And that should be dead giveaway sign right there. Number one, I'm confused.
Mhm.
But that's only when I knew it was shaky, you know.
Yeah.
Um, I didn't know about absence seizures or anything. I didn't have my clusters yet, and I would say, did I have a seizure? Because my body feels like it's been through it, and I will wonder. And then there were times where it could have been the meds, where I will feel extreme dizziness, and if I couldn't shake it off, I'm not taking a risk with it. My seizures are more important, you know. It's like I'm not using it to get out of something. It's like I'm literally, you know, taking care of my life like I need to be.
You need to put yourself first.
I like that.
Yeah, I put my health first so I can be around longer.
Mm-hmm.
Through the comments here of getting out of stuff because using your epilepsy. Someone said, I let friends use my epilepsy to get out of things. Oh, I can't. My friend had a seizure, so I need to keep an eye on her. But the stuff you said isn't using it to get out of things. You're deciding what is possible danger for your safety and others and refraining from those activities. You're judging yourself negatively when what you're doing is being responsible and mindful. Someone else said, I wouldn't exactly say use it to get out of things. I'm legit afraid to go outside because of my seizures. Someone said I use it all the time. The way I see it, epilepsy makes my life more difficult, which people often don't understand. So that is how I try and offset it. One more says I've used it to get out of work a couple times just because I was super tired or just didn't want to work. My seizures are always feeling fake. I have focal clonic seizures. I'm aware when they start, during and after. I feel I feel like I am faking it every single time, even though I'm not. I'm singing the entire time. Stop moving your body that way. Stop jerking your head. That's painful and it's quite uncomfortable, but I can never stop. And then I have no control over them. I'm diagnosed with temporal lobe epilepsy and mesial temporal sclerosis. All very real, all yet very real. Every time I feel like I'm faking it, I try to suppress my symptoms by ignoring them. Dumb. I know, but I feel like I'm inconvenient. So every time I get them, I just feel like I'm faking it. I'm not trying to I'm not sure if it's because I've always heard people aren't aware during seizures, but my doctors have told me it's a particular It's just particular to where the seizure activity is coming from. Left temporal lobe, that's the hippocampus that has a scarring and shrinkage. I feel like a fraud, even though my seizures are very much so real, often leaving me feeling totally exhausted, like I just went swimming all day. And the best description I can think of, if anyone experiences this kind of seizure, is this a common feeling to have?
I mean, I don't have enough description, but that sounded like a myoclonic.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
Yeah, they sound like myoclonic if you're aware of the shaking and everything.
Yeah, you're kind of there enough. Not enough, but
Yeah,
a little bit.
because I remember what Kevin and Lupa said.
Let's go to the comments here. First one says, sometimes I feel like a fraud too. Others on this sub have it worse than me. And if I take care of myself, my risk of having bad seizures is very low. Everything you described sounds to me like when I have focus too, but the only thing I can do is validate what I already know. That was a seizure. Another one says, for me, there are two scenarios when I get focal seizures. The ones I don't remember happening are the ones I either see a video recorded that my husband took to show them to the doctor. The ones I kind of feel happening and have discussed with my neurologist, and they are indeed focal seizures. My ears are buzzing. I get really refluxy, and I have this really strong deja vu feeling. Sometimes, if they're usually really bad, I just lie down on my bed and put both pillows aside, just in case they get worse. If my ears start buzzing, I just sit down and wait for it to wear off. I feel really disorientated, but I just got to get used to it. Nobody here have the VNS, right?
No.
I don't think nobody on here. No.
I don't think anybody's awake, to be honest.
It looks like you're falling asleep too.
No, I'm actually wide awake. I'm ready to go eat dinner, but I'm waiting.
Go eat some dinner.
I'll be up for another 3 or 4 hours. Who
I'm
knows? You
technically
never know.
awake. I'm awake. I'm just like not really participating.
That means you're not awake.
Fair enough.
I can say one thing about people with epilepsy that
We are resilient.
yeah, we're resilient and will deny we're having a seizure. It's probably because we're in the seizure.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I got something here, guys. I mean, ladies and gentlemen. More ladies here, Angel. We're just the gentlemen. Ladies
Hey,
and gentlemen, um, it says, can you differentiate between anxiety and epilepsy? I was struggling with what I think is anxiety and derealization disorder since I was 10. I'm now 23. I've gone through bouts of it where it has been worse than other times. It feels as if I'm in a constant dream and nothing feels real. Last year and a half or so, I have been struggling with that feeling along with deja vu, dream flashbacks, the random memory flashbacks. I don't really have the other physical symptoms along with the other than occasional lightheadedness and heart palpitations. The dream flashbacks and random memory flashbacks have been freaking me out. Recently in January, my mother passed away unexpectedly, and since then, my weird feelings have increased by a million. I had 3 brain MRIs, several EEGs, and a 48-hour EEG. My neurologist listed my symptoms and said it could be auras and prescribed me some Keppra. A psychiatrist listened to my symptoms and prescribed me Prozac. And I am kind of just torn on which to start and what to do. If anyone has any advice, let me know. Um, differentiate
That's
between anxiety and epilepsy? I had no idea at all. I have never been through an anxiety attack or had anxiety that I know of. Someone please explain to me.
Lupa
Anxiety.
Lupa explained it a few times. I'm trying to remember it, and I can't.
this is exactly what my focal aware seizures are like, down to the T. And I've had anxiety attacks and panic attacks and all of the things, and none of them come close to the description this person is giving. But the last time I had a seizure cluster was that over and over and over again. I think it's called deja vu, where you feel like you're repeating a dream or you're in a dreamlike state. And it's like kind of deja vu, but not really. It's one of the creepiest things I've ever felt. And if I was this person, I'd be starting the Kepra first.
Hey, Jocelyn.
Hi, it's nice to see you guys.
Do you remember what the icebreaker was the first time you came?
Oh, oh gosh. That was so long ago.
Right, I don't remember either.
I do. It
What was it?
What's your favorite thing to
Ask about
do
the
after a bad
icebreaker.
seizure?
Self-care.
Yeah.
Like, resting. For me, that means like resting and yeah, resting. I like to rest.
We all said that.
Okay.
Mine was smoke. Uh,
Well,
I
yeah.
try to bounce back. I smoke real quick. That kind of tells me after I smoke, that tells me what I'm gonna do. That lets me know exactly where my body's headed. Smoke, you feel good, you're gonna sit down and hang out, or if I smoke and it says go lay down, then I go lay down. And I usually take the weed with me. But yeah.
I mean, I always like I've had 3 tonic-clonics and I was ex I couldn't stay awake. Like my body wouldn't let me, so I had to sleep. And then after that, like I just really needed to rest and let my brain um recover. That's the word.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
I I never am awake after a grand mal tonic-clonic.
Oh no.
Oh no, I mean of course, like we pass out, but even like when I come to, like afterwards, then like it's like, oh God, I can't stay awake. I have to go to sleep. Like there's nothing I can do about it afterwards. Like, are you guys like that too? Or like, like if you're in the post-ictal state, and then after that, like I don't know, is it 20, 30 minutes? I like have to go to sleep. There's nothing I'm gonna be asleep. I cannot keep my eyes open.
Unless I'm in the emergency room and then I want to get out of there, then I want to go to rest.
If I'm in the emergency room, yeah, I want to sleep. And either let me sleep or you can let me out. Because
Let me out of there so I can go rest in my home.
yeah, I don't understand what they're taking all that time to look for. Um, it's got me sitting here for 3 hours. We're waiting for your records to come back or something like that. Blood work or pee or whatever the case. Um, but I got a post here. It says epileptic boyfriend with addiction to weed. Hello, 28 years old. I've been in a relationship with my boyfriend who's 29 for almost a year now. We moved in together 5 months ago. He always smoked weed, but since February, he started to smoke a lot. He has epilepsy and has been on medication for years. Recently, he has been hospitalized for his addiction to cannabis because he started having panic attacks and psychosis from it. He checked out of the hospital on his own. He had to stay a bit longer for detox, but didn't want to. And the first thing he did when he got home was buying weed. Since we've been together, he's had an episode of cluster tonic clonic seizures about 4 to 5 weeks. Because of the smoking and neglecting anti-seizure medication, he told me that he didn't want to quit cannabis despite being declared addicted in the hospital. I'm afraid of him having seizures. Afraid like dizzy and feeling weak in the knees and feeling like I'm gonna throw up. I am a very, very anxious person. But he doesn't talk, doesn't want to leave the house, etc. And it frightens me when I think his psychotic episodes, he thinks he's feeling like things like popping blood vessels, seeing death with his own eyes, screaming in his sleep, and when awake, being paranoid. Now, my question is, how do you handle someone who has a cannabis addiction with epilepsy? Doesn't want to take his medication and doesn't want to quit weed, knowing very well that the weed prevents him from taking care of himself.
I never heard of cannabis addiction before.
I'm addicted.
I done it and stopped it, and when I didn't have money, yeah, I'm stopping. But
money, I knew somebody would give it to me until I got money.
Well, that's the thing I always have wondered about a cannabis addiction because, like, does your body get addicted? Or, like, meaning if you stop ingesting the cannabis, are you going to go through withdrawal symptoms? Like sweat. I'm not a doctor, right?
yeah, we're
Like,
not doctors.
right, we're not doctors, but I'm just wondering, like, based on my uneducated, knowledge of addiction, I don't know anything about addiction, right? But like, that's what I'm wondering. Like, if someone thinks they're addicted to marijuana, if they were to stop, would they like start sweating and like going through, a typical withdrawal symptom of, I don't know. Or is it that you're like wanting that, more of like I don't know, is it like a psychological addiction to like wanting that, um, what's the word?
Okay, so what I'm
Yeah,
gonna
I don't
say
know.
is
Either his
Crave?
marijuana
Crave, the craving, thank you.
right. Okay,
is
so
laced with something,
um,
or
I don't understand the people who say that they detox off of weed and they were having withdrawals and all that stuff because I smoke a lot of weed. Um, but when I stopped smoking cigars, I quit smoking cold turkey because I was at someone else's house. I didn't have money for that, I think like 4 or 5 days. I had weed and yeah, and I was just like, I'm gonna start smoking cigars. So I didn't smoke for like 5 or 6 days. I was just doing this and hanging out.
yeah, when I
And yeah, when I
lived,
was doing this and
lived yeah, when I lived with my wife, we smoked, and it was all the time, like every night. And
we didn't bother
when
me.
I got kicked out, I had no money. I had to stop.
Yeah, when I stopped, I didn't have no problem, no withdrawals or none of that. I actually wasn't even like worried about smoking. I think maybe it was because I had weed. It was like a week or something, and I was like, "Oh yeah, I do have weed." And wasn't even thinking about it. I was just like, "I'm not smoking today." Didn't think about why or none of that. Like I just had things to do, like be here. Um, that was back in April.
So this April?
That was back when I said that when I stopped smoking tobacco. It still smells good. I love the smell of it. Um, but I can smoke my weed in papers now, so I'm good. So there's this first comment says, um, "You really can't. You can't do anything. He has to want to change his habits. It has to be taking a huge toll on you. Maybe you need to rethink the relationship. I wish you had better advice."
Yeah, something's up because, excuse me, sorry, I had a sneeze. Um, because he's still smoking cannabis, so he's not going through withdrawal from that. So he's not taking his meds. He's probably going through withdrawal from his meds.
Right.
That's what's making him go. Because some of these meds can make you go.
Cray.
Yeah, like Keppra and stuff.
Capra is the worst. Thank God I'm allergic.
Someone says, weed has done nothing but help me. What's the issue? Says, I think his epilepsy is sort of separate, irrelevant thing. The big issue
But
here
weed
is
isn't a cure-all either.
the big issue here is his addiction. And really, unless he wants to get clean, he won't. As scary as seizures are, it's not really his epilepsy that's a problem with this situation. It's that when he's on drugs, he's neglecting his meds that will help with these periods of time where he's actually really scary and persistent seizures. And if we wasn't consistently on drugs and neglecting his health, it would be massively help with your anxieties.
Yeah, there's something else going on that we didn't get in the description.
Somebody else says, get on with your life. You should convince him only to smoke CBD. Someone says weed isn't addictive. He's just choosing not to quit. Someone says,
Hi guys, I'm still here.
oh my goodness,
No
you're
shit.
Hi,
there.
Fred.
I fell
I
asleep.
thought you were sleeping.
I was. I'm sneaking outside right now.
I can't believe you're back.
Oh, I'm never leaving. I heard you guys talking about cannabis addiction. Let me get in a spot. I don't want to wake up.
It's Gold by Annie with weed.
Yeah, yum. Yeah, I woke the dog up. Oh,
You want me to read that post again?
no, I'm just gonna say something about cannabis addiction. Clinically, it does not exist. It's like chocolate milk addiction, and that's what I like to call it because that's what some of the clinical directors at Realm of Caring like to call it because it doesn't exist. Excuse me, it's a dependency, and it's more of a psychological dependency. And the clinical difference is very important. And I'm just going to throw this out there. Please, if I insult anyone, I will apologize in advance, but haters will be haters. It is very, very common among the conservative communities who especially are cannabis haters and like to call us liberals and Democrats and stuff like that. So they tend to be the biggest problem when you're trying to get rid of the term cannabis addiction because they created it. It is not a clinical concept because there is no clinical dependency on cannabis. And, they kind of, I don't know if you guys remember back in like the 80s. I think it went into the 90s, but like late 70s into the mid 90s, there were random testing done on newborn babies, and they were finding cannabinoid, and the mothers were being arrested postpartum in the hospital. Okay, just like as if it was LSD or opium, opioids, whatever. And it was later, and I'm not going to mention the hospital because they're very conservative, Christ-based hospital, and it turned out that I'm outside, that they were only testing babies who were being breastfed. And it turns out that our endocannabinoid system puts a lot of those things in our breast milk. So these breastfeeding moms were being arrested for breastfeeding their babies, and the babies were getting natural cannabinoids. So think about that 30, 40 years ago. And now think about Project 2025. That's where the term cannabis addiction came from. That same group of people. I know because I was on both sides of the fence, and now my ex-husband has a pole stuck up his ass in federal prison. So good for him. That's what he believes. The world needs a moral compass. We're going to teach them. We're going to show them. That's where cannabis addiction. There's no treatment for it. There is no clinical documentation in any medical documentation. We call it the chocolate milk addiction. That's all. There's no addiction. Treat the epilepsy. Be supportive rather than judgmental, which is all I heard. You know, that's that. They're so judgmental, but you can't get addictive to a non-addictive substance. Mm, chocolate milk addiction.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like I want sugar every day, you know?
Mm-hmm. Oh, hell yeah. If I could have cinnamon rolls every day. Oh, shoot. All you see is my garage light. Sorry, guys. But hell yeah, I would eat ice cream every day, but this stuff gets hard to carry around after a while. It melts, but I don't. I don't know. That's crazy. And I'm guessing it was in the other Reddit, right? The message board Reddit. Ever pack a layer cake in a bowl? My
What's
favorite,
that? What's
a
a
layer.
layer cake?
Start off with a little bit of ground flour, a layer of keef, a layer of flour, a layer of keef, and a layer of shake, and that's a layer cake. And stoned AF. Okay, that's why I fell asleep. But yeah, cannabis addiction. Fucking
It's
crack.
amazing.
That cracks me up. I had them tell me that here, and I'm like, okay, prove it exists, and then we'll talk about treatment. No, it's a concept. It's not. It is not a clinically proven. It can't be. I'll shut up now, but it pisses me off when I hear that. I really,
I got something here then. It
yeah.
says epilepsy, weed, and LSD. The
I
29-year
think
old
you
female.
should tell your doctor of how much cannabis you're using while you're on your epilepsy medication.
Yeah.
That way they can adjust it, you
Oh,
know.
yeah.
But
I don't have one of those yet, unfortunately.
Oh, my doctor knows. I gave him the COAs for all my stuff. He has the certificate of analysis, so he knows how much, and he knows it's not a precision dose. It's kind of like take a teaspoon of cough syrup kind of thing, but a little bit of the FECO. I know how many milligrams are in it. We calculate it out. This is what you're getting. Okay, there you go. But and he knows everything about me. I did not. When it comes to my epileptologist, I do not withhold information. They have to know. Let's see who else fell asleep. Twisted. Did Toaster fall asleep?
Please take your medication as prescribed or whatever works for you. We're not doctors.